Wish you a happy new day. In that year, the autumn of the 37th year of the Tianqi era in Dezhou, the entire country suffered a severe drought. The people were in misery, and the fields were filled with those who had starved to death. At that time, noble consort Wei Qingsheng bewitched the emperor and offered 3,000 young boys and girls as a sacrifice to pray for rain. Suddenly, a rain of blood fell from the sky, and a plague ran rampant. Night fell at the imperial palace of Dezhou. Her hair was disheveled, and drops of blood fell one by one into the cup below. Both of her hands were shackled, like a beast awaiting its execution day. Suddenly, she raised her gaze and said softly, "Wei Qingsheng, we were sisters who grew up together since childhood. Why would you treat me like this?" At that moment, her eyes were filled with resentment. "You imprisoned me here, gouged out my eyes, drank my blood. Wei Qingsheng, how can you be so cruel?" As she finished speaking, a slap landed squarely on her face. Wei Qingsheng looked at her with contempt and shouted, "You insolent bitch, daring to call this consort by my given name. I am a noble consort of Dezhou, Wei Qingsheng." She added in a mocking, harsh tone, "This entire royal family, aside from the crown prince who is away, has been infected. If it weren't for the fact that your blood can cure the plague." At this moment, she slowly walked over and squeezed her face. "You wouldn't even have a right to stand before this consort right now." At this, she used what little strength she had to reply, "Wei Qingsheng, you will surely face retribution." Hearing this, she slapped her again, even harder this time. "Retribution? You brought this upon yourself, Su Jianwei." Wei Qingsheng walked over and picked up the cup. "If you hadn't come crying and begging to draw your blood to save this consort." She lifted the cup, drank it all in one go, and leisurely replied, "How would this consort have known your blood had such a miraculous effect? How would I have had the chance to control this entire imperial palace?" Seeing this, she seethed with indignation. "A venomous woman like you. The second prince will not let you off." Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Are you talking about me?" Her voice trembled. "Second prince?" The person approaching was the second prince of Dezhou, Ji Wuxian. Seeing him, Wei Qingsheng went to whisper in his ear, "Wuxian, your yet-to-be-wedded consort just threatened me." He wrapped his arm around her waist, his eyes full of provocation as he looked at her and spoke, "Your Highness, noble consort, do not be afraid. Your son and subject will vent your anger for you, but you must repay me later." At this moment, her eyes looked at the shameless couple before her, filled with indignation. "You too." Suddenly, Ji Wuxian pulled out a knife, slowly walked over, and lifted her chin. "I heard that if the blood can cure the plague, then the flesh must have some use too, right?" Without waiting for her reply, he struck, leaving her to let out blood-curdling screams, while he turned away and said leisurely, "This world is all mine now. Logically, I should be thanking you. I just don't know why you taste so foul." She screamed, "You adulterous couple! His Majesty will sooner or later find out about your schemes. None of you will die a peaceful death." Hitting a nerve, he became visibly amused upon hearing this. "Coincidentally, Father Emperor happens to be here as well. Why don't you have a slow chat with him?" Then a roar echoed out. It was the person Ji Wuxian mentioned, who now looked no different from a rising living corpse. He dragged His Majesty over and continued, "But we didn't give him your blood to drink, so he has turned into a jiangshi." Hearing this, her voice trembled, "Your Majesty." Suddenly, Wei Qingsheng walked over and unlocked her shackles. "We won't tie you up anymore. Go ahead and carefully serve His Majesty your flesh." With no strength left, she collapsed. Meanwhile, she casually reminded her, "Everyone in the royal family is now my person. You are of no more value to us." With that, the two of them left her behind for the jiangshi to inflict pain upon her. She screamed in despair, "Ji Wuxian, Wei Qingsheng, even as a ghost, I will not forgive you." Wei Qingsheng took the opportunity to act coquettishly. "Wuxian, she's being fierce with me again." Ji Wuxian let her out. "Let's go, Your Highness. The Crown Prince is about to return, and the Imperial Guard should be arriving soon." The two continued to chat as they went. "Zixiang, you are so bad, but that's how this consort likes you." Just like that, the two of them left her inside to die a slow and agonizing death. My yet-to-be-wedded consort and the Crown Prince are having an affair and even abetted in the assassination of Father Emperor. I must handle this matter appropriately. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed from the ring that was stained with her blood. Bloodline verification successful. Activating Phoenix system. Commencing original body repair. She suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. The strange sound continued to echo. Original body repair complete. Host integration initiated. Images of her fighting in her past life appeared. She looked down at the ring and wondered, what's going on? Didn't I just snatch the Phoenix ring back from the enemy forces? The voice from the system continued, reading original body's memories. Blood has a miraculous effect that can cure the plague. Betrayed and used by her best friend and a scumbag man. Had her blood drunk and flesh eaten by the scumbag man and the scheming bitch. Bitten to death by the Jiangshi emperor and framed for regicide after death. The system read out a long list, leaving her unable to process what was happening. A giant question mark appeared above her head. Now she began to reconsider. Are these memories in my mind? Could it be that I've transmigrated? As she finished her thought, the system announced, data reading complete. Transmigration complete. My wild guess was right. She was surprised. Holy crap, I really transmigrated. This original owner had it so rough. Even the most melodramatic TV dramas wouldn't dare to film something like this. Before she could process the old stuff, something new appeared. Warning, the host is requested to escape the Imperial Palace within 1 Shurchen. Success will earn 1,000 reward points. Failure will result in elimination by the system. She had to be really lucky to be this unlucky. Something's already happening right away. System elimination? 1 Shurchen? That means 2 hours, right? I just got here, and they're already playing such a big move. Outside the Sky Prison, she ran for her life as if she had a motor attached to her. But she cursed as she ran. Running with my tail between my legs is not my style. This anti-host system. Ji Wuxian was startled to see her, and Wei Qingsheng was just as bewildered. What's going on? That little bitch is actually not dead yet, and her wounds have disappeared too. The gentleman attacked without a word. He swung his sword at her. You're ugly and demonic. What's the point of you still being alive in this world? Hurry up and die for me. Surprise, old man. No one thought she could block his attack. Now it was her turn to sneer back. You want to hurt me with a dull, stupid blade? Trash. Stop showing off. Suddenly, the Jiangshi behind them lunged forward. She also sensed something dangerous. Luckily, with Ji Wuxian's pathetic martial arts, he was already on the verge of defeat. How could this bitch take the sword from my hand with just 2 fingers? She was just lightly flexing her skills. At this point, she used just 2 fingers to swiftly deal with the Jiangshi, causing a stunned Ji Wuxian to stammer, Your Majesty. However, seeing the scene before him, his face lit up with unusual glee. The heavens are helping me. This little bitch has shouldered this crime herself. The Oscar for most fake actor owes him an award as he knelt down and cried out tragically, Father Emperor, this bitch dared to kill my Father Emperor. I will capture you. His rambling was giving her a headache, so she slapped him back to his senses. So noisy he could kill. He turned and held his face like a child. You dare to hit me. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for achieving hand cripple the scumbag man, earning 100 reward points. Hearing this, she felt like she had discovered a new truth. There's an achievement for that? After a moment, he regained his composure and shouted, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and cut down this regicidal, treasonous bitch for me. The whole group of Imperial guards rushed forward. She knew this would be a tough fight. With so many Imperial guards, escaping would be a bit difficult. Seeing this, she turned to ask the system, Hey, system, according to convention, can these reward points be exchanged for items? Like a flashbang, for example. Hearing this, the system said, Flashbang, 200 reward points required for exchange. Hearing this, her eyes lit up. You really have it? I'm still short 100 reward points. If there's an achievement for hand slap the scumbag man, then, no sooner said than done. She turned and gave Wei Qingsheng a benevolent smile that scared the soul out of her. What do you want? Not letting her wonder for long, she finished her thought with a kick to her stomach that felt like it could send her to the next life. The system appeared once again. Congratulations to the host for achieving Foot Stomp the scheming bitch, earning 100 reward points. Seeing the opportunity, she pressed her advantage and immediately exchanged for the flashbang as she wished. The system also immediately exchanged the points. Exchange complete. 200 reward points deducted. Remaining points, 0. As soon as the notification ended, a flashbang appeared in her hand. Aside from posturing, he hadn't done anything useful. He just pointed and shouted, "Little bitch, you can't escape today, even if you run to the heavens." At this point, she looked more masculine than the guy standing there spouting nonsense. Hilarious. A bunch of small fry think they can stop me. That's because she is the 21st century's super special agent, the Warfire Queen. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the flashbang into the air, sending a whole mass of people flying. The light from the flashbang combined with her badass manliness was truly a convergence of essences, the kind women love. She snapped her fingers. "Obey me and live. Defy me and die. This is just a small warning. If you dare to stop me again, not even your bones will be left." Of course, the law of the strong means anywhere is this big sister's home turf. Before they knew it, she had jumped in and was beating them to a pulp. This palm strike is on behalf of His Majesty, for the unfilial son who dared to sleep with his own father's woman. This kick is on behalf of my father, Imperial Physician Sue, for the venomous woman who bewitched the Emperor and killed the loyal, accompanied by blood-curdling screams from those who could do nothing. And these countless punches and kicks are on behalf of myself, for eating my flesh and drinking my blood. I'll beat you to death. Both Wei Qingsheng and Ji Wuxian, beaten into distorted shapes, shared the same question. Who are you? Night came, the moon was high, and along with it, bursts of fireworks lit up the entire sky. Amidst that scene, a pair of feet were running very fast. She ran while speaking in frustration. I originally thought I could earn some reward points from those too, but the system didn't give out any achievements at all. My hand hurts from hitting them, and I didn't even get any points for my trouble. For a moment, the whole world seemed to stop. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully escaping the Imperial Palace. You have earned 1,000 reward points. She looked at the screen before her and wondered, is this interface for playing a game? The notifications appeared one after another. Tonight at the Z hour, after the lunar eclipse reveals a blood moon, those infected with the plague will turn into zombies. Before the blood moon appears, the host must leave the capital city, or you will be immediately erased. Hearing this, she was startled. Blood moon, zombies. The blood rushed to her head, and she couldn't help but curse out loud. Isn't this just the apocalypse? A zombie attack? The apocalypse hasn't even arrived, and you won't let me leave. You cheating system, did I start a game? Or did I run into a bug? Regardless of her screaming, the system switched to a small, related topic. Today is the Lantern Festival. Wishing the host a happy Lantern Festival. She was fuming, veins popping on her face. Then she kicked the system to vent her anger. Happy my ass. I'm afraid this day next year will be my death anniversary. Still, as angry as she was, she had no other choice but to accept it and began to think. There's not much time left. The apocalypse is coming. I have to quickly hoard supplies and prepare weapons. As she thought, she stared intently at the screen, but the problem is I'm so poor right now. I don't have a single penny on me. Suddenly, a sound approaching caught her attention. She turned her head to see a whole horse right in front of her. The young man shouted loudly, "Be careful." It was too late to dodge now. She had only one option, to throw the horse straight away. The young man froze for 5 seconds, looking at her in astonishment. Such great strength to be able to throw a horse to the ground. As if a skill had been unlocked, her eyes lit up when she smelled money. Wait, aren't I short on money? Now's my chance to make some money. No sooner said than done. She spun around for a moment and fell towards him. The scamming tactic of old gossips began to take effect. Your horse injured me. Hurry and compensate me for medical expenses. As she pretended to fall, she enjoyed herself. This handsome guy's chest is really muscular. Suddenly, a group of Imperial guards arrived, shouting loudly. Who dares to block the Imperial road of the capital? She snapped back to reality in a panic. I'm screwed. Did I just run into the army? Just then, the young man lifted her chin and asked, "There are too many ignorant women in this world, but your kind is rare indeed. Have you picked out a graveyard for yourself outside the city?" She didn't understand what he was implying. A graveyard? Before she could understand, the young man brought his face closer to hers. The last female assassin I held so affectionately. I also sent her family a considerable sum for funeral expenses. Now, she finally grasped the main point. Assassin? Her face suddenly darkened. Handsome, your persecution complex is a bit serious. Still, she was still smitten. A slight pity. It's a waste for someone born with such a handsome face. To think his brain has a problem. With that thought, she let go of him. Forget it. This lady won't hold today's matter against you. Farewell. But life was never that easy. The young man had already drawn his sword, holding it to her neck and growling. Wait, did I permit you to leave? Hearing this, she scoffed. You permit me? With that, she knocked the sword away. Then she broke it to show him he had messed with the wrong person. The surrounding soldiers panicked. Protect his highness. Seeing this, she ignored her surroundings and stood proudly, warning, don't think that just because there are many of you, this lady will be afraid. I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, with my skills, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it by then. Hearing this was quite a provocation. The man spoke up. I'm acting recklessly? You're quite good at turning the blame on others. Maintaining his stance, he challenged her. Today, I feel like bullying someone with my power. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. In contrast to him, she approached gently. The apocalypse is coming. I can't stay here and get entangled with him. I must act immediately. Among the 36 stratagems, the beauty trap is not to be underestimated. Knowing she was beautiful, she touched his cheek. The ancients cared most about their chastity. Since you insist on provoking this sister, don't blame this sister for tainting your chastity. As she finished her thought, she boldly kissed him. He was a bit shy while she was thoroughly enjoying it. Handsome guys are different on a whole other level. Not to mention, she even flashed a sly smile. Behind them, a young man was watching the drama unfold. This young lady is truly fierce. He watched the scene with amusement. His Highness has never been close to women. I'm afraid he really won't be able to handle this. Now snapping back to his senses, he backed away, speechless. You. As if it was all part of her plan, she smiled faintly and began her act. Help! Someone is taking advantage of an innocent maiden in the middle of the night. Hey, neighbors, come out and call on your phones. She thought to herself, this sister's first kiss is incredibly precious. Did you really think I would give it to you? He realized he had run into a shrew. He immediately came over and covered her mouth. Shut up. What are you screaming about? How can a young lady like you do such a thing? What do you want? This was exactly what she wanted to hear. Big brother, I only touched you, and you want my life. What can I do? With that thought, she turned and grabbed his hand. Compensate me, then let me go. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth. I must have gotten out of bed on the wrong side today. We must quickly enter the palace for an audience with His Majesty. We cannot afford to be delayed. This woman is truly a disaster. Then he turned to leave, no longer arguing with her. Yin Tianlu, just give her some money. Hearing this, Yin Tianlu walked over and asked, We disturbed you just now, miss. Are you all right? She calmly replied, I'm fine, but it's not. Following her pointing finger, he was stunned. A Fergana horse? Getting back to the matter at hand, he gave her what she desired. Here is some silver as compensation for you, miss. She took it with a delighted face. This is a true capitalist. Thank you. This brother is so reasonable and understanding. I'll remember you. She skipped away, leaving the two men whispering to each other. I told you to just give her some money. Why did you give her so much money? Yin Tianlu replied. Didn't we just injure her horse? How could that be worthy of a Fergana horse? Just like your highness, that bit of gold is actually not even enough compensation. Hearing this, he was too exasperated to speak. That was my horse. Yin Tianlu looked as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen stiff on the spot. At this time, she used the money she had just scammed to buy food. I'll use 500 reward points to exchange for 5 storage spaces. The remaining 500 reward points will be for emergencies. The system storage space has a function to keep food fresh, so it's best to buy as much as possible. She raised a sword to inspect it, unable to stop thinking, a bow, an arrow requires arrows. The storage slots are limited, so I can't carry a large quantity. Therefore, a long sword that is both light and space-saving is the top choice. She went outside, looked at the brilliant scenery, and calculated. Today is the Lantern Festival. It's packed with people everywhere. Once the apocalypse arrives, it will be very difficult for me to escape. The river separating the city from the mainland is the safest place. Then she grabbed onto the railing and leaped up lightly, but didn't notice someone was standing there. She was startled to see Yin Tianlu. Why are you here? In contrast, he was quite happy to see her. What a coincidence, miss, we meet again. It didn't stop there. He was having a slight delusion. She doesn't admire me, does she? Is that why she keeps following me here? Suddenly, the moon was obscured as if in an eclipse. People were exclaiming, Oh, is the heavenly dog eating the moon? But then, the sound of dry coughing began to emerge. She turned around warily. What's that sound? Yun Tianlu explained. It's the commoners infected with the plague. The epidemic is rampant, and the clinics are full, so the government has requisitioned the boats on the river to serve as temporary clinics. He added, the Crown Prince has just returned to the capital and has gone to visit His Majesty. I am his right guard commander, here on his behalf to visit and boost the morale of the people. At this moment, the moon had turned a shade of red. Yin Tianlu continued. Did the heavenly dog eat the moon and take a bite out of the sky as well? Why is it dripping like this? Just then, she realized something, her face showing clear fear. Basically, there's no safe place at all. The zombies began to approach, lunging uncontrollably, but Yin Tianlu still hadn't recognized the current threat. Oh, looking so full of vitality, it seems this patient has recovered. But why is she lunging towards me? Surely, she doesn't want to repay me with her body? Turns out he's the one with a severe delusion. He praised himself, this damn charm of mine. Seeing that this guy was useless, she stepped forward and pushed him back, unleashing a skill that took down the zombie with a single palm strike. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for achieving first zombie kill. You have obtained a basic combat suit. Yin Tianlu saw this and shouted, under the sun of heaven's watch, with heaven and earth as witnesses, you dare to wantonly kill an innocent person? He still hadn't realized the problem and cursed inwardly. Damn it, single for 19 years. This is the first time a girl has looked at us, and she's the type that's like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She turned back, placed a finger on his lips to signal him to quiet down, then gently reminded him, see for yourself. Below were terrified screams, along with desperate cries for help. Help, help, save me. Elsewhere, in the magnificent capital city, the Crown Prince's army stood before the capital city. Just then, he was startled. The scene before him was a horde of zombies that had invaded the imperial palace. Ji Yuxian, holding Yi Qingsheng in his arms and a fan in his other hand, gave an order. Crown Prince Ji Weiyang sent an assassin to assassinate His Majesty. Men, execute him on the spot for me. He sneered contemptuously. What an idiot. I casually forged an imperial edict from Father Emperor to lure him here, and he actually came. The prince slashed at everyone who came near, shouting, nonsense. I must see Father Emperor myself. Ji Yuxian was not to be outdone. Father Emperor? You still dare to mention Father Emperor? Father Emperor was killed by your assassin. What are you still pretending for? Yi Qingsheng chimed in from the side. Your Majesty, you died so tragically. Only then was he stunned. What did you say? Father Emperor, when he turned back to look, he was surprised. Why is this soldier still alive? Ji Yuxian smiled smugly. Imperial brother, this is the zombie army that I've spent so much effort training. You could take your time playing with them. Suddenly, from behind, there was a scream accompanied by a desperate cry for help. Your Highness, save me. Hearing this, he angrily kicked him away. Die a little further away from me. I don't want to be bitten yet. Now he was puzzled, but still hadn't realized the problem. Why did someone in here turn into a zombie like this? Could it be because of this strange blood rain? Just as he finished his thought, a soldier hurriedly ran over to report. Second Prince, the capital city, all the sick people in the capital city have all turned into zombies. Only then did he realize this problem was more serious than he had thought. What did you say? At this, he scrambled to run away as fast as he could. No, I haven't ascended to the throne yet. I can't die. I must run away quickly. On the other side, hordes of zombies kept coming. Yin Tianliu's face turned pale with fear. What do we do? On the shore and on the boat, there's zombies everywhere. In contrast to him, she held her sword and slashed them down one by one. What are you afraid of? Isn't your big sister still here? At the same time, she slowly felt it from within her. Although the system's missions were a cheat, hidden missions to earn points also appeared. She was gradually activating the system. This was truly a blessing in disguise. After all, it wasn't a complete dead end. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Basic combat suit equipped successfully. She had no intention of stopping and said to the system, exchange motorcycle. After she spoke, the system, like a magic lamp, immediately produced a motorcycle for her. Motorcycle exchange successful, deducting 500 reward points, remaining points 0. Now, only Yin Tianlu was left standing there dumbfounded. At this point, she's the beauty saving the man. No more talk, get on. Things weren't going so well for Ji Yuxian. He was surrounded by a horde of zombies. He continuously looked for an escape route, cursing as he searched. Damn it, There's zombies everywhere. Why did it turn out like this? He stopped in the middle of a bridge. There were zombies in front and a horde behind. He kept screaming, "All of you, get out of my way. I am a man of destiny. I command you not to come over here. Otherwise, you'll all be sliced by 1,000 cuts." At this point, Son of Heaven was just a name. Suddenly, he seemed to have found a light in the darkness. "It's her. Yes, it's her, riding that war horse like she's flying." He immediately changed his tune, his voice turning sweet, a bright lucky star for his next change of face. "You wear her. Save me. Quickly, save me. I will marry you immediately. In the future, you will be the empress of this world." She sneered, "Just you? It makes my ears itch to listen." She twisted the throttle and shot towards him in one go. "Stop joking. All the pin-up resentment. It's time to pay it back. I, Su Jianyue, will no longer be a thing dependent on anyone. This big sister, you can't climb up to my level." This was accompanied by Ji Yuxian's terrified scream. She aimed with centimeter precision. The wheel hit his face, sending him flying far away. Talk about painful. After finishing her business, she sped away on her bike, leaving him there. As they rode, Yun Tianlu was full of questions and excitement. How did this iron horse appear? Are you a fairy sister? Hearing this, she didn't know what to say either. I don't know how to explain it either. Ancient people are often superstitious, so I'll just make something up to get by for now. No sooner said than done, she played along. Don't tell others about my descent to the mortal world. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. As it happened, if one dared to say it, another dared to believe it. Yun Tianlu believed her completely. Understood. Then, fairy sister, where are we going now? Hearing this, she looked ahead and replied calmly, "Of course, we're leaving this place." Suddenly, she stopped as zombies were surrounding them everywhere. She turned to gently remind the burden behind her, hugging me so tightly. "Are you trying to take advantage of me? Get off the bike. Prepare for battle." He obeyed without question. Okay. Yin Tianlu didn't understand what she was planning and asked, "Fairy sister, this shop doesn't even have a name. What are you taking a bow for?" She walked over and took a bow, an arrow. She also grabbed a sword while she was at it. That's right. She drew the bow to shoot a sword, her voice full of heroic spirit. "Swords, obviously. There are plenty." He shivered at this sight. Others shoot arrows, but she shoots swords. How valiant must she be? Just like that, she shot one, and this one too, and this one as well. She shot them all down one by one. But then she realized the problem. Not good. There are too many zombies, and I've used up all the swords. Just when she was out of options, a solution appeared. At the same time, the system appeared. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 100 Zombie Slayer achievement. Reward: 1 purple flame iris pistol. A huge leap forward. She held the gun as if victory was already in her grasp. "My little zombie friends, you're all doomed." She got into position, her confidence more than abundant. "Let me open your eyes to what's called a flawless shot." Beside her, Yun Tianlu was endlessly amazed. Is fairy sister showing her miraculous power again? As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger and, surprise, nothing happened at all. Both of them froze. Yin Tianlu wondered, strange, why didn't anything happen? The zombies charged at them. She was so frustrated she kicked one of them. "Giving me a gun without bullets. What's the meaning of this?" Yin Tianlu, like a child who believes anything he's told, chimed in from the side. "So it's meant to be used like a brick to fix a wall?" Even so, there are too many zombies surrounding them with no way out. He was scared. "We're doomed. There's no escape route left." Come to think of it, this guy hasn't done anything so far except get in the way. She then spoke to reassure him, her voice filled with firm confidence. "No, in this world there are paths everywhere. It's just that no one has walked them." In that terrifying night of the blood moon, she leaped lightly onto the rooftops. She thought about how she had just exchanged for a motorcycle, but it turned out to be as useless as a gun without bullets. She put it away in her storage space. Yin Tianlu followed behind her like a happy tail. In this world, there's absolutely no third person as smart as us. To think of walking on the rooftops. Suddenly, footsteps approached. As they say, this is what happens when great minds think alike. The two parties met on the rooftop. Ji Weiyang was momentarily surprised. "I've run into her again. Is it a coincidence? Or does she intend to get close to me?" He walked over and grabbed her hand to greet her. "Who on earth are you?" 1,001 questions popped into his head. Why was she with Yin Tianlu? She cursed silently in her heart. It's true that enemies are bound to meet. Then she said aloud, "What business is it of yours? Men and women should not touch indiscriminately. Let go of my hand." As she spoke, she was about to kick him in that place. But he knew what she was planning and hugged her thigh, making her freeze for a moment. "You didn't lose anything," he retorted. "You clearly lifted your leg yourself. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, you can only rely on a third party." At this moment, Yin Tianlu finally made his presence known and stepped forward to intervene. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please stop. A moment ago, I was lucky to be saved by Fairy's sister, which is why I'm still alive now." She caught the most important words. "So he really is the Crown Prince." He leaned closer to her and asked, "Fairy's sister?" Going with the flow, she also put on an act. "Your Highness, from your expression, it seems you're still thinking about the unfinished business from last time, huh?" He frowned and replied, "Nonsense." Taking this opportunity, she twisted her body to escape his grasp. He pulled out a rope and tied her up, not forgetting to remind her, "Considering you saved Yin Tianlu, I'll spare your life for now." She gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Not good, I fell for his trick. This guy is a repeat offender. He even carries a rope on him." After tying her up, he turned and ordered, "Bring her along. We can't let this troublemaker bring disaster to others." Yin Tianlu was a bit skeptical. "But, Your Highness, if we do this, won't she only bring disaster to you?" He got a little annoyed and warned, "I'll give you two choices. Either shut up, or next year I'll send you to weed your own grave." Hearing this, Yin Tianlu cried without a sound, swallowing his tears and shaking his head repeatedly. And so, the whole group continued on their way. Accompanied by humming sounds, she was delighted to be carried like this. So many mounts. This isn't so bad, actually. However, only the one being ridden was not happy at all. Two people fight. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Suddenly, a shrill voice screamed from somewhere. "Su Jianwei, you bitch, you're not dead yet?" Causing all eyes to turn to the speaker. Yi Ching-chung, from the other side, still tried to shout across. "I was wondering why I smelled such a foul, dirty stench. Turns out it's you, you filthy insect." Perhaps bored, she decided to provoke her back. "If you have the guts, then come over here." This made her so angry that she actually ordered her soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Kill that bitch for me." But it seems she wasn't aware of the current situation. A soldier spoke up, "But, your ladyship, just now, when we fled to the rooftops to escape, we threw away all our weapons." Hearing this, she sneered at her. "I actually like seeing you like this, the look of being displeased with me, but unable to do anything about it." Yi Ching-chung was furious, but could do nothing. "You damn bitch, I'll take you," and before she could finish her words, she was cut off by Ji Wei-yong. What's with all the noise? Perhaps because there were tiles all over under his feet, he took the opportunity to kick one to the other side as a warning. The kick was so accurate it didn't miss. The soldiers beside her called out worriedly, "Your ladyship." He knew she was looking at him, so he acted a bit proud. "What are you looking at me for? Who gave you permission to look at me?" However, this time she didn't bother to argue back and instead smiled. "This crown prince is a bit tsundere, isn't he? But then again, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." It seemed the rooftops weren't entirely safe either, as a zombie appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, he wondered, "What's going on? How did that zombie get up here?" She looked around and then warned, "No, it didn't climb up. They were already up high to begin with." Yin Tianliu's face turned so pale with fear that his legs went soft, needing her to remind him, "What are you still standing there for? Run." But in this moment of danger, the system appeared like a savior, unlocking mandatory mission. Hearing this, she paid attention. Mandatory mission? At this time, the system issued the mission, requesting hosts to attack and eliminate the zombie and obtain the secret crystal in its brain. Unlock secret technique. If you fail to complete the mission within 3 minutes, you will be directly eliminated. After experiencing it 3 times, you will be like me and love this kind of mission. I've heard enough. She couldn't be bothered to say more. Love your sister, my ass. Other people's systems are external hacks. While grumbling, she untied herself. She had just been enjoying being carried around all this time. Not knowing how to vent her anger, she grabbed Yun Tianliu's hair. "My system wants to hack me to death. He got caught in the crossfire for doing nothing. Fairy sister, please calm down. It hurts so much." In the end, the system didn't make things difficult for her. Unlock 3-minute reward mode. Each normal zombie killed will earn 1 reward point. Hearing this was like the god of wealth arriving. The god of wealth has arrived. She jumped off Yin Tianlu. conveniently summoning the gun. What exactly do secret crystal and secret technique refer to? With that thought, she ran off. Reward mode, to put it bluntly, is just a time for the strong to earn points from the death of the weak, isn't it? Only Yin Tianlu was still standing there, reminding her, "Fairy sister, you're running in the wrong direction." She acted as if she didn't hear and charged towards the zombies. I Ching-chung saw this and smiled dismissively. "Did you all see that? That bitch is scared to death of me. She even ran in the wrong direction to escape. This time, she's dead for sure." Her expression was so ghastly that a soldier had to gently remind her, "Her Highness is mighty. Her Highness is mighty." Meanwhile, she charged into the zombies, giving each one a few punches. The system notifications kept ringing. Zombie killed +1, reward point +1, exchange for purple flame iris bullet. Yin Tianlu watched, both amazed and astonished. Not only did she break the ropes with brute force, but she could also stab a zombie's brain with a dull knife. What level of prowess was this? Meanwhile, Ji Weiyang also rushed over. "I must take back that main character halo for myself. No, with so many zombies, she can't possibly handle them all." Contrary to his thoughts, every time she pulled the trigger, one went down. "My title of Beacon Fire Queen is not just for show." A bullet flew toward a zombie. Seeing this, I Ching-chung froze on the spot. How is that possible? What kind of sorcery is that bitch using? He was also somewhat surprised. So that's a firearm? Her appearance at this moment was as absolutely cinematic as any action movie. With a touch of arrogance, she spoke, "System, automatically exchange all reward points I get from killing the next zombies for bullets." She also knew this had its limits. The pistol's power was limited. It couldn't shoot through 2 brains at once, and each bullet happened to cost 1 reward point. Thus, she had bullets to use without losing a single hair. Even so, a cold smile appeared. A small matter. At this moment, seeing this, the horde of zombies charged towards her. Seeing this scene, I Ching-chung was as happy as could be. "I get it. So it's a firearm. You idiot, you're dead for sure. A firearm can't be fired continuously. Faced with so many zombies, you little bitch won't have time to prepare for the next shot." The soldiers beside her cheered incessantly. "Her Highness is wise. Her Highness is wise." But it seemed I Ching-chung was about to be disappointed. Not only was she not afraid, but she also declared, "Within 3 minutes, this queen wants all of you to fall." She did as she said, continuously firing at the horde of zombies. If the system didn't only give points for killing zombies, it would force me to kill zombies just to be able to continuously exchange for bullets to shoot. At this moment, she was like a cinematic goddess, hitting the mark with every shot. Besides shooting the zombies, another thought flashed through her mind. "I must shoot that bitch I Ching-chung dead with 1 shot soon." Seeing this scene, I Ching-chung's face was extremely unsightly. Why can that bitch's firearm shoot continuously? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Mandatory mission completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Fire Art secret technique. A piece of black iron. As the words faded, a beam of light enveloped her hand and was gradually absorbed. Is this the secret item? But what is the Fire Art secret technique? A piece of black iron. To explain to everyone a little, secret techniques are divided into 7 types in total: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and force. The abilities of each secret technique are different. By obtaining secret techniques from killing zombies, one can gradually level up. And the ranks of a secret technique master, from lowest to highest, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, adamantite, platinum, transcendent, and saint. Each rank is further divided into 5 stars with 5 small subranks. She smirked. This is a little interesting. Suddenly, a hand reached out while she was on her mission. Ji Weiyang hugged her tightly from behind. Seeing this, she cursed silently in her heart, feeling extremely angry. "I shot into the air. I was planning to save the last bullet to shoot I Ching-chung after dealing with these zombies." Now she screamed, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Ji Weiyang had a somewhat roguish smile. "I'm hugging you. What do you think I'm doing?" She struggled violently. "I'm warning you, if you try any more rogue tricks, I'll make you unable to have children." He saw she was about to let her imagination run wild and got to the point. "Look down for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies below were continuously climbing up. Seeing this scene, she shivered slightly. "He's saving me." Could it be that the gunshots from before attracted the zombies from ground? While she was thinking, they had already climbed up. There's no time to explain. He took the initiative and picked her up without asking. This woman just absorbed a mysterious item from a zombie. Is she a secret technique master? She's still hiding too many secrets. I can't let her die now. I'll have to interrogate her slowly later. A master of seizing opportunities, she took this chance to shoot Yi Qingqing. The consort's face turned pale with fear when she saw her aiming at her. But before she could do anything, she slipped and fell. The people around her screamed, "Your Highness!" Fortunately, using her inner strength, Yi Qingqing managed to hold on. At this point, her dignity was just a name. Her tears and snot were all over the place. "Save me. You bunch of useless trash. What are you standing there gawking for?" Su Jianyue smiled with great satisfaction. "I don't have any bullets anyway. What are you afraid of?" she added. Provoking people was her specialty. "Hang in there. If you fall, you'll lose your life in an instant." Hearing that, she remained very arrogant. "Su Jianyue, you damn bitch, I'm not done with you." At the main hall of the Imperial Palace, Yin Tianlu walked up and said, "Your Highness, are we going in the wrong direction? Why aren't we leaving the city? Instead, we're heading towards the Imperial Palace?" The surrounding zombies are increasing in number with no sign of decreasing. He looked at them and ordered, "There's no time to explain. Get inside quickly." As they pushed the door open, they saw a girl peeking furtively. He just realized who she was. "County Mistress Zhangning, why are you here?" Hearing that, Zhangning was startled, her face pale as she called out, "Brother Wei Yang." She stealthily put something into her bag. Why did he appear here? Could it be that the second prince has failed? However, this place was full of top-tier actors. Zhangning ran over, her voice as sweet as sugarcane. "This is great. Brother Wei Yang, it's so good that you're okay. I was being chased by zombies and only managed to hide here during the chaos. I was scared to death." At that moment, she stood there observing this fake county mistress. County Mistress Zhangning. A memory from her childhood suddenly flashed through her mind. At that time, Zhangning had aggressively kicked her down. While kicking, she shouted, "Get lost! Don't block this county mistress's path." This scowling face looked just like Yi Qingqing's. Where did this commoner trash come from? So disgusting. Someone changed this county mistress's shoes. After kicking something so disgusting, these shoes can't be worn anymore. At that time, she was just a small child struggling in a puddle of water. "Help, I can't swim." The memory ended, and she frowned. "I remember now. So was you." Then, without another word, she quickly snatched the bag from her side. "Let me see. What were you hiding and concealing just now that you couldn't let others see?" Opening it, what a surprise. Yin Tianlu couldn't help but be astonished. This is the imperial seal of the realm. Knowing there was no way out, she could only make things up. Zhangning said with tears in her eyes, "Brother Wei Yang, I risked my life to protect the imperial seal just so I could hand it over to you. It's all my fault for not guarding it well. You must not blame my sister. She definitely didn't mean to snatch the imperial seal." "Snatch my ass." Out of nowhere, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations to the host for fusing with the imperial seal of the realm, activating the mystic space." As the words faded, the imperial seal in her hand vanished. Hey, the devil in her awoke. "Congratulate my ass. You damn system, you screwed me over again. Couldn't you have asked for my opinion before fusing it?" This is the imperial seal of the realm. It's unknown if Zhangning was surprised, but she looked fake first and foremost. "The imperial seal is gone. It's all my fault. Why didn't I guard the imperial seal properly? But I don't believe it. I don't believe such a beautiful sister could steal the imperial seal. Brother Wei Yang, please punish me. It's all my fault." The moment she finished speaking, she received a slap, knocking a tooth out. Her eyes were sharp and full of warning. "What kind of green tea bitch act are you putting on? This sister is annoyed as hell right now. I'll kill you right now." Yin Tianlu was still not used to this scene. As for her, she cursed silently. "Damn it, this damn woman dares to hit me." Yin Tianlu couldn't stomach the scene before him. Fairy's sister is as fierce as ever. She hit the daughter of the powerful fourth prince just like that. Moreover, she disregarded imperial authority right in front of the crown prince. Another familiar hand appeared. He came and grabbed her hand, ordering, "Hand over the imperial seal." She was also helpless in this situation. Hand it over? How am I supposed to hand it over? It's already been tricked by that damn system and fused into my body. "Are you going to go inside and look for it?" Seeing that he seemed determined to get it, she replied, "I can't." Hearing this, he pulled her closer and warned, "Then don't blame me." As she was watching to see what he planned to do to her, he pinned her down. She asked, "What do you want to do?" His mischievous hands are starting to get busy. He smiled dangerously. "If you won't hand it over willingly, then I can only search you myself. She looked at the man before her, at a complete loss for words. And here I was wondering what else you were planning to do. Go ahead and search. Once you're done, you can give up for good. You don't really suit the rogue look, do you? Seeing her stare, he felt a little unnerved. What's with that look? She was strangely calm. I'll cooperate and let you search. Before he could do anything, before he could even make a move, the zombies rushed in. Yin Tianlu shouted, "This is bad. The zombies are breaking in." He was not happy to see this scene. Damn it, why at a time like this? However, with little time left, he went to the throne. Father Emperor then pressed the dragon in front of him. The secret door opened. Yun Tianlu was amazed. From childhood to adulthood, this was probably the first time he'd been so overwhelmed with surprise. No wonder your highness wanted to bring us in here. It turns out there's a secret passage behind the dragon throne. Hearing this, he also spoke up. This is what Father Emperor told me when I was young. Only Father Emperor, and I know about it. The whole group entered the secret chamber together, just like that. She walked at the very back. Once again, the system displayed a mission. Trigger hidden mission. Host, escape from the secret passage. Reward, 500 points. She didn't understand what the system meant. What the hell? I haven't even entered the secret passage, and it's telling me to run out. There's definitely something wrong with this passage. I'm not going in. The points sounded tempting, but she had to look at the reality behind her. Not thinking any further, she darted inside. All right, you win. Goodbye. Once inside, she was surprised. Is there an underground river below? Could the danger be in the water? A long river flowed before everyone. A shout rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Look quickly. There are so many small boats on the water, and there's something on them. Someone got closer to look and was terrified. They're corpses. There's a corpse on every boat. It didn't stop there. Moreover, their faces were all covered with a cloth bearing a strange pattern. Yin Tianlu was suspicious. Strange. Why are there so many small boats with corpses in the underground river beneath the imperial city? He was just as puzzled. Although Father Emperor told me about the existence of this secret passage, he never spoke in detail about the other things. I had never entered it before coming here. She spoke calmly and knowledgeably. There is a belief that boats are the path that guides souls. Here, that familiar hand continuously grabbed her. This scene was so familiar. Unable to bear it, she spoke up. What are you doing again? He replied, preventing you from running away. Yin Tianlu seemed to have discovered something. Huh. Everyone look, there are 2 small islands up ahead. All 4 of them went to take a look and discovered them. They were stone coffins. Yin Tianlu noticed the pattern on the coffin lids. The stone coffins also have the same scale pattern as the one on the faces of the corpses on the boats. She also joined the investigation for fun. Don't you guys feel that if we were to look down from above, the path and the 2 small islands on this underground river happened to form the shape of a scale? The surrounding soldiers exclaimed in alarm, "Your Highness, there's another stone coffin over here. There's nothing inside." This stone coffin also has that strange scale pattern. Hearing that, she was startled for some reason. Empty? How can it be empty? Immediately, everyone went to that coffin. When they opened it, they saw it was empty. Oh my god, Yin Tianlu was scaring himself. Could it be that whatever was inside has already escaped? Meanwhile, Zhangning was plotting something, a dagger already in her hand. She looked at Su Jinyue, finding her an eyesore. Damn it, Father King ordered me to steal the Imperial Seal during the chaos. If I can't bring the Imperial Seal back, with Father King's temper, he definitely won't spare me. Zhangning still remembered the earlier grudge. This bitch not only ruined my plan, but she also dared to hit me. A piercing scream drew everyone's gaze. Hulking, violent figures were approaching them. She turned to look and discovered that the corpses on the boats had disappeared. The once calm water surface was now rippling. The zombies were walking on water, heading towards them. Zhangning, for the sake of her own life, pushed a few soldiers forward. County Mistress, you. She scowled deeply. Use your lives to buy me some time. Then she quickly changed her tune, playing her part. Although I'm a noble county mistress, all lives are equal. Why should you sacrifice yourselves to save me? But her inner thoughts were the opposite of her words. For lowly commoners like you, to be able to sacrifice yourselves for the royal family is your honor. Then she grabbed his hand and ran off quickly. Brother Wei Yong, let's go. You are the foundation of the nation. You cannot die. We can't let the soldiers' sacrifice be in vain. In her heart, she thought, even if I can't bring back the Imperial Seal, being able to deliver the Crown Prince to Father King would also be a great achievement. But strangely, he was right here. You should run. Her taunting side emerged. Is your Highness worried about me? This time, you didn't even bother to look at her, flattering yourself. If you die, will I get the Imperial seal back from? The screams of the soldiers fighting the zombies echoed louder and louder. With one slash of his sword, he took one down. Your Highness. He flicked his sword to shake off the blood, then commanded with great vigor, don't panic. Hold the formation. Advance and retreat together. As if motivated, the soldiers followed his command. Yes, sir. Only Zhongning was gleefully pleased, as if she had struck gold. Bitch, you still dare to confront me? How could a lowly commoner like you understand the political schemes of a royal like me? This county mistress's methods are limitless. You can only wait there to die. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange voice sounded from behind. County mistress, please let go of my hand. I must go back to protect His Highness the Crown Prince. She was startled and looked back. And what a surprise! The person she had been pulling all this time was Yin Tianlu. She froze on the spot. She had pulled the wrong person. Over where he was fighting fiercely, one of the men spoke up, Your Highness, our retreat is cut off. We're surrounded by zombies. The zombies only grew in number, never seeming to decrease. The soldiers were gradually getting exhausted. More zombies are coming ashore. We're doomed. We're all going to die here. One of them saw a strange light. Suddenly, her long white hair flew in the wind. Then, with one hand on a sword and the other on the handlebars of a motorcycle, she commanded, Follow me. Big Sis here will clear a path for you. She didn't forget to glance sideways at someone. You saved me once last time. Now we're even. He remained silent, but a storm was brewing inside him. To think she didn't take this opportunity to escape. Suddenly, he also placed a hand on the vehicle, using his other hand to take her sword. Seeing this, she turned to ask, What are you doing? He just replied, Focus on riding your iron horse. Leave the zombies to me. Hearing that, she chuckled. Then hold on tight, Your Highness. Yin Tianlu and Zhongning had reached the door. A loud noise caught their attention. The wheel that had ruined Ji Yuxian's face appeared. She sped on her warhorse, with him sitting behind, his soul nearly flying away. Sorry, the path is too narrow. Once again, that wheel ran over a not-so-pretty girl. Zhongning was furious, but could do nothing. The path in front of the door is clearly so wide. You're obviously... Before she could finish her sentence, she was trampled by another foot. Everyone ran in a panic. Quick, follow them. Close the door, quick. Finally, the door was closed. The zombies inside continuously pounded on the door, screaming. Under the light filtering through the darkness, Yin Tianlu spoke up as he looked at the scene before him. The entire room is filled with ever-burning lamps. This is the first time I've seen something on this scale. She, however, was busy thinking about something else. Previously, I was assigned the mission to retrieve the national treasure. I've also studied quite a bit of knowledge in this area, and I understand a little about ever-burning lamps. Ever-burning lamps, due to their special construction, are rumored to be inextinguishable, but in the end, this is just a distant wish. She looked at the lamp in front of her. The fact that the oil lamps haven't gone out can only prove that they were lit not long ago. Both she and Yin Tianlu stepped out of the door with light ahead. He wondered if the underground river and the boats from before were the path to guide souls, then perhaps this place can be considered the final realm of souls, the underworld. She quickly stepped out of the door. The sky was strangely clear and blue. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Reward, 500 points. She felt that something wasn't quite right. Does this room connect to the outside world? Why do I feel like this is more like welcoming something's return? She stealthily turned to look behind her. Just as she had guessed, soldiers had surrounded her. While she was trying to understand what was happening, what are you all? Ji Weiyong walked over to clear up her confusion. Since all the officers and soldiers are grateful for you saving their lives, as long as you hand over the Imperial seal, I can consider not pursuing the previous matters. If I could hand it over, I would have done so long ago. Why would I keep it? Now she didn't know what to do either and replied awkwardly, You might not believe me, but the Imperial seal really disappeared on its own. There's nothing I can do. Hearing this, he frowned, speechless with anger. You. The soldiers behind him spoke for him. How could that be? Heroine, this kind of thing is no joke. Protect His Highness. Could she be a spy sent by someone, intentionally making us indebted to her, then looking for a chance to assassinate His Highness? While she was still arguing with this group of people, a light flashed from behind. Bitch, this county mistress will eliminate you today on behalf of Brother Weiyang. I absolutely will not let you bewitch everyone with your demonic words. Zhongning charged towards her like a flash. She dodged this demonic attack in an instant. Not only did it fail to kill her, but her wrist was grabbed instead. Idiot. Announcing your assassination attempt out loud. She struggled. Do you know what crime it is for a commoner to lay hands on a royal? Let me go, you bitch. Suddenly, a pack of wolves appeared out of nowhere, startling everyone who saw them. These wolves, they don't look quite right, do they? One of them spoke up upon seeing the pack of wolves. They're infected with the plague, just like those zombies. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and bewildered. She also looked over. It seemed the plague didn't just spread from person to person, but other creatures weren't immune either. It's unknown what she was thinking, but she immediately kicked Zhongning out. All right, I'll let you go. Go on, you idiot. The girl, who was struggling violently, was suddenly taken aback. I told you to let me go, you bitch. Just as she wished, she kicked her, sending her rolling down the road. The wild wolves' eyes lit up when they saw meat coming their way. A pack immediately chased after Zhongning. The system's voice rang out. Grenade exchange successful. Minus 200 reward points. 300 reward points remaining. At this moment, she held the grenade in her hand and expertly pulled the pin. As expected of a dog's nature to love playing with balls, there was no way to avoid it. With that thought, she threw it straight in, startling everyone. Yin Tianlu shouted, "Fairy sister, she's a county mistress. Are you really going to kill her?" As he finished, a loud explosion went off behind them. Coincidentally, she turned and replied very cinematically, "Not kill her. Save her for the new year." Her face showed no fear. Instead, it carried a hint of heroic spirit. If someone offends me, I must kill them. This is my Su Jinyue's rule of survival. Yin Tianlu and the soldiers trembled upon hearing this. This is truly too fierce. Just then, Ji Weiyang came over and grabbed her hand. You know full well she is a county mistress, a member of the royal family. Without the emperor's order, how dare you kill her on your own? Hearing this, she just let out a scoff. Following that, she approached him, causing him to lose his imposing manner from before. What trick is she trying to pull now? How can there be such a shameless woman in this world? The gossip monger Yin Tianlu didn't miss this opportunity. Do not look at what is improper. Everyone, close your eyes for me. No peeking. Fairy sister, you can't do that. Undoing His Highness's belt in broad daylight? Surprise. There was no romantic scene at all. There was only the scene of her pinching him so hard it stung. He grimaced and shouted, "Crazy woman, what are you doing now?" Only then did she leisurely ask back, "Does it hurt?" She added, "Then isn't that right? Royals are just like commoners. They feel pain, and they were born from parents too. On what ground can royals kill me? But I can't kill royals." As she finished speaking, she went and grabbed his collar. Are the lives of you royals more precious than us commoners? The surrounding soldiers saw this and shouted loudly, "Protect His Highness! Protect His Highness! Release His Highness at once!" Yin Tianlu was no less panicked. "Fairy sister, the crown prince is the heir of the nation. You can't touch him. Let go. Let go. Don't hurt His Highness." Ignoring the world around them, he still looked at her and replied, "Are you saying you want to rebel?" Hearing this, she finally let him go. "Rebel? Rebel against whom? You think you're a level above me? You foolish feudal ruler. I am indulging you. Stop meddling in this lady's business." This time, Yin Tianlu couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "Insolent! Fairy sister, how can you scold His Highness like that? Verbally insulting the crown prince is a capital crime." Just as he finished speaking, he got a whole sword hilt to the head. Ouch! At this moment, he pointed his sword down, striking a heroic and majestic pose as he spoke. "As a monarch, I bear the mandate of heaven." His voice rose with great authority. "This crown prince will follow the mandate of heaven and inherit the great throne. Can I not manage you?" Not as he wished, she didn't tremble, but only found it ridiculous. She walked over to tease the crown prince a bit. "Is His Highness saying that you are my son of heaven?" With a confident air, she feared nothing. "So sorry, my fate is my own, not heaven's. This sister can't stand it. Farewell, see you never." Just as she turned to leave, the system displayed another notification. Achieved 9 instances of physical contact, activating the forever and ever mission. For 9 days, the host cannot be more than 9 meters away from the crown prince. After 9 days, automatically receive 9 reward points. Hearing this, her face immediately darkened. What kind of pun-based, cheap mission is this? He felt he had lost some face, his voice suppressing anger. What kind of logic is that? Her foot took a step back. He immediately pointed his sword at her and ordered, "Men, Seize this troublemaker who speaks such nonsense for me." The soldiers heard the order and replied with a yes, then immediately surrounded her. She wasn't panicked at all. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with the system's words. A 9-day mission for only 9 reward points. Is being this sister's companion that cheap? I'm not doing this loss-making mission. Thinking this, she walked away in annoyance. I don't believe it. I want to leave. Who can possibly stop me? She had only taken a few steps when the system displayed a red warning. Host detected moving more than 9 meters away from the Crown Prince, initiating compulsory footstep mechanism. She was startled. And then she fainted. At the city god temple, it was raining cats and dogs, the sky full of thunder and lightning. Inside the temple, a light flickered. Where am I? At this moment, she woke with a start. Right? It was that damn system that initiated the compulsory mechanism and made me faint. An additional shock upon opening her eyes was that he had cuffed her hands behind her back. She shouted, "What do you want to do?" What's so skillful about taking advantage of a murky situation? She refused to sit still. She struggled with all her might, seeing her squirming like a mosquito larva. He grabbed her hands and questioned her. "Speak. Who exactly sent you as a spy?" As he questioned her, he wrapped a rope around her hands. "The 4th prince? The 2nd prince? Or the barbarian enemy states? Is this plague related to you?" But she still refused to give in. "Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing her like this, he held her tightly and wouldn't let go. Still being stubborn? "It seems if I don't make you suffer some physical pain, you won't confess honestly." But it seems he underestimated her a bit. She twisted her hands for a moment, and the rope loosened. The smile of a winner appeared. "Is that so? I thought you were a chicken, but it turns out you're just chaff." She turned the tables on him. But His Highness's knot-tying technique is quite unprofessional. This is what happens when a master meets a challenger. She provoked him. "How does His Highness want to be tied?" As she spoke, she tied him up. Like this, perhaps. Not stopping there. She got even bolder. Or like this. He was a bit unlucky to have met someone who specializes in capturing criminals. She added, "I'm an expert in restraining criminals, you know. I have many other positions too. I'll teach you slowly, okay?" What did he do now? He had to endure it, of course. Now, in a weaker position, he could only listen to her speak. "So you thought you had me under control?" Suddenly, a person rushed in. Yin Tianlu, still unaware of what was happening, had a cheerful face. "Your Highness, you must be hungry and thirsty, right? I just picked some wild fruits from outside for you to slowly." And so, this child froze solid at the scene before him. His mouth stopped at the word, "Eat." This young man always gets to see the hot scenes. So fierce. Does Fairy Sister want to force herself on him? Thinking this, he spoke up. "My poor Highness, you've never been this miserable. Fairy Sister is so naughty." Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder struck outside, accompanied by a piercing scream that drew everyone's attention. Not good. Something's happened to the soldiers guarding outside. The two of them finally stopped toying with each other. They assumed a combat stance. "I suggest a temporary truce. Prioritize dealing with the trouble at hand." He also drew his sword. Agreed. At this point, Yin Tianlu came over and called softly, "Fairy Sister." He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "His Highness the Crown Prince has always kept himself pure as jade. You mustn't let him down." Hearing this, she scoffed. "Don't worry, I'll give him a proper status." He walked over and gave him a knock on the head. "Truly a waste of food and rice to raise you. So insolent." Yin Tianlu rubbed the lump on his head caused by his own mouth, unable to do anything. Back to the main issue, he felt something was not right. The elite troops all stayed at the border. The ones brought back to the capital are all newly recruited soldiers. As expected, they still lack vigilance. Outside, the piercing screams continued to ring out. Ignoring the wind and rain, he still went out to fight. Do not panic. Form up, attack, and defend simultaneously. Suddenly, a soldier approached, his voice desperate. Your Highness, save me," the man said in helplessness. "I don't want to die. I don't want to." He hadn't been cool for long when he saw this scene and froze. The soldier was still calling, "Your Highness." Then his eyes turned red, which meant the soldier had turned into a zombie. He lost his sanity and lunged at him. He only managed to dodge the attack just in time. At the same time, a bullet flew through the zombie's head before his astonished eyes. A clean shot. The system displayed a notification. Successfully exchanged for 100 violet flame iris bullets, minus 100 reward points, 200 reward points remaining. She also reminded him, "Your Highness's benevolence should be saved for the living." Like master, like servant, their degree of delusion was quite similar. He thought to himself, could I have really misjudged her? This battle had nothing to do with her. She could have escaped during the chaos, but she chose to stay and fight alongside me. As for her, she was only thinking of herself. That's the capitalist mindset. Don't run so fast. If you go past 9 meters, the system will make me faint again. And so, the two of them helped each other. A rare and hard-to-find cinematic shot. Thanks to them, one by one, they were all beaten to a pulp by the two. The bodies piled up. Among them, the fiercest and most dangerous one was still alive. It rushed quickly towards her, intending to land a blow on her. She also seemed to have guessed something. Is this big guy the leader? While thinking, she dodged that blow. It seems these zombies must all be the bandits from the nearby mountains, and she planned to take him down with a fatal blow. Even if it's a zombie, there's no way to overcome the time gap, pitting physical attacks against chemical ones. But beyond her expectations, he was able to block that bullet. She was startled. This big guy actually knows how to block bullets? At this moment, he lunged forward, raising his club to strike her down. In surprise, a sword arrived just in time to block the blow. He was like a hero saving a damsel in distress, except the snarkiness she had passed on to him had already taken deep root. Are you kneeling on the ground to perform marriage rites with him, to become the bandit chief's wife? Hearing that, she stood up and snarked right back to get even. What's wrong? Are you getting impatient? When husband and wife are in harmony, they can even drain the East Sea. How could that Jiangshi withstand that blow? He collapsed, and at the same time, the sword pierced through him as he said to her, "Now you can be a widow." She, providing cover with a gun from behind, retorted, "How could I? Don't I still have to preserve my status for His Highness?" While the two were fighting intensely, only Yin Tianlu was hiding fearfully behind the door. Why do I feel like these two are even scarier than the zombies? After a long struggle, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there weren't many zombies, otherwise it would have been difficult. Looking at the mess the two had just cleared, Yin Tianlu couldn't help but think, not many zombies? It's clear that you're just too formidable. Suddenly, he felt sorry for his own fate. I feel so sorry for His Highness. Will His Highness still be able to manage the affairs of the nation in the future? In the sky at this moment, the cry of a falcon echoed everywhere. Hearing it, she looked up. Why is there a falcon flying in the sky when it's raining? He then explained, that is the Grand Tutor's messenger falcon. Is it your pet that you so skillfully take out the paper? That's great. It seems my old teacher is safe. He read the letter, and it seemed not as good as he had thought. Yun Tianlu came over to ask, Your Highness, what did the Grand Tutor say in the letter? He did not reply, but immediately gave an order. All soldiers, hear my command. Follow me and leave this place at once. As soon as he finished speaking, he mounted his horse. The Grand Tutor said in the letter that Imperial Consort E, relying on the Fourth Prince's private army, has basically suppressed the strange mutation in the capital. They are sending people to search for us. Yun Tianlu panicked. Your Highness, if the abnormal zombies have been suppressed, then we should go back. We just need to explain to the Fourth Prince. Hearing this, he glanced at him. Explain. His voice was full of anger. The Fourth Prince arbitrarily recruited a private army, and Princess Zhongning previously plotted to seize the imperial seal. Their rebellious intentions are clear. He, Ji Yuxian, and Imperial Consort E have long been colluding. From somewhere, a pair of slender hands appeared and wrapped around his waist. He was startled and turned to look. She was also helpless, not enjoying it at all. I don't want to either, but I can't be more than 9 meters away from you. He didn't bother to argue with her and immediately galloped away on his horse. The soldiers behind shouted, How audacious, daring to threaten His Highness. Yin Tianlu was also not pleased, feeling quite indignant. Fairy sister, why are you so infatuated with handsome men? That's His Highness. If you elope with him, what will become of this world? During the journey, she relentlessly teased him. Your Highness, don't be afraid. I've been practicing horse riding since I was a child. Nothing will happen. He blushed, but still replied arrogantly, I'm not worried about that. It's just that. She excitedly asked further, It's just what? He suddenly thought, the dignified crown prince of De Zhou being pulled along on a horse by a woman. What a disgrace. Seeing him silent, she let go. All right, I won't tease Your Highness anymore. I understand what Your Highness means. Somehow, she seemed to have read his mind. If Your Highness feels it's too humiliating to be pulled along by a woman on a horse. Now he was alarmed. What are you doing? It's dangerous. As she finished speaking, she leaped up, timing it to the centimeter as she fell, landing perfectly and hugging him tightly. Then Your Highness can pull me along. Seeing him silent, she pressed her advantage. What's wrong, Your Highness? He looked angry and displeased. You don't keep your word. Ignoring his discomfort, she chuckled with amusement. Yin Tianlu, riding behind, couldn't help but feel sorry for His Highness. Does the teasing have to be so blatant? This face-to-face riding position, isn't it even more humiliating? I feel so sorry for His Highness. He has never been close to women. How can he endure this kind of teasing? At the brightly lit and magnificent imperial palace. Somehow, Ji Yuxian had survived until now. Sitting beside him was Yi Qingsheng. This time, it's thanks to Imperial Uncle having made preparations in advance that we were able to escape this calamity. After I ascend the throne, I will definitely reward Imperial Uncle. The fourth prince, Ji Gongli, then spoke up. Reward? Ji Yuxian, feeling a bit guilty, asked back. What is it, Imperial Uncle? Ji Gongli just gave a cold laugh. Then this prince thanks your highness in advance. The moon was brightly illuminating the entire sky. His voice rang out, dismount and walk to stretch your legs. As he got off the horse, he also instructed if we encounter zombies, don't be too eager to fight. Our goal is the ferry dock on the other side of the town. The soldiers obeyed with a yes, sir. From somewhere, a crying sound was heard, startling Yun Tianlu in fear. Be on guard, there is zombies. Su Jianyue, watching from the side, felt exasperated for him. Have you ever met a zombie that knows how to cry? Over there, a child was wailing and calling out, "Mother, father." Feeling pity, she walked over to ask, "Be good, don't cry anymore. Can you tell big sister what happened?" The child, with teary eyes, looked at her and said while crying, father and mother were taken away by the government officials. Hearing this, he looked around to assess the situation. The lights in every house were on. Could it be that this place was not affected by the plague? After assessing, he turned to say to Yun Tianlu, take the soldiers to a nearby inn to rest and gather some information while you're at it. His eyes turned sharp again. I will go to the government office with this child. The soldiers immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Finally, the three of them stood before the government office. He couldn't help but think, if the abnormal zombies only occurred in the capital, then I don't need to travel by water to Jiangsu to find Divine Dr. Su. I just need to go to the border to find General Meng, mobilize troops, and lead the army back to the capital to purge the treacherous officials and rebels. He felt something was off when he suddenly noticed someone walking beside him. He turned to ask, "Did I give you an order to follow?" She looked at him, too weary to speak. "You think I want to?" Suddenly, terrifying screams echoed from inside. Both of them were startled and went on high alert. Only the little sprout grabbed his hand and called out, "Father," and, at the same time, turned to grab her hand, "Mother." The two looked at each other, full of embarrassment. The child pointed inside and said his father and mother were in there. The two were still not used to this form of address and were very shy. Finally, she was the first to snap out of it. "You two stand still here. I'll go knock on the door." Her head was also throbbing. The 9-meter distance limit really gives one a headache. So she went to knock on the door. In response was a silent void with no answer. Seeing this, she wondered, is no one here? It seems we can only climb the wall to have a look. Suddenly, he walked over, tapped her shoulder, and reminded her gently, we can't. Climbing the wall into a government office is no different from being a common thief. Hearing this, she sneered and took out a small blade. He thought she was about to do something wrong and tried to stop her. What do you want to do? He suddenly became scared. I only contradicted her with one sentence, and she already wants to kill someone. This woman is too vicious. But it seems he was overthinking things. She just inserted it into the door crack and replied, to open the door, of course. She twisted it somehow, and the door actually opened. After finishing the task, she pushed the door open. Your Highness wants to be a gentleman and not climb the wall, so let's use the main gate. That should be fine, right? After speaking, she bowed. After you, Your Highness. He snorted coldly. Such sophistry. In the quiet night, there was only the rustling of leaves and nothing else. That little imp said as he walked, Big sister, going in like this doesn't seem much different from climbing the wall. She replied aggressively, of course there is a difference. Saying that, she glanced at him. It satisfies a certain someone's vanity. Feeling stung, he reached out, lifted her chin, and warned, if you keep talking nonsense, I will shut your mouth. The innocent child suddenly exclaimed, I know. The little boy came and took both their hands. Big brother wants to use his mouth to lock big sister's mouth, right? Just like father and mother. The kid is talented, all right, precociously so. Thanks to that, the two stopped their argument. Instead, an awkward atmosphere descended. She affectionately chided the child. You're so young, yet already so mischievous, knowing how to tease adults. The child giggled slyly. No, I'm telling the truth. Returning to the main issue, he began to use his intelligence to deduce. The lights are all on, but where has everyone gone? We're standing in front of the office, but see nothing. Even the growling sound we heard outside the gate has disappeared. She seemed to have sniffed something out, her keen nose starting to work. This is... A moment later, she recognized the scent and spoke up. The smell of medicinal herbs. Hearing that, he understood the situation. Let's go take a look. Late at night, in the backyard of the government office, a group of people were gathered around a fire as if for a festival. Seeing this scene, he wondered, why are there so many physicians in the backyard of the government office? What kind of medicine are they brewing? She frowned, her voice turning serious. It's the scent of datura flowers. It's the main ingredient of an anesthetic. Hearing her, he turned to look. Anesthetic. She understood the look Ji Wei-yong was giving her and spoke up. Don't look at me like I'm a bad person. I know these things because my Su family is a family of physicians. The more he listened, he seemed to discover a clue and exclaimed, "The Su family? The Su family of Jiangzhou? Could it be that you are the daughter of imperial physician Su?" Su Jianyue, after this long journey, finally revealed who she was. She confidently showed off her personality. That would be this young lady. One would expect a romantic scene, but no. He drew his sword defensively. You are one of Ji Yuxian's people. Every time she heard that name, she would sneer. What do you mean his person? The marriage hasn't even happened yet. Besides, it was a forced marriage. What's this, a child sits where their parents place them? That's just a bad custom of you ancient people. This sister here doesn't acknowledge this marriage. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The guard had sniffed out the two and shouted loudly, "Who are you? How dare you sneak into the government office in the middle of the night?" Suddenly, he saw the boy cowering beside her and grew suspicious. But wait, isn't this child from that household from before? He looked at the two bickering over there, his heart full of doubt. Could this man and woman be helping the child find someone? Then he regained his composure, stood tall, and clenched his fist. But that's not quite right. If they were on the same side, then why would the man be holding a sword to the woman's neck? Damn it. Based on my 10 years of experience as a constable, I can't figure out their intentions or relationship at all. Experts. These two are definitely experts. At this moment, he finally spoke up to question them. Speak. Who on earth sent you? When a good deed is met with trouble, they both shouted in unison without planning, "Shut up." He ignored that guy and focused completely on her, asking, "Who on earth sent you?" It was the first time that guy had encountered such a situation. Damn it, that's the question I wanted to ask. It's as if this captain has run out of questions to ask. He continued to ask, but was beautifully ignored by her. The other guy's blood rushed to his head. Unable to bear this frustration, he growled, "Are you two done arguing? Do you really think this captain doesn't exist?" Saying that, he angrily drew his saber. "Hurry up and drop your weapons and surrender with your hands tied." Seeing someone throwing a tantrum, he looked back with disgust. When he put down his saber, she knew she was in the clear this time. That's more like it. Given the current situation, we should advance and retreat together first. Then she turned and didn't forget to thank the other gentleman. "Many thanks, brother." The two of them had been treating him like thin air this whole time. Who could bear this frustration? He never expected to be looked down upon like this. "Thanks my ass. You two are surrounded by us. How dare you joke with this captain? Men, seize them for me." At this moment, she returned to her role and replied, "No, it is you who are surrounded by me." Saying that, she activated the system. Secret art, fire technique, black iron 1 star. The whole crowd panicked upon seeing this. Sorcery. This woman knows sorcery. A circle of light spun around them, making them panic even more. "Captain, this is bad. There's a fire." "Shut up. This captain has eyes and can see." He was scared just watching from the side, let alone them. Secret art, a strange technique. This woman is indeed a secret art master. After she was done, smoke filled the area around her. The little boy cheered, "Big sister, are you a goddess? Did you make all this smoke?" Hearing such an innocent question, she replied casually, as if it were nothing. "No, this is anesthetic smoke." Hearing this, he froze, hurriedly covering his mouth and nose, but it was too late. "If you knew, why didn't you tell us to hold our breath?" At times like this, all you need is a bright smile and an optimistic soul. I only knew after I smelled it, too. He was speechless. He did it on purpose. Saying that, both she and he fainted. This was all part of the plan. Of course, she was deliberately teasing him. In the current situation, we couldn't possibly get information from the mouths of government officials. The three of them just fell into a deep sleep. The only way was to play along and see what they were really up to. In a dark place, growling sounds echoed. Because of those sounds, she slowly woke up. What greeted her eyes were ferocious living dead. Since she had just woken up and wasn't prepared to defend herself, she was a little panicked. She instinctively moved back and bumped into someone. Yes, it was him, Ji Weiyang. He still held a grudge from before. Bumping into me, trying to swindle money again? Now is not the time. Hearing that, she woke up instantly. She then stood up and said, "Your Highness, tell me, did I bump into you, or did you proactively come and catch me?" Encountering someone who talked back like this for the first time, he was also rendered speechless. "You." The roars continued to echo from afar. From somewhere, a strange voice rang out. "It seems my anesthetic smoke gave you two a good sleep, huh?" Two men, one fat and one thin, one tall and one short, approached with contempt. Just woke up and already so energetic. At this moment, she had sized them up from head to toe. The prison was full of the living dead. But luckily, there were no spare cells, so they locked us in the same one. If I were more than 9 meters away from the crown prince, it would be troublesome. The pot-bellied man, annoyed by her staring, spoke up. "You lowly woman, you truly have no manners. A mere commoner dares to look directly at this official. Lower your head." She was good at many things, but best at talking back to people. "My lord, your official authority is so great." That man pointed straight at her face. "I'm warning you, wench, don't use that tone with this official, or else you'll see." As soon as he finished speaking, she reached out to him, conveniently grabbing his head, making him yelp. Ouch! She didn't feel satisfied yet. "My lord, you were too far away just now. I couldn't hear clearly." A sinister smile appeared on her face. "Now that we're a little closer, could I trouble you to say that one more time?" The fat man couldn't bear the pain. He immediately humbled himself. "Heroine, spare my life. It hurts so much. Please let go, let go." Seeing the situation, the thin man next to him shouted loudly. "You'd think he'd been invisible until now. Bold commoner, how dare you strike a court-appointed official? Do you not want to live anymore?" As soon as he finished speaking, she pushed the fat man's head down even harder. "Which of your eyes saw me hit him?" Finally deciding to submit, the fat official spoke up. "Great-grandmother, please spare my life. Advisor, shut your mouth for me. Are you trying to get me killed?" Seeing this, the thin man also began to beg. Yes, this subordinate misspoke. The young lady indeed did not hit the magistrate. She only used the cell bars to clamp his head. At this moment, Ji Weiyang coughed lightly a few times so that people wouldn't forget he existed. "All right, that's enough. Let me talk to them." Since he had spoken, she let go. She was having so much fun, she had forgotten her main mission. "That's right, I still have to extract information from their mouths." The thin man went over to check on him, his face pale. "My lord, are you all right?" The old man angrily slapped him. "Get lost. What do you mean only use the cell bars to clam my head?" Released like a tiger back into the forest, the old man's attitude changed instantly. "This shrewish woman has no martial ethics. I advise you to know your place." At this moment, the little boy groggily woke up, as if seeing something that startled him. In front of him was a living dead, but he ran towards it, calling out as he ran, "Father, mother." Seeing him about to rush over, she immediately shouted, "Don't go there." She wanted to stop him. He cried while demanding to go over. "Let me go. Big sister, let me go. I have to go to my father and mother." She comforted him. "They are no longer your father and mother." The boy still didn't believe it was true. "Big sister, you're lying. That's clearly my father and mother." He couldn't just stand and watch, and immediately yelled straight at the official. "You treacherous official. You enjoy the court stipend, but fail to fulfill your duties as an official, instead causing disaster." This treacherous official's face immediately turned smug. "Who do you think you are, calling me a treacherous official? Do you think you're the emperor? This official has 100 ways to kill you, and all you can do is endure it." And the two of them laughed loudly. "All you can do is endure it." His face darkened, his eyebrows knitting together as he issued a challenge. "Try me." This treacherous official felt a little intimidated. "What's going on?" He just gave me one look, and my legs instantly went soft. It's like standing in front of an enraged giant dragon. The thin man came over to reassure him. "My lord, let's go. Why bother with two commoners? They'll become the living dead soon enough anyway." As if grabbing a life raft, he immediately agreed. "Right, turn them into the living dead, to be used for concocting the elixir of immortality." Hearing them say this, he grasped the information. The elixir of immortality. Turning to see the little boy endlessly calling, father, mother. She also thought about what they had said. Could it be that they concocted so much anesthetic smoke? The answer is singular, and perhaps she had figured something out. To anesthetize the living dead? Don't tell me they think the living dead state is a form of eternal life and want to find the secret of immortality from them. An image of the emperor enjoying peace and bliss appeared. He immediately refuted. Absurd. Since ancient times, not a few monarchs have consumed immortal pills, only to die a premature and sudden death because of it. A lowly, bumbling official dares to pursue such a pipe dream? Hearing this, she slowly explained. Immortality is merely a legend that fascinates those who scheme for eternal life. For your highness, to have such an awareness is a blessing for the nation. Mianer looked up at her with teary eyes. Big sister, aren't you a goddess? I beg you, please save my father and mother. He didn't forget to offer repayment with all he had. As long as you save them, I will give you the candied lotus seeds I've been saving for you to eat. She caressed him and agreed. All right, I promise you. He stood silently watching them. Hearing that, the boy's face lit up again. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? She made a pinky promise. A promise is a promise. A goddess would never lie. Let's make a pinky promise. The little boy stood up and said to the two living dead, Father, mother, did you hear that? Big sister has agreed to save you. She's a goddess. If she says she'll save you, she definitely will. She turned to look at him and saw that he seemed to want to say something. Does your highness have something to say? He intended to remain silent, but hearing her question, he replied, You shouldn't lie to him. Vague hope, in the end, always causes more pain than complete despair. Hearing that, she chuckled. It seems that despite your cold appearance, you're actually a warm-hearted man. Then she explained to him, sometimes a white lie is also a form of protection. Your highness, rest assured, I will handle this matter well myself. The roars echoed once more, and another voice called out, drawing their attention again. Quick, hold it down. Use your strength to hold it. 3 people were holding down a living dead, urging, pour it in, pour the anesthetic in. Captain, these living dead are too strong. We can't hold it down. For some reason, she asked with goodwill, along with a gentle reminder. Did that idiot tell you to give anesthetic to the living dead? She scoffed at these idiots. Do you really think the living dead can be knocked unconscious? One of them turned back and replied to her smugly. Are you teaching me how to do my job? He raised his saber threateningly. You two have discovered the government's secret. The magistrate and the advisor have already given instructions. We must turn you two into the living dead. His face became more sinister. Now I will deal with you two first. At this moment, he appeared, speaking in a manly, deep voice. You dare. He still wouldn't give up until he was faced with grim reality. He still held his head high. Ridiculous. What is there that I wouldn't dare? Do you not understand the current situation? He walked over and grabbed his collar smugly. You pampered young master, you're about to die and you don't even know it. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber fell on his foot. In this world, he was probably the only one that's stupid. Damn, I forgot about the saber in my hand. He was a bit idle. He didn't even have to do anything and his opponent had already taken himself out. Nice. The other guy screamed loudly. It must have hurt a lot. At this moment, she just stood by and observed silently. Based on what she had, she formulated a strategy. The investigation is almost complete. We should get out of here. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. The zombies were gnawing on the people from before. One of them cried for help. Constable, save me. Please, sir, save me. Not only did he not help, but he even stepped on the man's hand. Save you? You're about to die. Just obediently wait to turn into a living dead. As long as you all die, I can spin this story however I want. As he spoke, he dangled a bunch of keys in his hand. A crazed, ravenous horde of zombies rushed out. The entire prison was now just a flood of zombies pouring out. He ran outside, his face full of glee. I've released all the living dead. Let them gnaw until not a single bone is left. Then I can frame whoever I want, can't I? The horde of zombies finally reached the 3 of them. He was concerned. A little concerned, yes. The living dead have all gathered around us. We can't get out the main gate anymore. With that, he turned to her and said, Did you intentionally provoke that constable, pushing him to this point so he would think we were as good as dead? Facing the roaring horde of zombies, he continued to elaborate, as if he had figured out her solution. To easily use him to spread the news of our deaths to the people in the government office, creating a fake death for us. Convenient for our future actions, right? If you have an escape route, use it now. Seeing the scene and hearing his words, she was brimming with confidence. The system displayed a notification. Successfully exchanged for a wall-breaking hammer. -10 reward points. 190 reward points remaining. As soon as the words appeared, the wall was smashed open. She turned to him, not forgetting to strike an action heroine pose. Your Highness, what are you muttering about over there by yourself? Let's go. He had anticipated something, but he didn't think she could go this far. Yin Tianlu always said she was fierce, and it turns out that wasn't baseless. The moon was already high in the sky tonight. Elsewhere, a Taoist priest cheered with excitement. It's a success, my lord. The immortality pill has been successfully refined. Inside the alchemy room, many people were standing around as the Taoist priest handed it to the fat official from before. You've worked hard, Taoist master. This official and the local gentry will certainly not treat you poorly. He stood confidently and declared loudly, everyone, the news is that we have joined forces to contain the epidemic. We secretly locked up all the infected people in town and used the flesh and blood of the living dead to refine an immortal elixir. Now that this immortality pill has been created, who wants to be the first to become an immortal? He had no intention of becoming a guinea pig himself. Whether this pill is effective or if there are any dangers is not yet clear. Someone needs to test it first. At this, everyone hesitated. Well, on the roof, he and she heard the conversation inside crystal clear. She looked up at him and asked, "Did you hear that, Your Highness?" He was somewhat indignant. These crazy bastards. She looked at the current situation. If things are this clear, her eyes turned cold and sharp. Then let's just kill them all. Inside, the silence was broken by an urgent voice. My lord, it's bad. The warden from earlier ran in. My lord, that damn couple escaped from prison, causing all the living dead in the cells to run out. But this lowly one did his best to make sure they were eaten by the living dead too. Your secret of using the living dead to make pills will definitely not be revealed. The corrupt official, seeing a guinea pig walk right into the cage, went over and said, not bad. This official will reward you with this newly refined immortality pill. With that, he handed him the freshly made pill. Ignorance truly is bliss. The warden was smug. Thank you, my lord. Without another word, he swallowed it. He continued to report, but my lord, our plan now should be to first figure out how to deal with the living dead that escaped from the prison. Just as he finished speaking, the roof above was smashed to pieces, and he and she jumped down like in an action movie. Well said. I also agree with the constable. She held the gun in her hand excitedly. So now I'll lure the living dead over here. Convenient for you all to deal with that? With that, she fired a few shots to scare them, like a beauty preparing to attack, but not forgetting to taunt them. Don't thank me too much. Seeing the two of them, the warden was horrified. How are you two still alive? At the same time, he wondered about the gun in her hand. What is that fire-spitting stick she's holding? At the same time, the horde of zombies had arrived at the door. Seeing this, the corrupt official kicked him. Useless trash, what kind of job did you do? Now you've gotten us all killed. He clutched his stomach, both scared and confused. You crazy shrew, have you lost your mind? You led the living dead here. You won't survive either. She activated it again. The system displayed a notification. Successfully exchanged for a grappling hook gun. -20 reward points, 170 reward points remaining. She also spoke up. I'll tell you a secret, this big sister can fly. As she finished speaking, the gun shot out a line. Its head latched firmly onto the roof above. At this point, it was a beauty saving the hero. She went to his side, wrapped an arm around his waist, and reminded him, hold on tight, Your Highness. With that, the two of them made their escape. They both stood above, watching the amusing scene before them. He hadn't been able to relax his brow this whole time. Seeing this, she teased him. Why the long face, Your Highness? Let me guess, is it because I'm so strong it makes Your Highness look like a little follower? He walked over, snatched the gun, and warned her, don't get delusional. He took the gun and fired it towards the next building. He wrapped his arm around her waist as if to assert something. You think you can guess my thoughts? She was somewhat stunned by his current expression. And so, the two of them flew off once more. But this time, he was the one leading. Below her, all dead bodies will fly straight out. She laughed with great amusement. This personality that refuses to be outdone, isn't it just like a little schoolboy? As the two flew over the chaos below, a familiar cry rang out. Father, Mother, how are you? "It's me, Mjolnir." She noticed what was below and looked down with a start. "This foolish kid, didn't I tell him to wait for us outside?" Mjolnir was surrounded by a horde of zombies. She turned to him and said, "We have to save him." He stopped her from acting recklessly. "There's so many living dead down there. You can't save him. It's a meaningless sacrifice, just seeking your own death." Knowing that words wouldn't work now, she resorted to a honey trap. Her hand slid along his neck as she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Your Highness, what are you thinking? What I thought was a romance turned out to be a farce." She grabbed his collar and shouted, "What do you mean I can't save him? That it's just seeking my own death?" With that, she pulled him down to join the fun. "You're coming with this big sister." And so, they both fell, her other hand firing the gun continuously. She jumped down, grabbed a zombie's head, and forcefully snapped its neck. She leaped up skillfully, leaving the child wide-eyed. He called out softly, "Big sister." She activated the system. Exchange, Flame Blade, successful, minus 100 reward points. 70 reward points remaining. She looked at the child and called back, "Hey kid, if you don't want to die, get over here." Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the boy from behind. She yelled, "Behind you." A blade mercilessly flashed past the zombie. A familiar pair of legs stood up. He, not to be outdone, advised the boy, Go to your big sister." The little boy, his eyes still wet with tears, ran while calling out, his voice trembling as if about to break. "It's brother-in-law." At the same time, a heavy-set official rushed over with surprising speed. "Big sister, I don't want to die either. Let me come to your side too." Su Jianyue stood there like a cold steel statue. Her eyes narrowed, her brows furrowed slightly, every line on her face showing an unmasked, hard anger. I have never met someone so shameless. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched a kick straight into his face. She stood tall, shoulders straight, her posture exuding a pride that seemed to thicken the air around her. This flame blade itself is nothing special. Its only special feature is that it can be used in combination with my fire-based secret art. Other than that, it's completely useless. To put it bluntly, it's because I'm poor, not enough reward points, so I couldn't choose. In another corner, the fat official was frantically urging the Taoist priest, his voice as sharp as a dull blade. "Taoist master, hurry up and think of something. Quickly use your immortal arts to subdue these living dead." The Taoist master lowered his head and stammered out a short sound. "Well," the fat official growled reproachfully, his words stinging like thorns. "Taoist master, you're not a fraud, are you?" His eyes bulged, his face purple with rage. "If that's really the case, before we get eaten by the living dead, we will definitely kill you first." The Taoist master stood there, his lips turned down in a difficult position, sweat trickling down his back. "I am screwed. I originally just planned to scam them and run. Who knew it would turn out like this? If I knew immortal arts, would I be here serving these good-for-nothings?" Suddenly, he pointed directly at one person, trying to conjure a sliver of hope as he shouted, "He has eaten the immortality pill. He now has an immortal body. As long as you drink his blood and eat his flesh, you won't be infected even if bitten by the living dead." At that moment, a selfish whisper echoed in the Taoist master's heart. "I don't care anymore. I'll stall for as long as I can." Hearing this, all eyes, sharp as needles, turned in unison towards the person who was pointed out, causing him to fluster. "My lords, don't listen to his nonsense." But before he could finish, the crowd rushed forward as if they had gone mad, baring their teeth, clawing and tearing. The voice of one of them rang out, full of cunning. "It was this official who bestowed the immortality pill upon you. Now is the time for you to repay this official. If we hadn't helped him, how could he have refined the immortality pill? We also have a share in his flesh and blood." The tormented man, before his last breath faded, still choked out with his remaining strength, "You bastards, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Screams and tearing sounds echoed all around, a scene like a brutal play that would make any witness tremble in fear. A person nearby collapsed to the ground, their trembling voice uttering a question as if interrogating their own conscience. Why did it turn out like this? Su Jianyue stood silently amidst the battlefield, her eyes as cold as ice, but her heart stirred slightly. In this world, only the sun and the human heart cannot be looked at directly. In the realm of morality, what is more terrifying than any plague is the human heart. The court officials were now no different from maggots, swarming to tear apart the unfortunate official with brutal cruelty. "Hey, don't eat it all. Leave some for me. Get lost. I haven't had much yet. I wonder how much we have to eat to avoid turning into zombies." The fat official turned his head. His eyes gleamed eerily as he looked towards Su Jianwei. You haven't been bitten to death by the zombies yet? He laughed savagely, wiped his mouth with the hem of his robe, and exhaled as if declaring a new destiny. We are no longer afraid of the living dead. Instead, all of you must die. All of you will become one of them. Once you become zombies, this official will use you to continue refining pills. Su Jianwei remained silent, sitting like a steel monument atop the pile of corpses. Her voice was icy and calm, as if she were evaluating a farce. Do you really think so? Before she could finish, the unified shouts of soldiers echoed from a distance. Arrows rained down like needles, and Yin Tianlu led his troops, arriving right behind them as reinforcements. Your Highness, we were late in coming to your aid. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Crown Prince Ji Weiyang walked over to stand beside Su Jianwei and asked, how did you know they would come? Su Jianwei calmly replied, as composed as if she had foreseen everything. Earlier, I told Mianer to wait for us outside. Your Highness was releasing a messenger falcon. What else could it be for, other than to call Yin Tianlu and his men for backup? The fat official narrowed his eyes. A sense of doubt filled his face, which was already swollen with rage. Your Highness, could he be? Su Jianwei's lips curled into a smirk. She replied in a slow voice, Official, you must have forgotten the words you just spoke. The official's face stiffened. Who do you think you are? And you, treacherous official, do you think you're the emperor? Su Jianwei remained as calm as a rock in a storm. He is indeed not the emperor. He is merely the crown prince. Her words fell crisply and coldly, as if casting a layer of fog over all illusions. Hearing this, the official felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. How can this be? He's a crown prince? I am doomed. Even so, he refused to give up, his mumbles escaping as if trying to grasp at an excuse. No, why would the dignified crown prince appear in a poor, desolate village like this? I think he must be an imposter. So what if he is the real crown prince? The warden took the immortality pill, and we only ate his flesh and blood. The words flew out like a savage self-justification, revealing a mind twisted by ambition and fear. We are now living immortals. We're not even afraid of zombies. So why the hell would we be afraid of the crown prince? This barbaric she-monkey, trying to use someone else's power to intimidate this official? Utterly ridiculous. At this, Su Jianwei slowly advanced, her demeanor feigning friendliness as if to take advantage of the situation. Do you really think so? He clung to that comforting thought and stammered in reply. Wait, what do you want to do? Take this official's advice. Violence solves nothing. Without waiting any longer, her movements were as swift as lightning, and a cold palm strike landed on his face. She stood up. With a composed look, her voice was like an unforgiving verdict. Violence doesn't solve problems, but it does relieve anger. From a distance, the child stood with wide eyes, watching the scene before him with pure astonishment. His heart felt like it would leap out of his chest when he saw his father and mother tied up. Father, mother. But the only reply was the cold silence of the one holding the ropes tight. The trap was cinched around the adults, making the scene suddenly bleak. A portly official sneered, tossing the child up as if playing, his words full of provocation. Weren't you so capable just now? Why are you like this now? Come on, come and hit me. It made the small chest feel like it would burst. The child struggled helplessly, his pleading cries echoing everywhere. Let me go, you bastard. I want my father and mother. But those pleas did not move any of the evil hearts. The official showily brought the child closer to his father. All right, this official will take you to them. Seeing this, Su Jianwei could not stand by and watch. She lunged forward with the speed of cutting wind. Yin Tianlu drew his bow, and a decisive reply came back, yes. Amidst the chaos, one of Su Jianwei's moves was like a thunderclap in a quiet sky. She sprang forward, softly chanting the move's name, Weak Dog's Mad Bark. A flame blade shot straight like an arrow through the fat official's chest. A cold whisper from Su Jianwei was heard, not even sparing a passerby. Don't they still think they're so powerful? The Taoist master, horrified, couldn't believe his eyes and thought, what kind of technique is this? This woman is not human at all. The officials stared wide-eyed and stammered. Official, Taoist father, you dare to shoot a court official to death? Is there still any law and order? Like a thunderclap in broad daylight. Crown Prince Ji Weiyang was furious. Law and order? The king comes first, the law second. What's more, as the heir to the royal family, even the king is beneath me. I allowed her to do it. If anyone disobeys, they die. Although the fat official had been pierced through the chest by the flame blade, blood was gushing from his wound. But the bizarre thing was that his massive body began to tremble violently and then slowly stood up, leaving all the other officials stunned into silence. A few who were already trembling with fear now had their eyes light up. The official isn't dead. We truly have immortal bodies. So why are we still kneeling to him? Kill him. Let's return to the capital. We should be the kings. Su Jianyue stood at a distance, watching the chaotic scene. The wind blew, causing her hair to flutter. Kings? Are you still dreaming? It's more like you're about to become the dead. Each word was like a knife, slashing directly at their illusions. She didn't stop there. Su Jianyue coldly lifted his head up, a gory scene unfolding. Take a good look. He has already become a zombie. As soon as her words fell, the officials collapsed to their knees, their choked sobs echoing continuously. It's over. We're all done for. This time, not only did we fail to achieve immortality, but we're also going to have our lives cut short and become zombies. Su Jianyue's lips curled. Her eyes remained as cold as before. Immortality. After all, as mortals, you shouldn't covet things that do not belong to mortals. Just then, a dry laugh rang out. It was the Taoist master. A bunch of vulgar mortals. What are you so anxious about? This master has a way to save you. The world is balanced, valuing the harmony of yin and yang. The immortality pill is an object of extreme yang. You must absorb an object of extreme yin to turn danger into safety. Then he raised his head and deliberately spoke loudly to stir everyone's greed. You have all encountered great fortune. This master has calculated it. This woman is the object of extreme yin. As long as you eat her flesh and blood, you will not be poisoned by the immortality pill's yin toxicity and will sprout wings to ascend as immortals. Yun Tianlu stood beside them watching the scene, his brows furrowed, his eyes helpless. Eating again? Why do I feel like this Taoist priest is the real villain? Ji Weiyang stood next to him, his sharp gaze fixed on the Taoist master, his voice calm but filled with sarcasm. Be a little more confident. Drop the words, I feel like. Yun Tianlu replied with naive honesty, But your highness, if I drop them, my previous sentence won't flow smoothly. The reply was so innocent that Ji Weiyang could only let out a soft sigh. Bury them all in the ground right now. That sound made it seem as if heaven and earth held their breath. The army of soldiers immediately shouted in unison, yes. In that moment, the officials had still not fully come to their senses. Their eyes were bloodshot, the whites nearly gone, and their mouths chanted in unison the phrase that had become a demonic spell, immortality. Then charged forward as one. Amidst the chaotic scene, Yin Tianlu said loudly in anger, What is wrong with these people? They still believe the nonsense of this Taoist priest. Su Jianyue paused slightly amidst the falling embers. Faint images appeared in her mind. They're like drowning people at sea, desperately clinging to the last life-saving straw, even if it doesn't actually exist. On the other side, Crown Prince Ji Weiyang tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Fall into formation. Prepare to meet the enemy. A series of soldiers responded in unison, yes. Su Jianyue then stepped forward, her voice calm, but full of determination. Wait. If they are charging at me, then let me handle it. Before she could finish, the deformed figures, half human, half zombie, staggered closer. Eat her flesh, ascend to immortality. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jianyue spun around, her sword flashing like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness. I can't help you ascend to immortality, but... Then she decisively aimed the gun barrel straight at the enemy's forehead. Her icy gaze was like the fires of hell. This sister can help you ascend to heaven. A deafening gunshot rang out, mixed with the sound of swords striking bone and heart-wrenching screams. The ground seemed to tremble. Amidst the thick gray smoke, the Taoist master's face turned pale. He backed away, muttering, These stupid gentry are so easy to fool. Just keep risking your lives to block those people for me. With the leg strength I've trained from running these past few years, not even a horse can catch me. No one can hope to catch me. However, the roar of an engine sounded from behind him. Where are you going, Taoist master? He shuddered, turning around just in time to see the bright headlights of a vehicle shining straight into his face. Oh, how is this possible? This iron horse can actually catch up to me? At this thought, he lowered his voice and begged, "Heroine, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Just pretend someone like me never existed in this world. Spare my life." But the only reply was a voice as cold as a knife's edge. "I can agree to half of your request." He asked in confusion, "Which half?" and only heard a scream echoing in the wind. "You're finished." In the distance, where a faint light still flickered, the child's parents were still tied up, with countless soldiers pointing their spears at them. The child struggled in Yun Tianliu's arms, tears streaming down his face. "Father, mother, let my father and mother go. Please don't hurt them." Su Jianyue walked closer, her eyes flashing with determination. "What are you all still standing there for? Quickly deal with the last two zombies." The entire army fell silent. Only Yun Tianlu spoke softly, his voice hesitant. But this child... Suddenly, the sound of gunshots rang out, 2 clean and decisive shots. The child collapsed, letting out a tragic wail. "Father, mother." Yun Tianlu whipped around, his eyes trembling. "Fairy sister." But Su Jinhua only spoke coldly, word by word. "Useless compassion is nothing but hypocrisy." Her voice deepened, echoing through the empty space. "You are afraid of hurting the kid, unwilling to kill this zombie couple. But letting him see his parents like this is, on the contrary, even crueler." The child rushed forward, his face streaked with tears, his voice choked. "You liar! Didn't you promise me you would save my father and mother?" "Why?" Su Jianyue did not answer, only saying softly, "Miana, look what that is." A notification panel appeared, successfully exchanged for a complete memory projection. -70 reward points, remaining 0 reward points. Before him, his parents stood waving and calling softly. "Miana!" Miana cried out in happiness. "Father, mother!" Yun Tianliu's eyes widened, his hand covering his mouth as his voice trembled. "This is too miraculous. Divine arts, this is truly divine arts." As for Crown Prince Ji Weiyang, he stood still, his eyes as deep as an abyss, thinking, magic? To be able to use magic so unpredictably. Who in the world is she? Su Jianyue crossed her arms and sighed softly. What divine arts? Life and death are no laughing matter. Without power, once you're dead, you're nothing. But the living must carry on with hope, must continue to live well. Mianer walked through the faint glow, thinking that if he just ran a little further, he could rush into that warm embrace. But as his foot reached them, his body passed right through them. Mianer was stunned, his joyful smile vanishing. His trembling eyes looked at the 2 figures that were gradually turning transparent. "Father, mother, what's wrong with you? Why can't Mianer touch you? Do you have some strange illness?" Mianer's mother looked at him gently. Her voice was as light as a breeze. "Father and mother are fine. Mianer must remember to eat his meals well. And don't kick off the blanket when you sleep at night." His father was also beside him, his gaze stern yet gentle. "A man should be strong. Don't cry. Father and mother have to go to a very faraway place. You must take good care of yourself." With that, the 2 figures gradually faded into a silver mist. Mianer panicked, reaching out to chase after them. "Father, mother," he looked up at the sky, tears mixing with his ragged breaths. "Don't go. Mianer isn't grown up yet. Mianer still has so much to say to you." His parents only turned back to smile gently, like the moon's reflection on water, so close yet untouchable. Mianer collapsed onto the ground, a choked call escaping him. "Father, mother." Su Jianyue witnessed it all and frowned slightly. "Mianer, your father and mother have a message they wanted me to pass on to you. They said they want you to take good care of their most important possession for them." Mianer looked up, his eyes red and swollen. "My father and mother's most important possession. What is it?" Su Jianyue let out a soft laugh. "It's you silly boy." Mianer lowered his head, pressing his lips together tightly. "Try not to cry." Su Jianyue gently reached out and patted his head, her voice soft. "Mianer, is there anything you want to say to me?" The boy replied with a tremble in his voice. "Sister, don't lie to me. I know everything. Father and mother have gone to a very faraway place. They will never come back." Su Jianyue looked at the boy in silence, seeing that his eyes no longer held innocence, but a painful understanding beyond his years. Then suddenly, Mianer raised his tiny hand. His giggling voice was mixed with a sob. "Here's a candied lotus seed for you, sister." Su Jianyue gently touched his cheek, her eyes glistening as if about to shed tears. Mionar, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. Mionar quickly shook his head. You didn't lie to me, sister. Father and mother were saved. They've all become stars in the sky, and fairies don't lie. Su Jianhua pressed her lips together and hugged the boy. Right, fairies don't lie. Therefore, I am not a fairy. Just then, Yin Tianlu walked over from a distance. His cloak fluttered lightly in the wind, and then he stopped solemnly. Your Highness, it has been arranged. I have given a lot of silver and entrusted the boy to a family's care. Then his eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous glint. His voice drawled with a hint of flattery. So, fairy sister, I have a fiancée I've never met. I don't know where she is either. Can you help me conjure her up? Su Jianhua whipped around. Her gaze was so cold it could stop the wind. Get lost. Fairies don't hand out wives. Go find one with your own abilities. Yin Tianlu gave a sly smile. Fairy sister is as fierce as ever, isn't she? That's right. Your Highness, why didn't we bring that boy with us? He's quite adorable. Ji Weiyang's voice rang out, full of reason. We're still on our way to deal with the plague in unresolved areas. Bringing him along would be very inconvenient. Moreover, the capital is also sending people to capture us. It's not safe for him to be with us. But Yin Tianlu just laughed, without a care in the world. Don't we have Fairy Sister here? Nothing is a problem. Could it be that your Highness doesn't want to have a child with Fairy Sister? That boy is very cute. It would be great if you two adopted him. Ji Weiyang immediately frowned. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Is the Right Guard commander also in charge of arranging the Crown Prince's marriage and heirs? Yin Tianlu was startled, then pretended to cry out in alarm. Fairy sister, your little brother is in danger. Please come save me quickly. Late at night, in the imperial palace, darkness fell like a thin black silk curtain. In that silent atmosphere, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall's doors. Then a soldier in silver armor hurriedly knelt on one knee in the middle of the hall. Second Prince, Your Highness the Imperial Consort, a scout has reported back. The Crown Prince's whereabouts have been discovered in Qinghe Town, 500 miles outside the capital. At the same time, the daughter of Imperial Physician Su is also with the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Ji Yuxian's face darkened. His eyes seemed to flash with angry sparks. What else is there to report? Quickly dispatch the dragon cavalry to pursue them. Capture them, dead or alive. The soldier trembled and bowed his head. Yes, but just as he was about to withdraw, the Imperial Consort's gentle yet authoritative voice rang out. Wait, summon the Grand Tutor to the palace to discuss matters first. Yes, Yuxian frowned. His sharp gaze swept over her. That old man is Ji Weiyang's teacher. He is probably still secretly loyal to Ji Weiyang. What does she want with him? Yi Qingsheng did not answer immediately, only smiling faintly. Then she slowly moved closer to him. That bitch Su Jianhua is also with the Crown Prince? She killed the old zombie emperor with her sword. Everyone in the Imperial Guard saw it. We just need to hide the fact that the old emperor had already become a zombie at that time. She reached out and gently stroked his cheek. Her fingertips were cold and sweet like a snake slithering over his skin. What do you think would happen if the Crown Prince received a letter from the Grand Tutor, telling him that his father's killer is right before his eyes? Ji Yuxian narrowed his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up. You truly are my good mother consort. Your son really loves you to death. Yi Qingsheng glanced at him, her voice a mix of pouting and seduction. You're terrible. Just as the sky brightened, a figure in a Taoist robe was running frantically along the road leading out of town. He glanced at the deeply carved words. Docking is strictly forbidden without the permission of the authorities. He grimaced, panting heavily. Damn it, I just received news that they are about to arrive at the ferry dock. But I still couldn't catch up. Sweat soaked his forehead. The Taoist master clenched his sleeves, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Not only did the fairy and His Highness the Crown Prince spare me, they even appointed me as the new county magistrate, yet I couldn't seize the opportunity to atone for my crimes. A few months ago, a group of pirates appeared on this great river. The authorities sent people to capture them many times to no avail. Helpless, they could only blockade the ferry dock. These vicious pirates don't rob for money or women. They specialize in kidnapping men. It is said that the pirate leader likes to eat men's hearts. They capture people just to satisfy his sick craving. The more he thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. On the other side, Crown Prince Ji Weiyang sat majestically and said, "Who exactly sent you?" The Crown Prince frowned, his gaze fixed on her. Waves of speculation arose in his heart. Based on her identity, It's possible she's one of Ji Yuxian's people, but why would she go against Yi Qingsheng? Yi Qingsheng is Ji Yuxian's ally. Could it be that they were putting on an act for me before? On the other side, Yun Tianlu was crying silently. Wait, Your Highness, I have something to say. The grudge is between you and Fairy Sister. Why are you punishing me for it? Ji Weiyang paid him no mind and replied coldly. Trouble comes from a loose tongue. You talk too much. Shut up. Su Jianyue tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her voice was soft yet provocative. Your Highness, why don't you come a little closer? Put your ear next to mine. I'm afraid someone else might hear. Yun Tianlu gaped at the two of them, screaming in despair in his heart. If you're so afraid of being overheard, then you should get up and untie me. The distance between the two of them grew closer and closer. The Crown Prince's voice was deep and hoarse. Speak, who exactly sent you? Su Jianhua leaned close to his ear. Her whispering voice carried a mischievous smile. Actually, I'm a fairy sent down from heaven to rescue you. This is a secret. Your Highness must absolutely not tell anyone else. Yi Weiyang sighed softly. His face clearly showed his exasperation. Are you kidding me? Su Jianyue immediately straightened up. Her voice boomed. It seems Your Highness's mind is working just fine. I've said it countless times. I wasn't sent by anyone. Important things must be said 3 times. Are you deaf? Can't you hear a word I'm saying? Her voice was so ear-piercing that Ji Weiyang had to clap his hands over his ears, his face scrunching up. Yun Tianlu turned to look with wide-eyed, infinite sympathy. This time, His Highness's ears are really going to go deaf. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the air, and everyone immediately turned their heads. From a distance, Kaiman appeared with a group of his men. His cloak billowed in the wind, a smirk on his face filled with contempt. What's all this? A roaring wild boar? You're disturbing my beauty sleep. Before anyone could react, he raised his voice and commanded, his voice booming like thunder. Brothers, let's get to work. A pirate with fiery red hair issued an aggressive challenge, looking at the man's attire. He must be the leader. Brothers, get him. Hearing this challenge, Weiyang's face darkened. As 4 of the pirates' underlings charged towards him, Tianlu shouted an order in a loud voice. Protect His Highness. Protect the Crown Prince. Stop these pirates. He whispered to Jianyue, who was sitting on his back. Fairy Sister, it's the same principle. To catch the bandits, you must first catch their king. One look, and you can tell that man is the ringleader of the pirates. Sister, you should go capture him. That way the danger to His Highness will naturally be resolved. At Tianliu's sincere suggestion, Jianyue frowned in thought. Seeing the two of them whispering, the pirates started to show off. What are you talking about? I don't fight women. You just rest over there. Fighting is a man's business. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was utterly stunned as Jianyue charged forward. He was a little scared and pleaded. Hey, I'm warning you, don't come over here. You people of Izhou also have a saying, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Don't force my hand. The pirate was all talk, his heart pounding with fear at Jianyue's intimidating presence. It's over. I've been afraid of women since I was a child. What should I do? So many of my brothers are watching me. If I'm defeated, I'll definitely be laughed at. Jianyue slowly approached him. Just then, the system quickly announced. Monitoring shows the host has moved more than 9 meters away from the Crown Prince, initiating forced stop mechanism. Suddenly, her face turned pale, and Jianyue pretended to faint, forcing the pirate to catch her. He thought worriedly, I'm done for. This woman has definitely seen my weakness, that she knows I'm afraid of women. She's making a move to get into my arms. Jianyue angrily cursed the system. Damn system, you want to control me? You're still too green for that. She quickly executed a move, a long-legged kick towards the pirate. She deduced, using the same move a second time on me, Sister you is useless. Jianyue kicked straight into the pirate's not-so-muscular chest. She spun around and praised him slightly. This pirate's chest is quite firm. Seeing this, Weiyang's face was full of astonishment as Jianyue fell towards him, and Weiyang gently caught her in his arms. Jianyue smiled, thinking about his muscular chest. His Highness's isn't bad either. When Jianyue kicked the pirate's chest, for some reason his face flushed red. He touched his own chest, feeling flustered. What's happening? That kick from her just now, why does it feel like something is pounding in my chest? It's like a deity knocking at the door. He was stunned as he wildly guessed Jianyue's identity. Could she be a fairy? Taking this opportunity, Tianlu approached to remind him, "You probably got an internal injury from that kick. You have no idea how formidable Fairy Sister is." As soon as he finished speaking, the daydreaming pirate was startled. He turned his head and asked in a loud voice, "Wait, how did you appear behind me? Are you trying to sneak attack me?" Tianlu was terrified when he was surrounded. His whole body trembled. He thought worriedly, "This is not good. I forgot I was here for a sneak attack. His Highness was right after all. Disaster really does come from the mouth." Over here, Wei Yang was still holding Jianyue in his arms. He asked with an annoyed expression, "In the middle of a fight, what do you mean by jumping into my arms?" Jianyue had a clear reason, but she couldn't say it out loud. She could only frown and think to herself, "If I didn't jump in, the system would have forced me to faint." Jianyue quickly replied with a syrupy sweet tone, "I saw so many people surrounding your Highness. I was afraid your Highness would get tired, so I came to help your Highness." Wei Yang looked at her with suspicious eyes. He said in a loud voice, "You're that kind-hearted?" Jianyue angrily struggled and shouted loudly, "Help me." Molester. In broad daylight, someone is trying to force himself on a maiden. Seeing her detestably coy act, Wei Yang said angrily, "You're using that old trick again." She chuckled and replied, "New trick or old, as long as it's effective." Wei Yang frowned and probed, "Are you sure it's effective?" At the same time, the pirate was still trying to act tough. He shouted, "You dogs of Dezhou, as expected, not a single one of you is a good person. Quick, brothers, go save that young lady." He thought blankly to himself, "So that young lady was asking me for help just now." Hearing that, Wei Yang was a little startled. After Wei Yang put her down, Jianyue looked at the chaotic battle before her. She crossed her arms and thought, where did a robber come from who just appeared, not wanting money or women, and just started fighting directly? She frowned and speculated. Moreover, this pirate told me to stand aside, saying he didn't want to touch women. Even if he's not a good person, he's not an overly bad one either. Then there can only be one truth. Jianyue glanced at the savage-looking pirate. She thought there must be a hidden story behind this. They aren't real pirates at all. There's definitely a secret. Wei Yang spread his arms, drew his sword, and prepared to enter the battle. Seeing that his own troops were too weak, he thought to himself, even though the soldiers I brought are all new recruits, it can't be that they can't even handle a group of pirates. These pirates are brutal, and they have a special accent, like the barbarian tribes I encountered while defending the border. A moment later, Wei Yang appeared behind Tianlu. She put a knife to his neck and ordered, "Stop your useless resistance, drop your weapons, and surrender." If not, Tianlu was terrified. He didn't know if she was on Wei Yang's side or not. He asked tremblingly, "Fairy Sister, whose side are you on anyway?" Jianyue didn't answer at all. She looked towards the handsome Wei Yang. She gave him a slight wink. Wei Yang gently dropped his sword, thinking to himself, "For now, I can only play along with her plan." One of the men said to the pirate, "Leader, why do I get the feeling that the woman we saved is actually the bad guy?" The pirate didn't know what to do either. He advised his comrades, "Don't worry about it. People from Dezhou aren't good people anyway. This man is the most formidable. Just take him down and we're good." As soon as he finished speaking, he approached Jianyue and Tianlu. He said in a very sweet voice, "Speaking of which, Miss, looking at your and his outfits, I thought you two were a couple. As a result, I was wondering why they tied you up. My apologies, I misunderstood you from the very beginning, Miss." Jianyue glanced at Wei Yang and saw that he was also tied up. She pouted angrily. Really now, this damn system is definitely doing this on purpose. She had no choice but to stand up and pat the pirate on the shoulder, startling him. She chuckled and replied, "It's all right, just a small misunderstanding, I don't mind." The pirate was very afraid of girls. When she touched him, he jumped like a startled cat with its fur on end and backed away from her. The pirate forced an innocent smile and said, "It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Miss, don't be afraid. We're not bad people." Seeing how weak he seemed, Jianyue frowned and thought to herself, "I'm not scared, but you seem to be quite scared of me." The pirate said in a loud voice, "No oppression, no resistance. We just want to use our actions to tell those bastards from Dezhou that we, the people of Ngoate, are not easily subjugated." Jianyue asked softly, "So you're all not from Dezhou? And you're probably not pirates either, right?" The pirate turned his head and replied in a loud voice, "Of course not. We are." Just then, Jianyue stood right next to him. The pirate was startled again. He leaned backward, his face turning pale. "Miss, if you have something to say, please say it slowly. Can you not stand so close?" Jianyue seemed to have guessed his condition. She moved even closer to him, thinking to herself, "Being scared of me like I'm a tiger, Could he have a fear of women? Just then, groaning sounds were heard. Jianyue quickly turned around and asked, "What's that? Are there more of you men on the ship?" The pirate replied with a worried face, "A few of our brothers aren't used to the food and drink after arriving in Dezhou. Their bodies aren't feeling well, so they're resting inside." Hearing this, Jianyue thought with grim realization. Again, the safest place has become the most dangerous place. Far from the two of them were perhaps the vampires. These ghouls all had blazing red eyes and sharp fangs. Seeing that his comrades were all able to stand up, the pirate said delightedly, "A cat, are you all better now?" Compared to the people of Dezhou who are used to a life of luxury, the bodies of us Ngoate people are much stronger. The comrade next to him seemed to feel something was strange. He replied, "Leader, I feel like something is not right with the cat and the others." The ghouls that were neither ghost nor human immediately charged towards Wei Yong with a ferocious look. Seeing this, even though his hands and feet were tied, Tianlu still ran towards Wei Yong to protect him. "With me here, don't you dare harm a single hair on His Highness's head." Just then, Tianlu slipped. He was utterly shocked as he was about to fall towards the ghoul. He cried out in a daze, "Ness!" As Tianlu was about to collide with the ghoul, Jianyue quickly reached out her hand and pulled Tianlu up by his collar. She said, "Are you a demon or a pervert? You won't even spare a zombie?" Seeing that he was somewhat saved, he replied, "Fairy sister." Jianyue masterfully suggested, "I just saved your first kiss. What are you going to do to repay me?" As soon as she finished speaking, a female ghoul scrambled towards her. Jianyue skillfully drew her sword. The pirate quickly stopped her. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Jianyue calmly replied, "Saving the dead." She directly swung her sword at the demon, explaining as she fought, "The dead should return to dust soon. We shouldn't let their bodies suffer anymore." Unable to accept this, the pirate yelled, "What do you mean, dead people? They are clearly moving. They are still alive." Jianyue didn't care in the slightest. She thrust her sword straight through the demon and replied in a loud voice, "Just because they can move, you consider them alive?" As the demon gradually fell, she explained to the pirate in a harsh voice, "See now? They have all become living dead. Even if I stab my sword through his heart, he's still fine." The pirate said in alarm, "How can that be?" Jianyue quickly explained, "If a living person is bitten by them, they will also become a walking corpse just like them." She expertly offered the final solution. "The only way is to cut off their heads." Just then, the pirate grabbed her sword tightly. Jianyue was angry, not understanding his action. "Let go. Weak mercy will only get everyone killed." The pirate coldly snatched the sword. "No." He swung the sword towards the demon. As another ghoul approached, he said while crying, "Our Ngoate tribe are not weaklings." Although heartbroken, the pirate still suppressed his grief and had to personally end the lives of his infected subordinates. "A cat and the others are the same. They're my tribesmen, so I must be the one to send them off on their final journey." Just then, the system notified Jianyue. "A strong man weeps. Mission unlocked. Host, please escape from the pirates. Mission completion will earn 100 reward points. Failure, of course, means you're finished." Jianyue angrily thought to herself, "Damn system. This mission was activated so carelessly. And this time you didn't say kill, just used a different phrase. You think you're so funny?" She quietly pondered, "Escape from the pirates? How can I escape? The system binds me within a 9-meter distance of the Crown Prince. If I don't bring him along, I can't escape either. Even if I forcibly rescue the Crown Prince, he would never abandon his subordinates to run away with me." She looked at the pirate who was sobbing loudly. After thinking it over and over, the only way was to directly confront the pirates and make them release us willingly. Jianyue took the initiative to approach the pirate. She gently wiped away his tears. The pirate yelled in fear, "What are you doing now? I'm very upset right now. Don't mess with me." Jianyue said smugly, "A strong man's tears are truly heartbreaking." As soon as she finished speaking, she sat on Wei Yong's sturdy shoulders. Seeing this, his face contorted. Jianyue sharply asked the pirate, "Speak up. What's really going on? Who are you people, and why did you become pirates? If you have a grievance, tell us. This sister and His Highness the Crown Prince will seek justice for you." The pirate asked blankly, "What? You said he's the Crown Prince?" His comrade approached and reminded him, "Leader, have you forgotten what Anyang told you? Don't easily trust women, especially beautiful ones." The pirate replied loudly, "Right?" He roared, "Just because you say he's the Crown Prince, that makes him the Crown Prince? What proof do you have? How do I know you're not lying to me?" Jianyue didn't answer, only flashing a mischievous smile. Wei Yong secretly glanced at her, not understanding the play she was staging. He whispered, "What mischief are you plotting now? And also, get off my shoulders quickly." Jianyue had no intention of getting off him. She reached her hand into his robes, concealing it against his muscular chest, making him blush. Wei Yong turned red with embarrassment. Because his hands were tightly bound, there was nothing he could do. He roared, "Insolent! To dare disrespect the heir apparent! You are committing high treason." Jianyue slowly pulled out the command token from his clothes. She smiled. "Your Highness, why so flustered? I was just looking for an item. My apologies. Have I disappointed your Highness?" Wei Yong frowned. She quickly presented it to the pirates as proof, with the Crown Prince's command token as evidence. "Standing before you is the genuine Crown Prince of Dezhou." Seeing this, the pirate was utterly astonished. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. "He really is the Crown Prince. She wasn't lying to us." Jianyue smiled brightly and replied, "Who says beautiful women are bound to be liars? Your Aenyong must be very beautiful, but has she ever lied to you?" The pirate answered obediently, "That makes sense. My Aenyong is so beautiful, but she has never lied to me. Before, we couldn't meet the Emperor, but now we've met the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is the future Emperor, so telling him is just as good." The comrade beside him seemed more clever. He quietly reminded the pirate, "Leader, how can she compare to Aenyong? She's obviously taking advantage of you." He yelled out in frustration, "Besides, have you forgotten what we went through before? The old Emperor wouldn't even grant us an audience. He just sent people to drive us out like dogs." He angrily pointed at Wei Yong and cursed. "The Crown Prince is the old Emperor's son. A wolf's cub is still a wolf." Wei Yong was not one to take it lying down. Hearing these bitter curses, he quickly retorted, "Insolent! How dare you utter such insults against His Majesty? This crime is punishable by death." Jianyue quickly cut in, "When did you go to the capital for an audience with His Majesty?" The pirate looked at her and replied, "About 3 months ago." Jianyue recalled the scene of being tied up earlier, thinking to herself, "In my memories, I was also secretly imprisoned by Yi Qingsheng and Ji Yuxian 3 months ago." Her face was deep in thought, and half a month before I was imprisoned, His Majesty had fallen gravely ill in the Deep Palace and subsequently summoned my father, Imperial Physician Su, to treat him. Recalling the tragic scene of slaughter, she deduced further. The result was that on the second day, my father was executed for failing to cure him. She immediately thought of the Imperial Consort. After that, aside from Imperial Consort, who tended to His Majesty's meals and rest, no one was able to enter the palace for an audience with His Majesty. Jianyue quickly explained to the pirate, "Perhaps at that time, it wasn't that His Majesty didn't want to grant you an audience, but that he was fundamentally unable to meet you." The pirate frowned, not understanding. "What do you mean?" She replied softly, "At that time, it's very likely His Majesty had already become a ghoul." Hearing his father spoken of in such a way, Wei Yong growled, "Utter nonsense. Half a month ago, my imperial father issued an edict for me, telling me to return to the capital to see him." The comrade said to the pirate, "Leader, look, even their own people don't believe her. Do you still feel she's not lying to you?" Jianyue turned back to ask Wei Yong, "Then your Highness, have you met His Majesty since you returned to the capital?" He replied in a loud voice, "How did you know I haven't met my imperial father?" Jianyue smiled brightly. "I guessed." She thought back in fear. What a waste of words. "I had just personally cut down that old ghoul emperor right before I ran into you outside." She narrowed her eyes slightly. "Speaking of which, this is really unlucky. First I ran into the army, and now I get on a boat to escape only to run into a bunch of pirates." Just then, the boat suddenly began to sway strangely. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and confused. The pirate shouted loudly, "What's going on?" A comrade rushed to report, "There's a problem, leader. Our boat has hit a rock and run aground." Several small boats rushed over from out of nowhere. Jianyue quickly shouted, "We didn't hit a rock and run aground. Someone must have deliberately blocked the river to obstruct the boats." More and more boats rushed forward. Jianyue's face was filled with worry. This is not good. She quickly turned, then holding a sharp dagger, rushed towards Wei Yong. Seeing Wei Yong's life seemingly in danger, Tianlu pleaded in fear, "Don't, fairy sister. Even if you're seasick and uncomfortable, you can't kill someone to vent your anger." It turned out not to be what he thought. Jianyue rushed over to untie Wei Yong, and she also quickly cut Tianliu's ropes. She pinched his nose, causing him to say timidly, "Fairy sister, please don't pull my nose. I can't breathe when I talk." She smirked and ordered, "Then talk less." At this moment, the boats below were filled with ghouls. They looked towards Jianyue, their faces all revealing a ravenous hunger. Jianyue thought to herself, "Damn it, this blasted system is taking its wordplay too far. Escape the river ghouls, escape the river ghouls." So it wasn't escaping from pirates, but escaping from the river itself. She quickly grabbed Wei Yong's hand and gently reminded him, "We have to run. There's no time left." Wei Yong stood firm and replied, "Life and death are small matters, but dishonor is a great one. I cannot abandon my soldiers and leave." The soldiers, though still bound, all replied in unison, "Your Highness, never mind us. Please leave quickly. You are the foundation of the nation. Please take care of yourself." Wei Yong looked towards Jianyue and gently reminded her, "My decision cannot be changed. I cannot leave. You should hurry and save yourself." Jianyue thought to herself, "Since ancient times, it is said that he who wins the hearts of the people will win the world. He already has the bearing of a sage king. But if he doesn't go, I can only go 9 meters at most." She spread her arms and commanded, "Untie them. I'll count down from 5. If you don't, this sister here will be taking your corpses with me." Hearing this, Wei Yong was a little stunned. Jianyue brandished her sword, ready for battle. She loudly commanded Tianlu, "Yin, Tianlu, count down." The pirate also ordered his comrades, "What are you standing there gawking for? Go and help. Are the men of our Ngoate tribe all just going to hide behind a woman?" At this moment, the ghouls on the boat were gradually advancing. Jianyue was a little worried. "We're doomed. All the grounded boats are filled with ghouls." She said to Wei Yong, "We can't wait any longer. We have to retreat." Wei Yong replied softly, "The soldiers have been untied." He ordered his men, "Everyone, jump into the river immediately and swim to shore." The soldiers quickly followed the order. The pirate, however, couldn't swim and was terrified. "It's over. I can't swim." He pressed his lips together tightly to avoid being made a fool of. "I'll never tell anyone." Seeing this, Jianyue asked softly, "What's wrong? Afraid of the water?" Her words having hit a nerve, the pirate yelled, "Stop spouting nonsense. I am a true and valiant man. I'm not afraid of anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianyue came over and took his hand. "Silly boy, let this sister lead you." The pirate was stunned by this. Jianyue grasped Wei Yong's hand tightly and said gently, "Your Highness, let's go." Wei Yong spoke up, "Wrong. I am leading the 2 of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the 2 of them off the boat. A moment later, they had all swum close to the shore. The moment her feet touched the ground, the system quickly announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully escaping the pirate island. 100 reward points have been awarded." The pirate looked at Jianyue's hand holding his tightly and thought to himself, "We're holding hands. Haven't I been afraid of women since I was a child?" He looked at Jianyue and thought further, "Strange, this woman doesn't seem so scary after all." The ghouls, undeterred by the distance, were still pursuing the 3 of them. They all turned to look at them. Jianyue shouted angrily, "You still dare to chase us all the way here? You're just begging to be killed. In that case, don't blame this sister for being impolite." Tianlu, sitting on the ground, said dejectedly, "Fairy sister, even if you know immortal magic, there's no way for fire to burn on water." Flames quickly engulfed the ghouls. The system notified Jianyue, "Successfully exchanged for petroleum. 20 reward points deducted, 80 reward points remaining." The fire blazed fiercely. Tianlu shouted in astonishment, "How is that possible? How can fire burn on water?" Jianyue replied smugly, "Study chemistry well, and you can travel the world without fear of anyone." She thought to herself, "Petroleum is lighter than water, so will float on the surface, which actually expands the fire's range." Tianlu was completely bewildered, not understanding a thing. "Huh?" The comrade said to the pirate, "Leader, did you see that? That woman just now conjured fire with her hands, exactly like our priest during funerals." The pirate spoke, the high priest. He recalled a scene from before. At that time, the high priest said to the pirate, "Kai Min Han, my time is almost up. I can no longer pray for your blessings." It turned out the pirate's name was Kai Min Han. Min Han sadly gripped the high priest's hand, crying as he replied, "No, high priest, you are our greatest wise man. Without your guidance, what will our tribe do?" He kissed the high priest's aged hands. The old man said to him, "The Khans of our Ngoate tribe have always been named after the stars. The one who can truly guide and illuminate the future for our people is you, Kai Min Han." He added tremblingly, "It's a pity. This old man won't be able to see with my own eyes you finding your moon, Kai Min Han." As soon as he finished speaking, The high priest's hands gradually went limp. Seeing him pass away, Minhan sorrowfully cried out his name, High Priest. Returning to the present, he thought to himself, my parents passed away long ago during a tribal conflict in the northern frontier. The high priest single-handedly raised me and, at the same time, guided our tribe. Looking at Jinyue's figure, he thought further, could the reason I'm not that afraid of this woman be because she has the scent of fire flame, just like the high priest? Just then, his comrade said to Minhan, Boss, why don't we just take her back to the northern frontier to inherit the position of high priest? If we have a new priest, we won't have to endure the oppression of the great Zhou anymore. On this side, Jinyue was contemplating the magic, successfully absorbing the fire technique secret crystal. The fire secret art was upgraded from 1-star black iron to 2-star black iron. Upon reaching the bronze level, one can obtain the secret art of strange technique skill. Further upgrades can also grant more skills. She frowned. Can I only absorb fire technique secret crystals? What a pity. I'd better put it back in the storage compartment. Seeing the shining gems in her hand, Wei Yong approached and exclaimed, So you really are a secret art master. Hearing this, Jinyue thought to herself, how does he know about secret art masters? She looked at him and thought, wait, if he knows about these things, he doesn't want the secret crystals, does he? She quickly handed him one. Here, I'm rewarding you with this. Wei Yong gently took it and replied, Do you think you're shooing away a beggar? He turned his face away and left, saying loudly, Rest assured, you killed all the ghouls. I won't snatch a single secret crystal from you. She shouted angrily, Then give it back to me. Wei Yong looked at the sparkling gem in his hand and said with amusement, But you gave this to me yourself. A moment later, in a mountain village, Minhan spoke, I guess we can say we've become friends through fighting. Since you've run into trouble on the island and can't go anywhere for the time being, why don't you stay with us for a night to rest and then figure things out? His subordinate also smiled in agreement. That's right, consider it a small compensation from us. Tianlu was extremely vigilant. He quickly reminded Wei Yong, Your Highness, fairy sister, the sudden change in these guys' attitude is very suspicious. I think they definitely have designs on us. Just then, the villagers saw Minhan return. They smiled and ran to greet him. Chief, you're back. As night gradually fell with bright stars, everyone sat around the fire cooking. Jinyue asked softly, The people in this village, their way of dressing is different from yours. Aren't they your people? Minhan gently handed her the delicious soup. He answered honestly, I won't hide it from you too. Weren't we trying to overthrow the great Zhou? So we threatened the common folk crossing the river from the neighboring towns. He slowly added, Unexpectedly, the threatened commoners later came to farm this land, and they couldn't escape the labor and taxes either, so they voluntarily joined us. Hearing these words, Jinyue's face was full of astonishment. The villagers chimed in while eating and drinking. That's right. Before, when we paid taxes to the imperial court, we couldn't even eat our fill. Now we're much more prosperous. It's just that, for some reason, the chief absolutely refuses to let us bring our wives and children over. The two of us can only sneak back every once in a while to deliver some food. Jinyue smiled and thought, of course, it's because this guy has a fear of women. Tianlu stood beside them, his face pale with fear. He was worried by his own speculation. Oh no, this guy must have the passion of Longyang. With my looks and his highness's, aren't we in danger? So it turns out this guy is coveting my beauty. On this side, Wei Yong was sitting in a daze, thinking the common people, to avoid labor and taxes, are willing to submit to bandits. The court's relief efforts are ineffective and taxes are heavy. These are all areas that need reform later. Minhan's comrade picked up a bowl of soup, sniffing it and praising, This meat soup smells so good. Where did you guys catch the wild boar? A villager smiled and replied, That? It's a domestic pig. We found it by the riverbank. We don't know where it came from either. The man next to him chimed in with interest, but it's my first time seeing a domestic pig so wild. It took quite a bit of effort for the brothers to subdue it. Hearing this, Jinyue seemed to have realized something, her face showing clear worry. She quickly threw the bowl of soup to the ground. Jinyue shouted loudly, Throw away all the meat soup for me. In Qinghe town, urgent pleas echoed in the darkness. My lord, we don't know. We really don't know. We beg you, spare us. Despite the pleas, The soldiers continued to chop off their small heads. The vice commander of the Dragon Cavalry Army, Long Vuengung, spoke. The crown prince colluded with imperial physician Su's daughter to assassinate the emperor and his father. Yet you dare to shelter them. If you don't hurry up and reveal the crown prince's whereabouts, this will be your end. The people trembled and cried loudly. A little boy stood there, crying into his hands. Vuengung slowly approached the boy, forcing a bright smile. Little one, don't be afraid. Do you know where the crown prince and his people went? Tell big sister. If you don't know, she reached out and squeezed the boy's neck. Vuengung threatened loudly. Big sister will break your neck. As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted the boy up. An old man beside them quickly clasped his hands and begged, "My lord, you can't. He's just a child. What could he know? How about you hand that child over to me?" Vuengung turned to look at him. She angrily swung her arm, knocking him down. "Is it your turn to speak here? Get your status straight. You're nothing but a dog raised by the imperial court." Vuengung squeezed the boy's neck tighter with amusement. She exclaimed smugly, "You don't want me to kill him, so I'll kill him. If you have the guts, come and bite me." The old man had no strength left to resist. Suddenly, he stood up and bit her hand. Because of the sudden attack, Vuengung dropped the boy in pain. On this side, Jinhua kicked over all the food. She tried to shout loudly, "Don't drink it. Nobody drink it." Seeing this, the village men were furious. They appealed to Minhan, "Chief, you don't allow us to bring our wives and children, yet you yourself bring back such a shrew. We were kind enough to take out our precious meat soup to treat her, yet she acts so disrespectfully." Minhan was a little stunned. Jinhua asked loudly, "How many people have already drunk the meat soup?" She thought to herself, the stranded boat was full of ghouls. The pig the villagers caught most likely escaped from the boat. It must have mutated. Tianlu quickly replied, "Our people all followed the fairy sister's orders and didn't drink it." Minhan also quickly answered, "My men were busy hosting your people and haven't had a chance to drink yet." But the villagers. Jinhua immediately snatched the soup bowl from a villager. He angrily provoked her, "Hey, go ahead and snatch it. You shrew, keep snatching. I've already finished drinking it all." Seeing the empty bowl, Jinhua said softly, "Then you're finished too." A moment later, the villagers who drank the soup gradually began to turn into beasts. Jinhua quickly handed her sword to Minhan. He uttered blankly, "You." Jinhua gripped his hand firmly, guiding his hand and the sword through the head of a villager. "You've killed before. Don't go easy on the rest either." She gently handed the sword to Minhan. Jinhua fought while shouting loudly, "Too many villagers have turned into ghouls. We need your help." Weiyang said irritably to Minhan, "She's afraid you'll be reluctant to act, since the villagers had already become your people. But the ones before you are no longer living people." Tianlu smiled and thought, "Is His Highness explaining things for the fairy sister? My His Highness is truly as gentle as ever." Minhan frowned and said loudly, "I don't need you to tell me. I know. Instead of comforting me, you'd be better off helping her." Although Weiyang was very angry at Minhan's words, he restrained himself and said, "You brute, quickly order your troops to form up and support her." His troops obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Tianlu spoke to Minhan's comrade with a disdainful tone, "Brother, the fairy sister only needs our His Highness. Please ask your chief to back off." He said through gritted teeth, "She will definitely be ours." Hearing these words, Tianlu was very surprised. Minhan's comrade thought resolutely, "She will surely be convinced by Kai Minhan's strength and willingly become our high priest." On this side, the old man was trying to save the little boy. He quickly pushed the boy away. "You little brat, what are you still standing there for? Run, don't look back. Just keep running forward." Seeing this, Vuengung was furious. Her eyes widened as she screamed, "You damn dog, you dare to bite me? It's always been me tormenting others. How dare you hurt me?" The old man quickly took something out of his pocket. He thought sadly that Taoist priest refined 5 immortality pills back then. Originally, only these 4 were left. I was planning to take them to the capital as evidence to report what happened here. He recalled Weiyang's tolerance. "I have done something utterly unconscionable, yet I still receive the crown prince's mercy." He quickly swallowed an immortality pill. "Things have come to this. This humble servant doesn't know how to repay you. This is the only way to thank His Highness for his grace." A moment later, his body gradually turned into a beast. He quickly warned the villagers, "Everyone, run. Run into the mountains. I'll buy you some time. Just then, a voice appeared. Ninger, do you still remember what your foster father taught you? Vu and Gung turned her head and replied, foster father. Long Chung and his companions appeared. The very existence of the weak is a crime. They are useless, only knowing how to waste the money, food, and land of our great Zhou. As for these weak and disobedient ants, they must all be killed. Go, kill them all. Spare no one. Vu and Gung replied in a loud voice, as you command, foster father. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly grabbed her sword and rushed towards the old man. At Drunken Brightness Valley, Jianyue and Wei Yong were here. She yawned and said, they are so slow. Why aren't they here yet? Wei Yong replied softly, you rode the iron horse. Of course you're faster than them. He looked around and thought, the art of war says, terrain can be accessible, entangling, temporizing, narrow, precipitous, or distant. This place is a narrow pass, where one man can hold the pass, and 10,000 cannot break through. He asked softly, I just don't understand. Why did you follow me in here? Jianyue playfully touched his nose lightly. She replied coquettishly, of course, it's because your highness is quite important. Wei Yong angrily pushed her hand away. He yelled, insolent. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps appeared. Jianyue smiled and said, they're here. Minhan's disciple yelled, I told you there were too many zombies. We needed our leader's help. He added as he ran, I bet you just wanted to use us as your bait, didn't you? Jianyue quickly raised her gun. She smirked and replied, so what if I did? Did you want this big sister to be the bait instead? The ghouls also gradually appear behind them. Jianyue added, if you consider the zombies as wolves, then you are sheep. If I let you run first and stay behind as bait, do you think the zombies would focus only on me, or would they chase after your flock of sheep? Minhan's disciple angrily pointed at Wei Yong. He said with a scowl, then on what basis does he get to run ahead with you? Minhan yelled, that's enough, Tang Ye. As a man, a true gentleman, do you want to run ahead of a woman? Jianyue thought angrily, you should ask this damned system. She quickly spoke up, all right, he's a sheep too. All you sheep hide behind this big sister. What comes next is my battlefield. Wei Yong said blankly, sheep? We're all sheep. Then what are you? Jianyue raised her gun towards the zombies. She replied softly, a hunter. Regardless of whether you're sheep or wolves, you're all my prey. She smiled with great amusement. Next, I'll let you see what it means for Sister Yu to hold the pass, and 10,000 corpses shall not break through. Her bullets flew and hit the heads of the zombies. A moment later, the system announced, successfully absorbed Fire Art Secret Crystal. Congratulations to the host. Your Fire Art Secret method has been upgraded to 3-star Black Iron. Upon reaching the bronze level, you can obtain a special secret art skill. Tianlu asked blankly, what on earth is the fairy sister doing? Before, by the river, I also saw her make that same motion. Tang A frowned and interjected, you ignorant people of Great Zhou, this is purifying the souls of the dead. He thought to himself, in Ma Bei, our high priest also does this. Minhan looked at Jianyue's majestic appearance and thought to himself, but these villagers were captured by us after all. Is she helping us? Just like the high priest back then. Jianyue turned her face and said to Wei Yong, Your Highness, the remaining secret crystals are a gift for you. He scowled and turned his face away. I don't need them. Jianyue smiled brightly. Then that's for the best. I can take them all. Suddenly, Minhan approached and bowed towards her. Jianyue was extremely surprised. She asked, Hey, what are you doing? Minhan replied softly, Maiden, you purified the villagers. Kaimin thanks you on behalf of their souls. Minoyet thought to herself, Brother, I think you've misunderstood something. She gently pointed a finger to the sky. Does Kaimin refer to that star in the sky? Maiden, you know of it? Jianyue quickly replied, One night, the forest is filled with white starlight and moonlight. She moved closer to him and whispered, If you're the star, then this big sister will be the moon. She said cheerfully, What's with the formality? From now on, this big sister will look after you. Minhan's face turned red as a tomato. One night, the forest is filled with white starlight and moonlight. He gently touched his heart. Such a beautiful poem. High Priest, it seems Kaimin has found his moon. The moon was now gradually disappearing. Everyone quickly followed Wei Yong's command. Stop. Tianlu softly asked His Highness. We have been walking in this forest for over an hour. We are surrounded by dense woods. It seems we have lost our way. Tang A sneered with amusement. Useless people of Great Zhou. Tianlu angrily yelled, Who are you calling useless? You uncivilized, stinky monkey? Our great Zhou has a network of roads reaching in all directions within its territory. We don't normally venture into such deep forests. Our chances come. Let's kidnap that maiden now and run. These directionless people of great Zhou won't be able to catch us. Tang A smirked mockingly. Once we return to Ma-Bei, she can only resign herself to being our high priest. Over here, Min Noyet gazed at the full moon. She spoke in a sweet tone. I can't tell the true shape of Mount Lu because I'm right in the middle of it. Tian Lu was blank and didn't understand anything. He had to ask, that sounds reasonable, but fairy sister, what are you talking about? Jianyue quickly replied, see those 7 brightest stars over there? Don't they look like the shape of a dipper? It's called the Big Dipper. Tianlu quickly interjected, so the fairy sister is hungry. Jianyue angrily knocked Tianlu on the head and slowly explained, take the 2 stars at the end of the dipper, connect them into a straight line towards the dipper's mouth. Extended about 5 times that distance, there is a faint star that is the North Star. It points to the north. She smirked. Haven't we found our direction now? Seeing this, Minhan thought to himself, the things the high priest taught me, she also knows. Tang, it was a little dejected. Our plan can't be carried out now. Weiyan was a bit pensive, knows astronomy above and geography below, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Isn't the Su family a family of medicine? Could their foundation be this profound? At Prince Luo's mansion, a subordinate knelt and said, Your Highness, the last of the zombies in the capital have been loaded onto the ship and successfully sent off. The prince narrowed his eyes and asked, You weren't discovered by others, were you? The subordinate replied, This subordinate followed the 4th prince's instructions. I acted carefully every day under the cover of darkness. Besides me and you, absolutely no 3rd person knows. The prince turned to look at him. Very good. Rise and receive your reward. The subordinate slowly stood up. He clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, 4th prince. But at this moment, a sharp sword appeared. The subordinate was utterly stunned. Your Highness, you. The prince smiled. Some matters are better known only by this prince alone. Over here, the little boy had run deep into the forest. Vuengung gleefully chased him on horseback. She called out in a loud voice, Little brat, hurry up and run faster. You have to run with all your might. She quickly dismounted. She held out her sharp sword. Running this slowly, this big sister is losing her interest in the hunt. Vuengung quickly slashed the boy's back. Is it because your body is too heavy that you're running so slowly? She licked the blood-filled blade with relish. Then let this sister try chopping off both your arms. You'll probably be able to run faster, right? Jianyue quickly said to Wei Yang, Your Highness, I'm entrusting me honor to you. Just then, he immediately pulled her hand back. The little boy cried and begged, Fairy sister, where are you? Come and save me honor. The little boy lay there, unable to get up. Just then, Jianyue appeared. All right, I heard you. The little boy called out joyfully, Fairy sister. Jianyue quickly drew her sword. She gently comforted the little boy. Don't be afraid. Big sister is here to save you. Wei Yang quickly approached the boy. The boy cried and said, Big sister, brother-in-law, everyone in town is dead. Wei Yang quickly stood by Jianyue's side. Seeing this, Tang, it was very confused. Brother-in-law? Jianyue looked at Vuengung's face. She thought to herself, no matter what happened, if everyone in town is dead, why was only Mianer, a child, able to escape? She quickly guessed Mianer was intentionally let go. The opponent is targeting us. Jianyue softly reminded Wei Yang, Your Highness, I'm entrusting Mianer to you. He quickly grasped her hand tightly. No. Taking care of children is your job. I handle external affairs. Tang continuously urged Kai Min Han, hurry up, don't let us lose our high priest. But this young man was a bit shy with girls and still hesitated. I don't dare to touch women. Only then did Vuengung speak up. Your Highness and the daughter of a lowly imperial physician are quite intimate. Aren't you afraid of cheapening your status? At first, foster father still doubted the words of the 2nd prince and imperial consort Yi, but now it seems you two are indeed colluding. Tang is secretly cheered on the side. He's finally going. That's our Kai Min Han. So he went to pull a hand. It was also pulling a hand, but it was Ji Weiyang's hand he pulled. You guys go see the child. Leave the fighting to me. She stood to the side, thinking she was the female lead of a romance novel. Who would have thought? Well, pulling away the rival is not a bad strategy either. Tang Ei's face froze on the side. when Tianlu trembled on the side, his mouth stuttering. "You scoundrel, let go of His Highness. His Highness belongs to the fairy sister." Seeing that everyone's minds were about to wander, he knocked each of them on the head, truly causing trouble. Vu and Gung stood there with a disdainful face. "Hey, are you guys done playing? Hand over His Highness. The rest of you can then commit suicide. You can keep your corpses intact." After speaking, she rushed forward and grabbed Vu and Gung's head, then slammed it hard onto the ground. Vu and Gung at this time also took out her weapon and shouted loudly, "You dare sneak attack me." Jianhua easily dodged that slash. She also took out her sword to play along. Her body is so tough. Vu and Gung seemed to have been provoked. "The daughter of a lowly imperial physician dares to make my body endure pain for the second time in my life? A battle of what?" When it comes to a battle of words, she was the master. Jianhua immediately retorted, "No manners. Every time you open your mouth, it's the daughter of a lowly imperial physician." Then she introduced herself with dignity. "This big sister has a name, Su Jianhua." Vu and Gung had no mind to listen to the end. She just rushed forward to fight. "You bitch, I'll rip out your guts and make them into soup to share with the dragon cavalry army." She also took the challenge, not afraid to fight at all. Clearly a woman herself, yet she speaks to insult women. "Dream on, you are demeaning the value of women." When Tianlu on the side trembled and stammered, "Dragon Cavalry Army." Ji Weiyang now spoke up to explain, "The Dragon Cavalry Army are all black cavalry in black armor. They're the only special army outside of the great Zhou's military, taking orders directly from the emperor. 10 years ago, the D tribe of the Northwest suddenly refused to continue paying tribute to Great Zhou. So Father Emperor ordered the Dragon Cavalry Army to go on a punitive expedition. The images of those years replayed in his memory. 3,000 black armor dragon cavalry directly annihilated the entire Western D nation. But the most terrifying thing was the commander of the Dragon Cavalry Army, the sinister Long Cheng. After he conquered the Western D nation, he ordered all 100,000 D people, regardless of gender, to be killed. The Western D tribe was completely annihilated, their nation and race extinguished. He continued, "I didn't expect Ji Yuxuan and Yi Qingxiang could mobilize him." Everyone seemed to hold their breath, listening to him. The atmosphere filled only with the sounds of the two women fighting. Vu and Gung was confident. "The black armor of the Dragon Cavalry Army is made of Xian iron, impervious to blades and spears. You're just the daughter of a lowly imperial physician. How could you possibly harm me?" She firmly held the gun she had just materialized, skillfully holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. "Then we'll have to see what kind of spear it is." A direct hit. Vu and Gung was shot by Jianhua on the very first try. Victory and defeat were clear. She stood above, the tip of her sword pointing down. At this moment, Vu and Gung let out a loud, amused laugh. "Interesting, truly interesting. You're different from the enemies I have conquered before. You don't give long-winded speeches when fighting. Much more formidable than those rotten men. Come on, you've won. Kill me." After speaking, the sword lay right beside her. Su Jianhua turned to leave, not forgetting a reminder. "Of course we're not the same. Those people were the conquered. As for me," she said with full confidence, "I am the conqueror." Vu and Gung, unwilling to accept it, sat up and yelled, "Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. You coward. You don't even dare to kill someone?" Despite her continuous screaming, she didn't even turn her head. "Lost as the weak I should die. Do you want me to live in torment?" Only then did she stop and turn back to say, "What coward? I'm not a man. Whether you suffer or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Vu and Gung was still not satisfied, continuously yelling for her to kill her. "You bitch! Do you want to rob me of the Dragon Cavalry Army's dignity too? Hurry and kill me. Kill me." She walked past him and reminded him, "We should leave this place quickly. The Dragon Cavalry Army she mentioned is probably not far from here." Tianlu watched her retreating back in awe. The Dragon Cavalry Army considers dignity and the outcome of battles more important than life itself. Is Fairy's sister intentionally not killing her? He watched and had another thought. No, she is leaving a way out for herself. Since ancient times, the world is ruled by benevolence, but must be unified by martial force. The Dragon Cavalry Army only obeys the Emperor's command. One day they will be my force. Lost in thought, He was startled when she appeared in front of him. Why did you run back? She teased him again. Hey, Your Highness, I've solved all your troubles. Shouldn't you thank me properly tonight? Hearing this, he blushed and was speechless. Tianlu was like a loyal fan watching his favorite couple flirt. Fairy sister is so bold. Some young man behind them turned to stone. Images of lovemaking gradually appeared in Tianliu's little head. Could it be she wants His Highness to serve her in bed? You can tell at a glance who's on top and who's on the bottom. She clung to his shoulder. Could it be like that? She whispered close to his ear, Your Highness, if merit goes unrewarded, how can you become an enlightened ruler in the future? Her mischievous hands kept moving. I've touched it before. He seemed to see what she wanted. Are you after my secret essence? He also vaguely guessed her intention. Before returning to the capital, she couldn't absorb even a bit of secret essence. She really took it to heart. Scratching the right itch, her eyes lit up. He was helpless this time. Are you a Pichio? The long night passed, and a new day arrived. On a raft in the middle of a green lake, a man was casting his fishing line. A little girl cheered from the side. Father, pull harder. We must catch a big haul of fish today. We'll sell them at the market fair to buy candied hawthorns. The man replied happily, all right. The pure white water lilies on the lake suddenly turned red. The man also found it strange. Why did the white water lilies on the lake suddenly turn red? Ripples suddenly appeared on the calm water surface. Something shot through the man. Everything happened too fast. The little girl could only stand and watch, calling out, Father. In the afternoon on the Yunmeng River, the whole group was moving forward. Tianlu turned back and asked, Hey, why do you guys keep following us? Qiming scratched his head and made up an excuse. It's on the way. Right on the way. She heard the lame excuse, on the way, and immediately questioned them. Aren't you supposed to be returning to Ma-Bei? But we want to go to Jiangzhou. One is north, one is south. How is that on the way? Qiming avoided her gaze. So what if we take a detour? The bodies of us Ngoate people are very strong. Don't we have the stamina to walk? Only someone was not happy inside. Ji Weiyong spoke up. You want to see her off? So east, west, south, and north are all on the way. She seized the opportunity to tease him. Is Your Highness jealous? He replied with great seriousness. What jealousy? Last year there was a great drought. The imperial court long ago ordered everyone to conserve food and prohibited the brewing of vinegar. As a crown prince, I must set an example. Someone like you is best suited to playing with chickens. She was speechless. I'm so done I don't even want to talk. Tianlu on the side also laughed foolishly. Oh my clueless highness, how dare he respond to Fairy Sister's flirtation in such a majestic manner. In another place, Chuizhu City, a servant bowed. My lord, someone has again disobeyed orders and gone to the Yunmeng River to fish. This time, not even a body could be found. The servant continued to report, it seems the goats and cattle we put into the lake daily are not enough to satisfy the dragon god. The white-haired man then turned and ordered, send more people to patrol the Yunmeng River. Don't let anyone get close anymore. Hearing this, the servant spoke up, but my lord, the Yunmeng River is the only source of life for our Chuizhu. If we can't fetch water, I'm afraid the common people won't be able to hold out for long. He turned his face away. It's fine. The bride has arrived. Chuizhu will be saved. Saying that, he took off his shirt and ordered a Ling, bathe me. The girl named Ling came forward to obey. Yes. Finally, the group stood before Chuizhu. He spoke up with a suggestion to avoid causing chaos due to my identity. After entering the city, you all shall call me Yi Weiyong. Then he turned to look at her, and she smiled back at him. Yi Weiyong, at the time of seeing the moon. I feel like Your Highness, changing his surname, is hinting at something about me. As always, he scolded her with a shameless. Then he turned to the two of them. As for you, pretend to be laborers being escorted by us. Tang asked unhappily, why do we have to pretend to be laborers? He didn't argue and immediately walked away. I am not asking for your opinion. Hearing that, Tang was furious. A hand was placed on him, and she reassured him. How can one be a monarch without being autocratic? A monarch is still a monarch. If you want to live long, don't casually offend the monarch's authority. He turned to look at her, but just now She also explained, I was helping you guys test his limits. Why don't you understand my painstaking efforts? After speaking, she turned and left. Qiming was completely smitten. I can't believe she would think of us like that. Truly a good woman. Tang knew it was too late for him to stop it. Snap out of it, Qiming. We are following her to seize the opportunity to capture her and make her the great high priestess, not to let her play us like crickets. Inside was a bustling street. He looked around, observing. It seems the plague is different in each place. Chuizhu City is extremely lively, not like they're living dead. Chiming followed and asked, "Is today a big festival in your great Joe? Why are there lanterns and flowers hung everywhere in celebration?" She looked up, even more puzzled. "I'm even more curious. Why are there coins hanging on the trees in the city like this?" A girl appeared from nowhere and explained from behind her, "You probably don't know, miss. Our prefect, when he took office, once found some coins on the road. Since he couldn't find the owner, he hung the string of coins on a tree." She explained further, "Later, the common people in the city saw money on the tree, thought it was a divine tree, and flocked to hang coins on it, hoping for more wealth. As time went on, this became a custom in our Chizu." At this moment, Chiming asked, "Miss, you are?" Seeing Chiming staring, she came over and covered his eyes. "Don't just strike up conversations with strangers. Be careful or you'll be sold off." This young lady now revealed her purpose. "Miss, why are you so wary of me?" "Actually, I am looking for you." Hearing this was enough, she waved her hand dismissively. "Don't know you, goodbye." As she finished speaking, a hand from nowhere blocked her. Two people stood in front of her, not letting her go. The other girl was determined not to back down. "Please come with me, miss. Ling is just acting on orders. Please don't make things difficult for me, miss." Seeing this, she pulled out her weapon. "Are you threatening me?" Just as she was about to make a move, the system appeared. Suggestion: Host, proceed forward. You can activate a slaughter mission. Activating and completing the mission can earn 200 reward points. Hearing this, a super friendly smile appeared. "What are we waiting for? Let's go bring the whole family." She thought again, a slaughter mission. What exactly does it want me to slaughter? That young lady suddenly became a little hesitant. She said nothing more and immediately stepped into the sedan chair. The system displayed a notification. Host has accepted the suggestion. -10 reward points. After hearing that, she wanted to smash the sedan chair to pieces. "System, you suck." At the Southern Palace residence, their group lay unconscious on the floor. A voice rang out, asking, "My lord, there are quite a few of them, so to avoid trouble, I use soul-bewitching incense to make them pass out." He is the prefect of Chuazu, Nangongyi, who came to carry Jinwei up. "Then why did you bring so many people? Didn't I tell you to only bring her?" Ling didn't know how to answer at this moment. This servant. He didn't seem to care much, gently putting her down. "Never mind. You may leave." His hands started to get restless. His mouth wouldn't stop talking. "Miss, there was no other way. Please forgive my offense." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed Nangongye's collar. She pulled it back. "Tell me, how is there no other way?" The situation had now changed. She had taken the upper hand. "Let's see if I'll let you live." Her face broke into an amused smile. It was Nangongyi who found it hard to smile. "Didn't she pass out?" He finally asked. "Miss, do you think you can escape from my heavily guarded residence all by yourself?" She found it ridiculous. "Escape? Why would I need to run?" With that, she snapped her fingers. "Which of your eyes saw me running alone?" As if understanding, he turned to look at the people around him. One by one, they all woke up, leaving him stunned. "None of you passed out?" Seeing this, Ji Weiyang's eyes burned, and he gritted his teeth. Old habits die hard. Is she interrogating him or taking advantage of him? Seeing that someone was getting jealous, she stood up. "You mean you feel that I took advantage of you before?" After being teased so many times, he still hadn't learned his lesson, left speechless on the spot. You two seem to have forgotten someone." Nangongyi sat up. "I can reveal the truth, but I can only tell it to you alone, Mississippi." But his eyes were only on her. "Miss, please follow me this way." Chiming Han quickly stopped them. "No, say whatever you have to say here." On the contrary, she wasn't scared at all and followed him. "It's fine. Am I afraid you're going to eat me?" Chiming Han was a little worried. "Hey, actually, I'm worried you'll be." By him, he was a bit impressed. "So, the people of Dezhou are all this heroic?" Tian Lu seemed a bit sheepish. "No, the only heroic one is the fairy sister." Yin Tian's intuition seems to be right. Besides, I've always felt that the fairy sister isn't one of us from Dezhou. In the end, only she and Nangongyi went inside. He walked in first, acting all mysterious. She realized something and quickly followed right after. Just as she opened the curtain, surprise, there was no one there. She was startled. I don't know why. An assassin. Suddenly, Nangongyi appeared in front of her. Nangongyi pulled her hand back. He suggested, "Since your clothes are all wet, why not change into a new set?" But unexpectedly, she had already anticipated it. Only then did she speak. "Vet, the man who can play games with me has probably not been born yet." He refused to give up and immediately unleashed water, rushing towards her. She just said, "Oh, so you're a water secret arts master." At this moment, he touched her hair and asked, "Will you go down on your own, or should I help you?" Outside, he also realized something. Ever since entering the residence, I've noticed some clues. The architecture of the houses all have doors facing south, but here. He looked at the door in front. The door faces southwest. He immediately began to deduce in his mind. The Grand Tutor once said that the southwest position is the gate of death. It's an inauspicious matter, only suitable for punishment, war, hunting, and killing. He knew she was in danger and immediately rushed in. Get her out. Leave this place quickly. This house is a trap. We've all become prey, trapped in a cage. Suddenly, a hand pulled back the curtain. She walked out in a red wedding dress. Everyone, welcome to my wedding. Ming-Han was petrified, rooted to the spot. High Priestess, my moon is no longer bright. He shouted, what are you doing now? Only Nangong, Yu was leisurely enjoying himself. Younger brother, your mind is unstable and your actions are careless. Just leave the superficial matters for your older brother to handle. But then he himself screamed, how much longer are you going to imprison me, older brother? Isn't what I've done for you enough? Dark-circled eyes appeared. I'm only doing this for your own good, younger brother. Just be patient a little longer. His legs were also tightly bound by shackles. Very soon, you will be free. Outside, it was like a real wedding procession for a bride. She lifted the curtain to look. Now I understand why the city is decorated with lanterns and flowers. It turns out there's a joyous occasion, and the bride is me. He, walking outside, spoke up. We're out of the cage that is the Nangong residence now. You don't have to keep acting. She refused immediately. No, Your Highness, have you forgotten that the trees in the city are all hung with copper coins? Tian Lu understood very quickly this time. I get it, as expected of the fairy sister. You mean, since we're already here, we should naturally follow these ownerless strings of copper coins, right? Smart, but a smart aleck. She was speechless at this hopeless case. Borrow it? I'm still on the ground, while you've already flown into the atmosphere. Only then did he gradually understand. In the 5 elements, metal produces water, and water extinguishes fire. She teased back a little. His Highness is still the sharpest. When we were in the Nangong residence, you must have already sensed that the opponent was a water secret arts master, right? Then she continued seriously, although I don't know how the opponent could have known in advance that I would come here. I can be sure that the cage they have set up is much larger than we imagined. Looking around Chuazu City, she became suspicious. The entire city of Chuazu is enemy territory. My fire secret arts are completely suppressed. The Nangong residence is just a small cage within a larger cage that is Chuazu City. A familiar hand reached in from outside. He took her hand and chided her affectionately. You silly girl, don't you still have me? He said with great spirit. A true man of Dezhou can shoulder a vast empire. What is this tiny capital city? Tian Lu whispered from the side. But your Highness, this isn't the border. We don't have many troops right now. The romance was ruined by this third wheel, Tian Lu. He turned his face away, displeased. The left guard commander is indeed thoughtful. How about I grant you death? Tang A also joined in the fun, asking Qiminghan, are you really going to let her be taken out as a bride? She is our future high priestess. Qiminghan looked up thoughtfully. No, she is the future bright moon of Saibei. With that thought, he regained his composure and ordered, prepare to make a move. His subordinates responded, yes. The procession suddenly stopped. In front of them stood a familiar figure, planted there imposingly. Aling, not understanding what was happening, spoke up and asked, my lord, you? He said nothing and immediately rushed forward, attacking the people around him. Ming-Han, seeing this, also didn't understand. What kind of logic is this? Attacking his own people? Conversely, she, inside the sedan chair, lifted the curtain and said to Wei Yong, Your Highness, I have a favor to ask. He was a bit dazed, but still listened to her. No matter what happens, I hope your Highness will not move more than 3 zhang away from me. Captain Tian Lu was happy for him upon seeing this. My prince is so lucky. The fairy sister wants his Highness to stick close to her. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered her sedan chair. He was still very polite, kneeling down, but his words were quite the opposite of his actions. If you don't want to die, come with me. She said nothing more, just placed her hand on his as a wordless agreement. Ji Weiyang must have been feeling a little jealous again. When the two of them left, he also followed. Tian Lu sighed from the side. So there are times when His Highness listens to others. Ming-Han immediately ordered, let's follow them too. Everyone left, leaving the cowardly Tian Lu behind. He was completely surrounded. Someone come save me. At the Yunming River, it was now just her and him. She spoke up. Why did you bring me here? He asked back meaningfully, Su Jianyue, have you forgotten me? He looked into the distance, his eyes filled with contemplation. Then, do you remember Xia Yuha at the Yiming River that year? Could there be an unexpected plot twist here? She fell silent, trying to remember. An image from her childhood. She was sitting by this river, sobbing. A young boy approached and reminded her, "You're soaked. It's not good to catch a cold." He came over to shelter her from the rain and also asked, "Where are you from? Why are you crying?" At this, with tears streaming down her face, she explained, "I'm from Jiangzhou. There's a bad man called the Emperor who wants my father to send me to live in the palace." She continued, "He said that when I grow up, he will marry me to his second son. But I don't want to go." He bent down, patting her head to comfort her. "Then will you marry me? That way, you won't have to go live at that bad man's place anymore." The flashback ended. She vaguely realized, "You're that person from that year." She said a very naive word, Kappa, implying he was a type of water demon. Hearing that was frustrating, of course. He shouted, "My name is Nangongyu." Nangongyu also added, "Don't take what happened earlier in the bath to heart. My older brother forced me to do it." A familiar figure watched them from afar. Ji Weiyong was also eavesdropping what? In the bath. Now the truth became a bit clearer. The world thinks that the prefect of Chuizu and the shaman are the same person. But that's not actually the case. I have a twin brother named Nangongyi. He is the prefect, and the shaman is me. He explained further, "I have been weak and sickly since childhood. If others found out, I would definitely not be able to keep the position of shaman for the Nangong family." Nangongyu came and took her hand. "That time I saw you, when we were children, was also the last time I went out into the outside world." Meanwhile, in the Nangong residence, Ming Han and his companions were also inside. He wondered, "Why are we back here again?" He then turned to ask Tang, "Oh, right, Tang, and what were you saying just now?" Tang, panting heavily, questioned him. "Chiming Han, you chased in the wrong direction." Only then did he realize, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Truly, one dared to run and another dared to follow. Tang, was speechless. "You ran so fast. It was already a feat for us to keep up. Besides, you yourself have no sense of direction in this matter of love. Don't you know that?" Suddenly, a noise attracted everyone's attention. Ming Han became alert. "There's movement inside." In the end, he was still the one to lead and pull back the curtain. The scene before them was a real surprise. "You are backed by the riverbank from before. The silhouettes of the two were reflected on the lake's surface," he spoke. I had agreed to marry you, but I was imprisoned. I only found out later. You only stayed in Chuizu for a short time before leaving." As he finished speaking, he grabbed her shoulders. He immediately pushed her down and continued, "This time you were fancied by my older brother," his hand restlessly touching her lips. "But I will not allow anyone to snatch you from my hands again." She replied innocently, "So what do you want to do?" He moved closer to her and whispered, "Since we've met again in the water, how about we?" His voice revealed a deeper intention. "Continue in the water." Suddenly, a cough rang out, interrupting their conversation. He walked over. He's been fuming for a while now. He spoke resentfully. "It's fine. You two just continue." Finally, a three-way confrontation. She finally spoke up. "You're the one who said it." He was dragged away by her. She ignored Ji Weiyong and pulled him away quickly. "Let's go ignore him. Let's go into the water and continue what we left unfinished." He didn't expect to be played like this. Shameless. The two of them went to the river. He found her actions amusing. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry." Then he suddenly turned hostile, intending to push her down. "Then you go down first." Her face showed no sign of panic at all. She quickly dodged him, turning the tables on him. He stumbled forward, his whole body falling into the lake. She stood above, laughing scornfully. "A man's mouth is truly a deceiving devil. You said I was in a hurry, but instead, you yourself hastily jumped down first." Soaking wet, he still tried to act elegant. "You're truly mischievous. Since I'm already in the water, why don't you hurry down here?" She wasn't stupid enough to go down there and wait to die. "Hasn't your mother ever told you anything?" She stood up gracefully and added, "The meaning was plain as day, not to casually trust women, especially beautiful ones." Luckily, Ji Weiyong, who was standing nearby, also managed to witness everything. She, on the contrary, was very self-aware. This was the person she wanted to tease the most. "Your Highness, are you praising my beauty?" It was the same tone he had used with her before. "Shameless. I meant to say you were a deceiver." The more he acted like that, the closer she moved. "But I've never deceived your Highness." She continued, "Oh, right, I once said I wanted to give your Highness a proper status. I was serious. Hearing this, his face turned red. He was clearly hooked, but acting shy. Absurd. You're getting more and more audacious. Seeing this, she turned to leave, acting spoiled because you're favored. He was a loss for words, completely tongue-tied. The two were so engrossed in their conversation, they forgot about the person in the water. He finally spoke up. Enough, what exactly do you mean? Hearing this, she turned back indifferently. What do I mean? Right then and there, she exposed everything. You want to play a game of traps within traps with me? You're still too young and inexperienced, Nangongyi. He was silent, and silence meant agreement. Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, he asked, "What did you find out? These cheap tricks can only fool a child. How could they fool me? I found out from the very beginning. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wore fam new-s clothes?" Nangongyu has a tear mole at the corner of his eye, but you don't. Hearing that, he was a little puzzled. Who is fam new? But he quickly dismissed it to get to the main point. On the contrary, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so observant. She continued to explain. Also, he is a water-type secret arts master, but you are wood-type. Even if you disguise yourself as a water-type secret arts master, you still can't fool my eyes. He was stunned, still not understanding why she had been silent until now. Then why didn't you expose me from the beginning? Because I simply prefer a cat and mouse game. I had to play along with your acting. How could I pretend not to see? If you like to act, then I will play with you until the end. She stood proudly, retorting. I clearly didn't resist. Yet you still had to set up this scheme, intending to use the childhood bond between me and Nangongyu to completely paralyze me. Her face was filled with annoyance. You must have too much time on your hands, don't you? Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for activating the dragon's concubine mission. Killing the dragon god will earn 1,000 reward points. What am I hearing? A dragon? Nangongye's face darkened, hiding the rage boiling inside him. Not only did you toy with me, but you also dare to continue mocking me. Do you think you know everything? He shouted, filled with resentment, and immediately attacked her. No, you don't know anything at all. He seemed to have lost his mind, extremely smug. Whose bride do you think you will be? Why do you think I brought you to this Yunmeng River? At the same time, she drew her sword. She gradually understood what was happening, as well as the system's notification. Because of the dragon in this river, right? He stopped, startled, and looked at her. Why? How did you know? This time, he couldn't calm himself down anymore. He was a bit scared. No, impossible. Why does she know everything? She sneered. Who do you think I am? In another place, the Nangong residence, Tian Lu felt that something was not right. It's really strange. The people from the Nangong residence actually ignored me and all left. He cautiously went to explore. This is just perfect for me to complete the mission that the fairy sister arranged. He scratched his head and looked at them blankly. What are you guys doing? Two people were each holding a shackle. Minghan spoke up. We heard a noise earlier. He held out the thing in his hand. After going in, we discovered that it was the sound of these shackles in the water. At this, Tian Lu was confused. You mean there's no one in here? But the fairy sister said there was someone imprisoned in here and told me to come and save him. Elsewhere, a Ling led a group of people over. Look, it's the dragon's concubine. One of the people from behind spoke up. Lord Dragon's concubine, we beg you to save us. The people continuously kowtowed and explained. All the water for our Chuizu city comes from the Yunmeng River. We are about to die of thirst. Only you can appease the wrath of the dragon god. Nangongyu was pleased to see this scene. Aling, you did well. You came at the right time. She stood there and asked the crowd, do you want me to sacrifice myself in exchange for water for all of you? A skinny woman pleaded, please save us. My child can't hold on much longer. If we continue to lack water, we will all die. At this, Nangongyu was smug. You are the one chosen by the dragon god. Only your sacrifice can be exchanged for the lives of the tens of thousands of people in Chuizu. Can you bear to watch them wait for death just for your own temporary life? Ji Weiyong rushed over and grabbed her hand. Don't go. There's no reason in this world for them to live while you have to die. This time, she was silent and didn't reply. Nangongyi seemed certain of his victory. Are you hesitating? Then let me help you decide. Mianer's childish voice called out, big sister, brother-in-law. She was stunned, not understanding how this little boy could be here. We had arranged for Mianer to stay outside the city before we entered. How did Nangongyi find him? He knew her weakness and came to exploit it. If you hesitate any longer, this little brat will be the first to lose his head. She coldly threw a word at him. Despicable. After speaking, she turned towards the riverbank. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Dawn has passed. The 9-day Chung Chung Jiu mission is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 reward points. You can now go find the Xia family. She looked at the notification and pondered. The timing is perfect. Your Highness no longer needs to stay by my side. However, once she made a decision, she wouldn't change it. But what the hell is finding the Xia family? It had better not be another one of these damn binding things. At this moment, he quietly walked closer to her. She turned back and called softly, "Your Highness." The two of them, as if about to part forever, spoke their last words. "Have you forgotten? I promised you that I would never be more than 3 zhang away from you, no matter what." He continued seriously, "Since things have come to this, I will go with you." Even so, her teasing nature was still strong. "Your Highness, is this a suicide pact for love?" As if motivated, she jumped straight into the water. "Don't worry, I won't die. You stay here and take good care of me, honor." "Your Highness, wait a moment. I'll be right back." No one could stop her at this moment. Underwater, she opened her eyes wide and looked, horrified by the sight before her. In front of her were skeletons from who knows when. Seeing her, the whole horde rushed over. She still didn't understand what was happening. Skeletons can move? Without much thought, she slashed out. But it seemed she didn't notice the strange vines around them. Those vines immediately wrapped tightly around her. Blood flowed from her neck. She couldn't even scream. Those white flowers turned red. "Nangong," exclaimed from the side. As expected of the immortal blood of a secret arts master to actually bear so much fruit. It seems the dragon god will be very pleased this time. People of Chuazu thanked the dragon god for his grace. As he finished speaking, the crowd rushed forward like hungry tigers, continuously scooping with bowls, their mouths chattering nonstop. "It's dragon fruit. The great dragon god has bestowed dragon fruit upon us again. We're saved. We can continue to live." In a Nangong residence, a servant brought something. "Elder, it's time to eat the dragon fruit." She was rooted to the spot and immediately screamed. The plate of fruit in her hand fell. She couldn't stand steadily. Her whole body trembled. Minghan's group also ran over and asked, "Miss, what happened?" "Tang, it was too tired to speak." "Minghan, we are in someone else's territory. You still dare to meddle in their affairs." The female servant tremblingly pointed forward. The elder, he." Everyone looked in the direction the girl was pointing. In front of them, the elder was entangled in vines, twisted into a strange shape. On Ji Weiyang's side, Mianer screamed, "Brother-in-law." He seemed to not care about his surroundings, having only one concern. "She's been gone for too long." Nangong stood watching and sneered. "Foolish. You could have lived well, yet you insist on rushing to your death for a mere woman." Ji Weiyang finally jumped into the water to find her. Before him, she was entangled in vines. He went over and cut them off, and then gently touched the girl in front of him who was lacking oxygen. And what had to happen, happened. He was just giving her oxygen, you know. She gradually opened her eyes and saw the person before her. "Your Highness." Nearby, Nangong looked at his arm with some worry. "Has the plague spread my arm?" He turned to a Ling and ordered, "Quick, go pick some dragon fruit for me." She replied in fear, "Yes." He looked at her and the group over there. "Chuazu lacks water? Don't make me laugh. As if I'd ever care about the lives and deaths of these people." He reassured himself, "It's just that I've been infected with the plague, so I must eat this dragon fruit, which is nourished by human blood, to suppress the illness. These commoners, also infected, see me as their savior. How interesting." Nearby, Mianer was crying and calling out, "Big sister, brother-in-law." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared above the water. He comforted the child. "Mianer, don't cry. I brought your fairy sister back." Unexpected, isn't it? Nangong never expected this scene. They had actually survived and gotten out. Tired, she lay in his arms but still spoke what she knew. "Your Highness, there is no dragon god in this Yunmeng River at all. There are only mutated plants that seem to be infected." She continued, along with the countless skeletons of the sacrificed young women. Suddenly, Tian Lu's voice echoed from somewhere. "Your Highness." His men ran over. Tian Lu, out of breath, reported the situation. "Your Highness, we've just learned that all the commoners of Chuazu have been infected." He was a little startled. "What did you say?" "But they haven't turned into living corpses." Minghan, standing by, explained further. "Because they rely on the sacrificed young women, using their fresh blood to harvest a type of fruit called dragon fruit." As he spoke, he held out what he was holding. This dragon fruit has the effect of suppressing the plague. However, Minghan looked at the crowd over there. This is only on the surface. If one eats dragon fruit long-term, they will As he finished speaking, the crowd was entangled by vines. Flowers bloomed all over their bodies, and their terrified screams grew more frequent. What's happening to me? She also understood the problem. The dragon fruit couldn't suppress the plague. Instead, it was a mutated plant that infected those who ate it in a different way. Tian Lu looked at her and added a clue. Fairy sister, the person you mentioned wasn't in the bathing pool of the Nangong residence either. But the maids in the residence said that every time a young woman passes through Chuizu, she is married by Nangong Yi as his bride. She thought she had misheard. You said what? Rewinding what had just happened, she realized her initial judgment was wrong. Wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. He not only deceived me, but he also deceived himself. Nangongyi then screamed, why even me? No, impossible. It must be because I haven't had enough dragon fruit. He aggressively pushed a Ling forward and ordered, as long as I have enough dragon fruit, I'll definitely be fine. She panicked. My lord. The vines pulled a Ling down, while he kept eating voraciously. Dragon fruit, eat. As long as I eat more, I'll definitely be fine. Not enough. Still not enough. But no matter how much he ate, the vines continued to wrap around him more and more. At this point, he gradually lost his composure, dragging the crowd of people from before with him. All of you become nutrients. Dragon fruit. I want dragon fruit. That group of people was also pulled down by the vines. She stood watching this chaotic scene. To survive, you won't even spare your own people? He turned back and growled. What the hell do you know? The responsibility of a prefect is not to protect the city and its people, but to know when to make sacrifices when necessary. She couldn't stand to hear another word and cursed back. Damn it, then why don't you sacrifice yourself? You use your power and good looks to threaten and lure young women passing through Chuizu to be your brides, only to have them end up buried in this lake. Seeing her talk so much, he stood up, ready to charge and attack. Stop your nonsense. It's all your fault. It's all because of a woman like you who clings to life and fears death. Using your shaman blood, I can definitely cultivate the most effective dragon fruit. Get down into the lake for me. But getting close to her was now a bit difficult. A sword blocked his path. Finally, you gotta play the hero protecting the damsel. She's behind me. If you got the guts, then come here. He was furious. It's you again. You bastard, it's you again. Why must you always ruin my plans? Are you really going to sacrifice all of us for her alone? The crowd kept moving toward them. Why? Why won't you sacrifice yourself to save us? We don't want to die. That bitch refuses to save us for the sake of her own fleeting life. Let's sacrifice her now. Maybe it's still not too late. He raised his hand, not wanting to hear their rambling anymore. So, these are your last words. As he finished speaking, he ordered the soldiers, fire. Hundreds of arrows were continuously shot from behind. He didn't forget to leave a final sentence. Morality has always been for restraining oneself, not for harming others. Nearby, Tian Lu rested his chin on his hand, thinking worriedly. His Highness never shows his emotions. I've never seen him like this. It seems His Highness is truly enraged this time. Piles of corpses, rivers of blood, a horrifying scene. When the Son of Heaven is angered, 1,000,000 corpses are laid bare and blood flows for 1,000 miles. She glanced over, then intended to turn and leave, but a hand grabbed her leg. At this, her eyebrows furrowed. She turned back to see what it was. Nangongyi dragged his body over to beg. Please, I beg you. Don't go, please don't go. You can't leave. Even if you won't sacrifice yourself to save me, don't you even care about my younger brother, Nangongyu? Unsurprised, she replied indifferently. If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have almost forgotten. Suddenly, vines from his hand wrapped around her leg, tightening their grip. Seeing this, he burst out laughing. Foolish woman, you've fallen into my trap. He was still smug, thinking he was the final boss. Unexpected, isn't it? I've long been cultivating these vines, born from the dragon fruit within my body. These vines will frantically suck your blood, resulting in more dragon fruit for me. She looked at these vines, too bored to even argue. What are you thinking? Who do you think I am? As she finished speaking, flames enveloped her, burning away the vines. Now, she rested her hands on her hips, looking at the cowering figure. Try to remember carefully. Where did your younger brother come from? It was all just a psychological change that created two personalities. Hearing this, his face turned pale. She gradually revealed the secret behind the curtain. After every evil deed, you would lock yourself up. Then you'd pretend to be an innocent younger brother. And after performing your one-man show, you'd continue to do evil. He still stubbornly argued, "You're talking nonsense. Didn't you say my younger brother is a water shaman? And I'm a wood shaman? Besides, he has a tear mole that I don't have." On the contrary, she was very certain of her argument. If you're a wood shaman, then how could you disguise wood magic as water magic during that attack? Her eyes reflected the naked truth for him, because you were a dual element water and wood shaman all along. She also pointed out the matter of the mole. As for the so-called tear mole, it was just covered up by you with powder. The world naturally doesn't know about both Nangong Yi and Nangong Yu, because you two are actually just one person. Each sentence was a revelation of the truth. She continued, satisfying his curiosity. Even if you deceive yourself, the evil things you've done can never disappear. At this moment, he grabbed her skirt, kneeling and begging like a puppy. "If that's the case, you wear, don't you want to save me? I am Nangong Igreku." He hugged her. It's unclear which of the two was being led on all this time. "I know you wouldn't have the heart to see me suffer." Then he suddenly changed his expression, baring his sharp teeth, determined to take her down with him. "Then let me bite your neck to pieces, suck your blood, and directly promote the growth of dragon fruit, shall we?" She was beautiful, not stupid. Knowing his intentions full well, she grabbed his face and pushed him away, looking up at his currently distorted face. "Stinky little brother, stop daydreaming." As she finished speaking, she took out a sword and stabbed him. He thought he was the predator, but he was the prey. She also gave a final reminder. "You've tried to harm me time and time again, so don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." As he fell, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the dragon god. You have received 1,000 reward points." She looked at him, already knowing the hidden meaning the system had set up for her. It turned out that slaying the dragon referred to eliminating the person who created the lie about the dragon god. "It's time to use my internal energy again," she mused. The living corpses created by the mutated plants also have similar mystic crystals. After absorbing these mystic crystals, my shamanic arts should be able to level up. Chiming Han just stood behind her, watching her, his eyes filled with many emotions. What a kind-hearted girl. Even though these people wanted to kill her, she still wants to guide their souls to salvation. So he hesitantly asked, "You, may I call you that?" She lowered her head, completely immersed in her thoughts, ignoring Chiming Han, who was looking at her with an expectant gaze. Strange. Why isn't there any reaction at all? Could it be that absorbing so many mystic crystals still isn't enough to level up my shamanic arts? Seeing this, he was overjoyed. She nodded. Does that mean she agreed to let me call her that? So he didn't hesitate to make plans. Have you ever been to MALBAY? There are vast grasslands, immense golden sand dunes, and also the most brilliant galaxy. His face flushed slightly with shyness. "We have to return to MALBAY soon. My clansmen are still waiting for me. Would you like to go see the scenery of MALBAY with me? I remember you people of Dezhou often say, a hero is paired with a beauty. Do you think I could be a match?" Hearing him talk for a while, she finally turned back and asked, "What are you talking about?" As she finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host. Your fire shamanic art has advanced to the bronze tier, and you have acquired a skill. Upon advancing to a higher level, the body will be in a state of complete weakness for a period of time. Host, please prepare to cope accordingly." She didn't have time to react. She could only curse silently in her heart. Falling on a Chiming Han, "Your sister, is this scammer system lagging too? Hey, how am I supposed to prepare for this?" She fell, but Chiming Han was determined not to catch her, bracing himself with his hands instead, frantically calling out, "Uwe." He wondered to himself, so she doesn't want me to leave this badly? Tanga saw this and just wanted to smack this idiot. "Chiming Han, what are you doing? She's already thrown herself at you. What are you still afraid of? Just carry her back to MALBAY. That's how we'll get a new high priestess." In another place, outside Chua's city, at the mountain god temple, she still lay there motionless. Tian Lu spoke up worriedly. "What's wrong with Fairy Sister? Why can't she move at all? She can't even speak." He remained silent, not answering, just searching for an answer. Could it be due to the previous wounds from being entangled by the vines? However, Tianlu also noticed the others. Hey, didn't you guys say you had to return to NAMA-MANGAI? Why haven't you left yet? Tanga replied irritably, when we leave, is that any of your business? Tianlu knew their intentions all too well and taunted them. Even if you guys stay, you won't have a chance. My Highness is the one whom Fairy Sister herself promised to make things official with. He kept speculating there are many places on her body that were injured by the vines' attacks, and those vines were all infected with the plague. Could it be that she's been poisoned? She was just being controlled by the system, but she was still very much conscious. Skirt, what is he doing lifting my skirt? Only then did he speak up. All of you get out. Let me be alone with her. I have important matters to discuss with her. Qiming Han certainly wouldn't agree. What do you want to do? He just glanced at him and ordered, "Get out." Qiming Han, annoyed, stubbornly asked, "And what if I say no?" He didn't bother to argue, turning his face back to warn him. "Just you try." Seeing the tense situation, Tanga came over to mediate. "Qiming Han, let's go outside first. Don't bother with this self-righteous, great Zhou person. At least this young man knows to leave a way out. Anyway, we have to prepare to leave soon. There's no need to cause more trouble." Bored from just sitting around, Tianlu also chimed in to lighten the mood. "Come on, rest assured, I'll stake my reputation on it. His Highness will absolutely not do anything to harm Fairy Sister." Qiming Han felt a little aggrieved in his heart, but he still turned and left, just going with the flow. He didn't look at them, just focused on sucking the wound on her hand. She was confused by his action. What is he sucking? He didn't know what she was thinking, so he showed no signs of stopping. Her whole body stiffened. "It tickles, it's so ticklish, stop, please stop." Outside, Qiming Han gritted his teeth. His heart was aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. What on earth does he want to do? Why did he have to kick all of us out? This foolish young man finally realized something. Could it be that the scene everyone is thinking of is about to unfold? Seeing this, Tanga came over to ask, "Qiming Han, are you all right?" Qiming Han didn't feel happy at all. "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" When his actions didn't match his words, no one would believe him. Back to the present, he had lifted her feet like a prince kissing the top of her foot. Her face turned completely red, and her breathing became a little different. "What's happening? My body is numb. The feeling is becoming more and more helpless." Knowing she couldn't answer, he still turned to ask, "Do you feel a little more comfortable?" This sudden question also flustered her. To be honest, she liked it, but because of her pride. Confortable. What does he mean by this? This isn't the foreplay, is it? As soon as he finished, he kissed her neck. Every wound was touched by him. She struggled in her thoughts. "Don't. I've been wise and pure my whole life. I haven't even had a serious relationship. Am I going to be devoured just like this?" This time she was really scared. "Damn you, system. I hate you." At this moment, the two were face to face. He stood straight, looking at her. She chanted a prayer in her head. "It's over, it's over." Is he going to get to the main event now? Despite being stubborn, she kind of liked him. Looking at him this closely, he's truly incredibly handsome. Knowing there was nothing she could do, she closed her eyes to enjoy it. From childhood to adulthood, I've never been hurt by others. Actually, I'm very afraid of pain. He also gently kissed her forehead. His next words were full of hidden meaning. "Don't worry, I'll be a little gentler next. Slowly, gradually, I won't let you feel any pain." Just as things were getting intense, the system displayed a notification. Mystic Art upgrade complete. Skills successfully acquired. Host has obtained the skill Fire Art, Imperial Flame. Physical functions fully restored. Please begin your activities. As if seeing a final ray of light, she immediately grabbed his collar. Then she sat bolt upright, their eyes meeting. She looked at him while cursing the system. "Damn system, I see you're deliberately seizing the opportunity. You're just trying to mess with me." She flipped him over. Not only was he not flustered, but on the contrary, he asked very calmly, "You've recovered? You were indeed poisoned. After sucking out all the poison, you recovered." She didn't quite understand what he was saying. Sucking out poison? Her mischievous hand gently moved down his neck. Just like that, following a straight line. Her voice was full of teasing. "Since your Highness has saved my life, then how should I repay you?" She then suggested, "How about we continue and finish what we left unfinished together?" The eavesdropping crowd was also stunned. Drywood meets raging fire. It refers to the strong desire between a man and a woman. It is mainly used in improper relationships between men and women. They heard it, but didn't quite hear it. Tianlu was somewhat stunned. Did I mishear? Beside him, Qiming Han was also about to lose his composure. Drywood meets raging fire. Tanga beside them was worried. Hey, Kaiming-an. Suddenly, fire erupted from nowhere. She said fire, and there was real fire, you guys. She and he at this moment, let me tell you, it was something else. It was eye-searing, no joke. Tian Lu on the side was amazed. Dealing with it straightforwardly. This drywood meets raging fire is quite exciting to play with. She came to his side with the same tone. Your Highness, I thought you would remain aloof and unmoved. I didn't expect. Her hands wrapped around him, embracing this young man completely. You do have a reaction. Actually, it was all intentional. System notification. Host's basic combat suit has been completed. He also benefited, successfully changing to a replica of the Crown Prince's attire. Minus 70 reward points. Host has 1,000 reward points remaining. His reaction was perhaps a bit slow. She feigned innocence and looked away. I didn't mean to look. At the same time, she also explained further. It's my first time using the mystic art skill, so I'm not proficient yet. My control isn't good. You see, even my own clothes have been burned to a crisp. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses, the dragon cavalry unit was moving in. Shifting to another place, the Imperial Palace. Ji Yuxuan sipped his tea while pondering. It's been so long since I sent people out to deal with Ji Weiyang. But not a single piece of news has come back. As he finished speaking, Yi Qingcheng, who was sitting next to him, reassured him. Yuxuan, calm down, don't be anxious. The ones dispatched are the dragon cavalry. We have nothing to worry about. She whispered beside him. How about we go to Mother Empress's chambers? I'll help you relieve your worries. He shot up and shouted. No, I can't sleep well until he's dead. I want to personally lead the Imperial Army. On the surface, Yi Qingcheng was still very cheerful. Forcing a smile, be good, stop making a fuss. The Imperial capital cannot be without a ruler. If you want to vent, you can gallop on Mother Empress's bed. But inside, she was already cursing him. Fool, you haven't even ascended the throne yet. What's with this personally leading the Imperial Army nonsense? She still went along with him. Your Highness, I support you. Suddenly, Ji Yuxuan's face showed a hint of panic. Imperial uncle? Elsewhere, the fire blazed fiercely. He turned to ask the group, aren't you supposed to return Mabe? Now is the time. Then he also came to persuade her a little. You go with them. Let my ears have some peace and quiet. Hearing this, she gave him a look that was barely half an eye. Seeing that look, he asked, what are you still worried about? Go, this is an order. If you defy me, I will kill all of you. Perhaps he had forgotten, in front of his better half, he was just a name. If she went along with it, he'd be dead. I'm just not going. If your Highness wants to kill me, then go ahead and kill me, as long as you're willing. He just uttered one phrase, crazy woman. She leaped onto a dragon cavalry horse while replying to him. I have to be so crazy that you can't help but fall in love with me. She looked at this group like she had before. The dragon cavalry is just the same. With my fastest killing speed, no one can react in time. He didn't think she would still be so stubborn. Foolish. In front of the commander of the dragon cavalry, she wasn't scared at all. Old rule, to catch bandits, first catch the king. Immediately, she pulled open the curtain, but it was unexpected. Long Chung had grabbed her hand, got you. She felt a sense of danger. Could it be that the dragon cavalry intentionally let me pass? If one hand was caught, then just shoot with the other. Another surprise. Long Chung actually blocked that shot. He spoke up. I also enjoy taking the enemy general's head from amidst a 10,000-strong army. But the difference is, I have the strength to do it, while you. His eyes were sharp and cold. His voice also lowered. Do not. With that, a sword thrust straight at her. She couldn't defend in time and took the hit head on. He didn't even look. Just by the sound of the gunshot, he could block the bullet with his sword. What kind of monster is this? He shouted loudly, treacherous official and villainous son, deserving of death. Facing the sword tip advancing towards her, she could do nothing. It's over, my body hurts so much I can't move anymore. Suddenly, a hand blocked that sword strike. Qiming Han now had his moment to shine, stepping forward to protect her. She is the bright moon of our Mabe. I will not allow anyone to make her fall. He pulled the curtain with one hand, walking out while reciting a poem. The world's enemies are divided by Mabe. 1,000,000 troops flee from the black armor. The barbarians beyond the pass. I have annihilated no less than 10 nations. Adding you would be no problem. At this time, she propped herself up with her sword and replied, I draw my blade and laugh at the heavens. To stay or go, my courage is as vast as the 2 Kunluns. She was still very prideful. You think you're the only one who knows poetry? I know some too. If Qiming Han understood anything, he would probably be praising her literary skills by now. At this moment, she called out to the system. System? It appeared instantly as if a spirit had manifested. "I'm here." Only then did she ask, "Is there any item that can enhance my own strength?" The system responded with a suggestion. Strength-doubling pills, 100 reward points per pill. After consumption, strength will be doubled. As side effects. At this point, that was just a word to her. Who the hell cares about side effects now? Let's survive first, then we'll talk. I need 10 pills. As soon as she finished, the system announced. Exchange complete, minus 1,000 reward points. Remaining points, 0. Thank you for your patronage. Long Chung at the side was also amazed. You can still stand? He walked over with his sword, his mouth ceaselessly reciting poetry. An ant trying to shake a tree overestimates its strength. Why waste effort scheming against fate? Seems you just enjoy courting death. She was no less competitive, parrying the blow while reciting a poem in response. Since ancient times, who can escape death? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history. Minhan's face went blank at the side. Why is nothing happening to me all of a sudden? Tang, it was calling him from the side, but he couldn't hear. Chiming Han, stop holding the sword. Let go, please let go. If Ji Weiyong understood what was going on, he probably would have rushed in to fight too. What on earth are they doing? As for Tian Lu, well, he was already dazed as usual. As expected, when masters clash, every move is insane. Wu Ning hadn't thought her father's passion for poetry was so fiery. Although her godfather killed people like flies and was known as the living king of hell, very few knew he was also a great poetry enthusiast. The two of them just fought while exchanging poems. If you can't win in martial arts, you must at least win the war of words. Treading on the moon and sun to slay Yama. Suyin breaks through the mist to dominate the sky. One man turning the tide of battle across 3,000 li. One sword once faced 1,000,000 soldiers. Below, 3,000 rounds of combat and poetic duels have been omitted. After dragging on for so long, both were panting heavily. She also hadn't expected her opponent to be so game. Is this old geezer even human? I've taken 10 strength-doubling pills, and I can only fight him to a draw. Long Chung laughed with delight. Exhilarating, exhilarating. In all my years of campaigning on the battlefield, I have never met my match. Today I have found this rare joy in a little girl. Hearing that, she immediately retorted, "Who are you calling little? The life and death missions I've undertaken are more than the salt you've eaten." She was also extremely combative, determined not to lose. Still want to fight? This big sister will take you on till the end. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist. Long Chung leaned close to her ear and said, "Consort Yi and the second prince say that you and the crown prince colluded to kill his majesty. I just want to ask you one question. Is it true or not?" She replied decisively, "It's not." Hearing her answer, he finally faced her, hand holding her hair, his words full of hidden meaning. "Your name is Su Jinhua, right? I'll remember you." With that, he turned and gave an order. "Dragon cavalry, hear my command." The soldiers acknowledged the orders, "Sir." Only then did Ji Weiyong raise a question mark. Is it finally time to launch an all-out attack? As soon as he finished, he also gave an order. "All soldiers, hear my command. Form up." The soldiers replied, "Sir." Long Chung just turned away and said, "Withdraw and return to the capital." Hearing this, Tian Lu didn't understand his intentions. "Your Highness, the dragon cavalry is just retreating like this?" Wu Ning approached the palanquin and asked, "Godfather, are we really letting them go just like that?" Long Chung replied, "Of course not. It's just that someone who can compose such a heroic poem with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers would surely not be the kind to kill a king and usurp the throne." His face was full of cunning. "I'm giving them a chance to prove their innocence, but a chance must also be earned through strength. If they can't survive this next stage, then it proves they're all weak, and the weak have no right to live." At this point, Tian Lu turned to ask him, "Your Highness, where do we go next?" Ji Weiyong replied, "Back to Sochao City. The journey to Jiangzhou is still very long. We need a resupply." In truth, he was also thinking to himself, Long Chung would absolutely not let us go so easily. He must have some kind of plan, but what could it be? Suddenly, the system displayed a warning. "Warning, the effects of the strength-doubling pills have ended. Side effects are about to begin. The host has fainted due to extreme cold." She was stunned and couldn't react in time. These side effects came way too fast. As she finished speaking, she collapsed. The system appeared one last time. "Host, you still don't have much life experience. Who said the side effect was just fainting? The real side effects haven't even started yet." Tian Lu reacted quickly and immediately rushed over. "Fairy sister, He almost caught her, but he wouldn't let him do it. A familiar hand pushed him away, leaving him bewildered. The one to catch her had to be him, of course. He looked at her, worried for his beloved. Her body, why has it suddenly become so cold? In another, more over-the-top version, Tang A caught Tian Lu, as if for real. You did that on purpose, didn't you? The moment you had a chance, you got close to me. What are your intentions, huh? At times like these, what could Tian Lu do but stay silent? In another hazy, ethereal place, the system's voice rang out. Host's spiritual body approaching. Mystical space opening. She walked through this poetic landscape. Mystical space. In front of her was an incredibly beautiful white cat. She recognized it immediately. System? System, come out and explain what on earth is going on. This arrogant cat still looked at her leisurely. Are you blind? Isn't this system right here in front of you? Hearing that, she went over and poked it. So you're that scammer system? The cat screeched upon hearing that. Don't you touch me. You foolish humans have so many germs on you. Only then did it explain to her. The inner city structures correspond to the treasure pavilion, the academy, the forge, the shop, the clinic, and so on. It continued, outside the city, there are also fields and farms. After being unlocked, they will produce food and money for you at regular intervals. All of these require you to build and upgrade them using the reward points you obtain. The higher the construction level, the higher the amount of resources you can receive. It winked playfully, but it's useless to tell you all this now, because your remaining reward points are 0. As it finished speaking, she pinched its cheek and spoke in frustration. You cat, why didn't you say so earlier? She kept pinching it until it was about to reach its limit. Foolish host, the space has been open for so long, and you never took the initiative to check it out yourself. What more is there to say? Inside Sochao City, Tian Lu looked at the passing crowd worriedly. Your Highness, the common people in this city don't seem to have undergone any strange changes, right? He continued to stride forward while carrying her. The dragon fruit requires live human sacrifices nurtured with fresh blood to be produced. Naturally, only a few powerful people could obtain the dragon fruit. He continued to explain, thanks to that, these ordinary commoners were spared a calamity, but it's all only temporary. With that, he glanced at the people behind him to assign tasks. We'll split up. Qiming, you take your men and my men to various places in the city to purchase large quantities of food to prepare for the next leg of our journey. Yin Tian Lu, you come with me. Let's find a place to check on Su Jinyue's condition first. Min Han and the others said nothing, which meant they tacitly agreed. Seeing them dawdling, he changed his tone. Don't just stand there. Get to work quickly. He was a little worried. We must hurry before disaster strikes. Min Han began to act. The rest of you follow me. But you must remember, I'm not helping you. I'm helping you where? Hearing this, he smiled, looked at her, and replied, it's the same thing. Tang A, at the side, felt indignant on Min Han's behalf. Qiming Han, why do I get the feeling you're being sold and still helping the seller count the money? When he heard him say, it's the same thing, that smug look clearly meant to say we're all one family. Helping her is the same as helping him. Only now did Min Han notice another strange detail. And why are you bringing this kid along? Donc, Garimioa explained, Austage. What if that crown prince secretly steals our high priestess and runs away? A hand grabbed the hem of his robe. He turned to look. A little girl asked him timidly, Big brother, what's wrong with his big sister? Is she sick? The little girl then suggested, would you like to bring her to my house? I know a little bit of medicine. I could take a look at her. He didn't answer right away, his eyes constantly sizing her up. In the end, for her sake, he followed the little girl to her house. Sitting beside her, his heart was burning with anxiety. Her body was getting colder and colder. Tian Lu gently sat down and asked the little girl, Miss Xiao, are you the only one at home? Where has everyone else gone? Suddenly, the little girl's eyes filled with tears. They're all gone. Father died early, and mother found me a burden, couldn't stand the hardship, and ran off with another man. The king's laws yield to a lady's tears. Seeing this, Tian Lu became flustered. I'm sorry. I asked something I shouldn't have. Please don't cry. His mind was in a mess. Oh my God. How should I handle this? Forget it. I should slip away first. I'll leave it for His Highness to handle. He quickly changed the subject. Right? Your kitchen is over there, isn't it? I'll go make a bowl of hot ginger soup for the fairy sister to warm her up. With that, he quickly slipped away. At this point, the little girl approached where he and she were and spoke up. This big sister has cold poison entering her body. You must expel the cold and warm her body for her. Otherwise, she will. Hearing this, he grew anxious. What should I do? The little girl also showed him the way. The best method would be a medicinal bath to expel the cold poison. But there's no time now. We can only directly use another person's body heat to warm her body. Then, with some medicine, it should be fine. He was silent. The little girl began to suspect, could it be that you, big brother, and this big sister are not in that kind of relationship? This time, he didn't deny it anymore. Perhaps we are. Suddenly, the little girl's face changed, and she smiled smugly. As expected, all men are the same. Over where Tian Lu was, he was rummaging around for things. Where's the ginger? Miss Xiao, where do you keep your ginger? He saw a cabinet and guessed there might be a surprise inside. So he opened it. Could it be in the cabinet? It was indeed a surprise. He opened it and froze, speechless here. He felt as if someone was calling him. Then stood up, turned, and said to the other girl, I'll go over there and take a look. You take care of her. That girl also replied, yes. He looked outside, also a bit worried. Where has Yin Tianlu gone? In another place, something was happening. Yin Tianlu had been kidnapped by a strange man. At this moment, she was still sound asleep on the bed. That young girl came over again, her disgusted expression saying it all. This vile gaudy thing, dressing so beautifully. How many men are you trying to seduce? After saying that, she pulled out a small vial. My father back then loved to bring those vulgar women home, and after drinking, he just loved to whip me for fun. And that useless mother of mine, not only did she ignore me, but on the contrary, to curry favor with my old man, she would even pour his wine and hand him the whip. Truly, nothing is free. She had been harboring this scheme from the very beginning. So guess what I did? She burst out laughing excitedly. I took the opportunity while he was sound asleep and chopped him into piece after piece, just talking to herself like that. As for that good mother of mine who loved to please men, I sold her to a brothel to let her serve those damn dog-like men to her heart's content. The feeling of living a life where you can control others is truly too wonderful. While muttering, her hand opened the vial's cap, intending to assassinate her. And so I continuously tricked people into coming to my house, butchering the men and selling off the women. Hee hee. She believed she would definitely be able to kill Su Jianwei. Old you told me, the more promiscuous the woman brought in, the higher the price she'll fetch. Applying this aphrodisiac on you will definitely. In the end, because she talked too much, she woke right up. Are you finally done talking? She must have heard everything the girl said, so she immediately shot up and restrained her. Little sister, villains die from talking too much, did you know that? Upon being caught, the girl begged with tears streaming down her face. Big sister, what are you doing? I kindly brought you medicine to ward off the cold, to help you wake up. Why are you? It hurts, you're pulling my hair. It hurts so much. She sneered. She had just encountered this type before, and now she was meeting it again. You're giving me medicine to ward off the cold? It was clearly because I beat that scheming system to a pulp to snatch the pill that counteracts the side effects. I woke up on my own. At times like this, a third party would arrive, and sure enough, he came over to advise. Let the young girl go. And yet, she actually complied. Something was definitely not right here. All right, whatever your highness says goes. Like a drowning person clutching a life buoy. She immediately ran over. Gidge, I'm so scared. Big sister, she's recovered. She's just like my mother from before. She immediately hugged him and sobbed. Later, my mother even ran away with another man. At this moment, she walked over and said, Miss Xiao of the exquisite tea art, right? She gave a gentle reminder this time. This big sister will give you a piece of advice. Others have done evil to you, but that can't become a reason for you to do evil to others. But the words were also very profound. This time you've run into me. If you're not careful, you'll end up playing yourself. Hearing this, she immediately hid behind him, acting innocent. Gidge, what does big sister mean by this? Does she want to kill me? I gave her the medicine to ward off the cold for free, and I don't need her thanks. I just beg you to tell her not to kill me. Suddenly, he drew his sword, his face as cold as ice. You've just woken up and are already making such a fuss. It seems you're fine now. Seeing this, she retreated in panic. What does this man want to do? I clearly acted so well. There's no way he could see through me. He walked over and handed the sword to his wife. She then asked, Your Highness, you don't understand the current situation, do you? At this point, in his eyes, there was only his wife. Compared to understanding the situation, isn't trusting you more important? You want to kill someone. I'll give you the sword. It's as simple as that. Surprise, old lady. She thought of everything, but she never thought she'd be hit with this public display of affection. Are this man and woman even human? I clearly pretended to be such a pitiful child. How could they still be so cruel? Run. I have to run away quickly. However, before running, she still tried her best to throw the vial. Take this. She didn't hesitate to slash the vial. The tiny particles scattered and hit him. She scrambled away in a hurry. She was a little annoyed. Her tea art isn't high level, but her sense of danger is conversely very sharp. At this moment, he walked over and took her hand. "Give me the sword," she replied nonchalantly. "The sword is in my other hand. Why are you pulling this hand?" Suddenly, he pulled her closer to him. "I can't reach it." Then he took the sword from her other hand. Now it's within reach. She snorted with laughter, not pushing him away this time. "A rogue pretending to be a gentleman, aren't you?" He sheathed the sword and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened just now?" Only now did he ask for the details. "If that missed shout didn't save you, then how did you wake up?" However, he was still very considerate of her. Her temperature has returned to normal. It seems she's really fine now. Seeing him interrogating her like that, she suddenly placed a finger on his lips. "Your Highness, how could you be so captivated by beauty that you forget your friend? Especially when I'm using this beauty trap, and you're always paying attention to me. Do you still need your right guard, Commander?" She thought to herself, the generation gap between us is too big. I beat the system to a pulp to save myself. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to understand. Suddenly, he remembered someone else, Yin Tianlu. He was so busy worrying about her that he forgot about this guy. He turned and asked, "How did you know Yin Tianlu was missing? You were awake early on, pretending to be asleep, weren't you?" Hearing that, she adjusted her clothes. "Wasn't I just creating an opportunity for your Highness to do a little something you wanted to do?" She continued, "Who knew you would leave halfway through?" Hearing this, he was a little embarrassed. He still explained, "That was because I wanted to help you ward off the cold." His ears turned completely red, but he still moved closer to her. "If you want me to continue what we were doing just now, which is still unfinished, I can also try to satisfy you." From another perspective, two people were watching this couple. Tian Lu was crying his eyes out on the side. "Someone did remember me, but it was insignificant. My life is hanging by a thread right now, and you two are making me watch this scene. Have you considered my feelings? It seems I can only save myself." By now, he knew he couldn't rely on that man and woman. At the moment on the brink of life and death, I suddenly thought of a plan. And yet, the way he chose to save himself was extremely unique. Well, to save myself, I'll just close my eyes and go in for a kiss. As soon as the other guy was forcibly kissed by him, he immediately pushed him away and shouted, "Go to hell. Do you have to be so disgusting? I'm going to puke to death." He tumbled a few times. In the end, the result was that he was freed. The end always justifies the means. Now I have achieved my goal. He was proud, successfully saved himself. The man was furious. It's over. I've lost a hostage. He continuously thought of a way. 1 against 3, there's no chance of winning. It seems I can only use that move. In the end, it was the most cowardly method, kneeling and begging. Great heroes, spare my life. The little bitch from just now is the one who wanted to harm you. She was the one who contacted our brothel, saying she had a deal she wanted to make. Then she told me her sob story. I don't know anything. I just came to capture the person. Please let me go. I won't do this anymore. I have to go home and raise pigs. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door from somewhere interrupted the conversation. The sound of people talking rang out. What happened? Just now, I think I saw that little maid run out of the courtyard. Forget her. She ran off at the right time. We don't have to pay her anymore. Just go inside and help Brother Dao capture the person. The other guy heard this and stood up smugly. My men are here. You all are finished. Finished? You just triggered her fighting spirit. Brother Dao, is it? You're quite cunning, aren't you? Seeing her like this, his confidence dropped to 0. What do you want to do? Elsewhere, footsteps came in from outside the door. The group of people chatted. Amazing, this time she even tricked a bride. A woman lay motionless on the floor. The group of people continued to chat. Hey, where's Brother Dao? One of the group went over to the bride and covered her face. He must have gone to handle something. Didn't you just say you saw that little maid run out? She must have gone to help Brother Dao. That person continued. All right, come here and help carry the person back. We're wasting time. The madam will scold us now. Then they turned and walked away. Hey, the merchandise this time is a bride. She must be untouched. The madam will definitely give us a hefty reward. Huh, leaving the body there. Of course. Tonight, let's go have a few drinks together, brothers. The sound of a door slamming shut rang out. Back with Su Jianyue, Tian Lu had all but become her fan, fairy sister. This move of yours is truly brilliant. The brothel's man ended up selling himself. He was still by her side. Suspicious. Didn't you say before that you had burned your own clothes? Why is this bridal outfit still here? Remembering the previous scene made him question his life. Besides, where did she conjure the clothes from? She had no intention of telling him. and even if she did, he probably wouldn't understand. I was just saying it casually, and Your Highness actually believed it? After saying that, she changed the subject. All right, let's go meet up with Kaming and the others quickly. Suddenly, his face flushed. He remembered that he seemed to have been hit by the drug earlier. Is this medicine to ward off the cold really that effective? But it's making my mouth bitter and dry, and my whole body is covered in sweat. As he thought this, his hand touched her shoulder. She reminded him, stop messing around. After saying that, she bluntly pushed his hand away. Shuizu City has a large population. If people have been infected, it's impossible that only a few people by the lake were infected before. I guess the number of dragon fruits produced is limited, and most of the infected people didn't get to eat the dragon fruits. And yet, he stubbornly placed his hand back on her shoulder. Those patients who haven't used the dragon fruits, on the contrary, they have temporarily escaped one fate, but in the end, they all turned into living corpses. To avoid complications from delays, we must seize the time to meet up with Kaming and the others, and leave this place. As a natural reflex like before, she also intended to push it away. I told you to stop messing around. Our time is very tight right now. But this time was a little strange. She couldn't push it away no matter how she tried. This time, she finally turned around to remind him. Why are you holding me like this? Let go quickly. We have to. Before she could finish her sentence, he pounced on her. His face was all red. He moved forward and lifted her leg. Yet she didn't seem scared. You. He looked at her with a passionate gaze, and even took off her stocking. Tian Lu was eavesdropping from the side. See no evil. See no evil. This is great. Our great Zhou is finally going to have an heir. He knew he was about to become a third wheel, so he tactfully left. Time is of the essence. We'll split up and act. I'll go find Tanya and Kaming first. Seeing this scene, her face turned red, her breathing ragged. Her mind was spinning. It's over. It's the aphrodisiac. The vial of aphrodisiac that spilled on him earlier has taken effect. Their faces were so close, they were almost touching. She became timid at this moment. Your Highness, please sober up a little. This isn't the real you right now. You have to control yourself. As she finished speaking, he pushed her down, his tightly clenched hands trembling. He also didn't know why he was like this. What is wrong with me, really? Her eyes looked at him worriedly. Your Highness. At this moment, he began to take off the shirt he was wearing, constantly saying, so hot. Why is it so hot? Before her, it was a muscular body that many women would admire. She was no exception. To be honest, I think I'm getting a little hot now, too. He looks quite something right now. This flushed face of his, it makes it impossible for one to stop. She pretended to grab a cloth nearby, sat up, and tried to cover his eyes. Your Highness, don't look at me anymore. Maybe you'll feel a little better. However, he didn't let her do it. Don't be so close to me. Saying that, he pulled her into a tight embrace. I'm going to lose control. She smiled and comforted him. Your Highness, you don't need to make it so hard on yourself. It's just a hug. It's nothing. Hearing her say that, he held her tightly, immediately untied the sash forcefully, and then what was bound to happen, happened. Using the aphrodisiac as an excuse, he kissed her this time. At this point, she pushed him away, a little embarrassed. That's enough. Stop. Regaining her initial composure, she teased him. Don't act too outrageously, or I'll get angry. Did she not expect him to suck on her small hands? She played along. Do you have to be so bewitching? Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, regained some composure, and pushed her away. Quick, stay a little further away from me. She knew when to advance and when to retreat, so she knew to back away. All right, Your Highness. She scrambled away on all fours, but as she crawled, he grabbed her again. Who could she call for help now? I already told you to let me stay a little further away from you. He forcefully pulled her back, showing no gentleness at this point. Now she was like a trembling rabbit waiting to be eaten. Your Highness. She closed her eyes in fear. It's over. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his breathing growing heavier. He immediately flipped her over. Unlike her usual self, at this moment, she was just like any other girl. What I do now? If Your Highness continues like this, I won't be able to handle it. She immediately tried to coax him sweetly. My apologies, Your Highness. She reached out her hand, intending to touch him, but he stopped her and spoke. Although he hesitated a bit, he then confessed his true feelings. I want to do this too, but absolutely not in this state, and I especially don't want to force you. This is my promise. Saying that, he kissed her hands. At this moment, he faced her with great seriousness. A promise to you, kept for a lifetime. He meant that no matter what, he would keep his promise. Hearing this, her worries vanished. If that's the case, then... Suddenly, She pulled out her hair tie. She looked at him and suggested, "Your Highness, let me help you in a different way." Elsewhere, it was crowded with people, extremely noisy and bustling. Among them was a very strange woman. She lifted her face and screamed. The bustling noise suddenly turned to devastation, with only cries for help remaining. "Help! Someone save me!" The young lady from before was in a complete panic. Are these people all crazy? First they bite each other, then they chase me relentlessly like wild beasts. She saw Mjolnir ahead of her, as if he were prey. She immediately walked over. "Great, I have a way." Her way was to push Mjolnir in front of her. "Little brat, I have you to thank." Her face was extremely excited. "Go on, cry. Cry a little louder. You must draw all the attention of these madmen onto yourself." She even stepped right on Mjolnir's hand. The little boy shed tears. It hurt so much. At this moment, Mingen's group arrived just in time. "What happened? Mjolnir, what's wrong with you?" She was startled. She keenly realized, not good, this little brat has companions. And so, she immediately started playing a role. Honestly, her ability to fabricate stories was top-notch. "Little brother, hurry and get up. A real man shouldn't cry just because he fell down on his own." By now, the horde of zombies had drawn very near. Minghan didn't think something like this would have happened here too. Zombies. The woman, seamlessly slipping into her role, spoke in a weak voice. "We're those things. Stop crying. Your crying has already attracted the attention of those madmen over here." She really knew how to pick her people to ask for help. "Big brothers, you all should hurry and save the little brother." Although the monsters were attracted by his crying, he's still just a child. After all, you can't just abandon him, can you? Seeing this, Minghan went over to help Mjolnir. "Mjolnir, hurry and get up." The little boy sobbed. "Brother, Once again, she was scheming. "That's right, just like this. With you guys attracting the attention of those madmen, I'll be safe." Suddenly, the sound of a revving engine echoed from somewhere. She had to be really lucky to be this unlucky. Her calculations were wrong every single time. Su Jianwei drove up. "Long time no see, huh?" The woman was stunned. "It's this damn woman again. How did she even get ahead of me?" The thing she's writing is. A friendly foot kicked straight into this green tea's face. With one kick, she sent the woman flying far away. She reassured, "Mjolnir, don't cry. Big sister is here." She looked at the horde of zombies in front of her and said to the system, "Put one high explosive grenade on my tab." This time, the system did not comply. "I refuse." She got annoyed. "I'm so unlucky to have this system." "Say that again. See if I don't come in there and find you, huh?" The system displayed a notification. Host detected exhibiting threatening behavior. Deducting 200 points as a penalty warning. Host remaining reward points, minus 200. She cried without a sound. "Today, I'm not only poor, but also exploited by the capitalist. You damn cat." Tears she couldn't hold back fell. "I don't want to laugh anymore, man." The woman struggled to get up, grabbing her bow, an arrow. "A good opportunity. I coated this arrow with a potent poison earlier. I finally have a chance to use it. Go die, you bitch." But she didn't expect that just as the arrow flew, a bullet also flew by, straight over her head. Su Jianwei then spoke. "You wanted to use us to attract the zombies' attention, to buy yourself time to escape, didn't you?" She continued, "You should save your brilliant plan for yourself to enjoy slowly." Saying that, she turned to the rest of the group. "Let's go. Her corpse will help us delay the zombies' pursuit." Tanya watched with a pang of pity. This is too cruel, not even sparing the corpse. I'm starting to waver. If she really becomes our high priestess, will Kaming Khan be able to control her? The moon was now high in the sky, giving way to the next morning. At the city gate, there were many people around. Tian Lu shouted loudly, "Fairy sister, over here. I'm over here." He immediately went to report, "Your Highness, following your instructions, I have brought all the disaster-stricken commoners we found along the road here. But the city gate has been sealed. No one is allowed in or out." At this moment, arrows were continuously aimed down from the top of the city gate. One of them shouted loudly, "Listen up. Everyone turn back immediately, or we will shoot our arrows." The people at this time felt indignant. Turn back? The city is full of zombies everywhere. Aren't you telling us to go back and wait for death? We're not going back. We won't go back even if we die. The commander didn't seem to care much and immediately gave the order. "Fire the arrows." He sneered. "Who cares about the lives and deaths of you commoners? We are not the city gate guards of Chuazu. We killed those guards long ago." Looking at the suffering crowds below, he felt a sense of joy instead. "We are the Dragon Cavalry. If you want to blame someone, blame the crown prince for being in this city. You are all just sacrificial objects to be buried with him. Although the general only told me to observe the situation and monitor them, the second prince has also given me quite a few benefits. The crown prince must die. Hundreds of arrows rained down continuously. She shouted loudly, "Fall back." Everyone fall back quickly. Looking at the people who had been hit by the arrows, she observed not a single miss. The local forces of Chuazu are this capable? Why do I get the feeling that these city gate guards are not like the ones we encountered before? A growling sound rose up. The horde of zombies had now arrived. It's over. The zombies have caught up to us. We're dead for sure. Everyone was worried. Oh God, someone come save us. She turned and asked Minghan, "Where are the materials you all bought earlier?" The commander burst out laughing with delight. "Fire the arrows. Keep firing the arrows." The crown prince must be among this crowd. He was endlessly joyful. These zombies arrived at the perfect time. Attack from the front and back. Not a single one can escape. Below, a barrier had been set up. "You error. The bags of materials are ready. They've been placed in the positions you mentioned." That commander was laughing so hard he was crying. "Hurry, and look at what those idiots are doing. Do they think doing that can stop the zombies? No way, no way, this is killing me. I'm dying of laughter." She had to praise this agility. Quick movements, well done. Just a small compliment made Minghan happy, but also slightly delusional. Is her action blowing me a kiss from a distance? At this point, she walked over to the sandbags. Then she shouted loudly, "Imperial flame!" A flame erupted from where she placed her hand, blazing up to form a solid wall of fire. That commander was about to drown in his delusions. If I succeed in killing the crown prince this time, the second prince will definitely reward me handsomely. He kept fantasizing. No, not just the second prince. Even the noble consort will reward me. Who knows? I might even be rewarded with an official position in the capital. Just thinking about it feels great. He ignored the cries for help. "Help! Please save me!" He burst out laughing. Still crying for help? Who would bother to save you? Idiots. It's useless even if you scream your lungs out. She then rushed toward the spot. "Help! These zombies keep chasing me. What should I do now?" Only then did he notice the surrounding situation. He panicked. What the hell is this crazy woman doing? "Get down, quick!" She jumped up, turned around, and reminded him. "You said it, not forgetting to leave a small gift." "All right then, I'll leave these zombies for you to deal with yourselves." After saying that, she immediately jumped down, leaving him with the horde of charging zombies. At this point, he was truly left with only the path to death. "Crazy woman, you damn bitch. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Meanwhile, she landed safely. She was sick of hearing these lines. "Then you'll have to get in line. You're not the first one to say that." At this moment, he finally understood her intention. Burn the materials, use them to separate the zombies from us. Then lead the zombies to the city gate. Even had to praise her, "This leading the trouble east tactic of yours is brilliant." Hearing this, she walked over and lightly touched him. "Your Highness doesn't need to praise me. Instead, just give me some direct benefits." He took her hand and asked, "What kind of benefits do you want? Weren't the previous benefits enough?" She suddenly remembered their previous kiss and blushed. "You call that a reward? You're really a sly one." Tanya then spoke up regretfully. "But the materials we worked so hard to gather have all been burned up just like that." Hearing this, she replied confidently, "I can't be sure about other things." She brought out a spread of food that made everyone's eyes light up. "But when it comes to rice and meals, I will definitely make sure everyone eats their fill." Tian Lu was completely smitten with her by now. "Fairy sister, you really know immortal arts." He was also surprised, which only piqued his curiosity more. This woman indeed hides too many secrets. Minghan then realized the problem. "You all are celebrating too soon. The zombies can't hurt us for now, but we are also trapped here." Suddenly, another weapon appeared in her hand. She walked over and teased, "Little boy, it'll be fine if I just break down the city gate for you guys, right?" In another place, Yu Xian and Long Cheng had also met. Yu Xian spoke first. "Long Cheng, you have some nerve. I ordered you to hunt down Ji Weiyang. Not only did you fail to capture him, but you also dared to retreat. What dragon cavalry? I see they're just a bunch of trash. I still had to come in person." Long Cheng replied, "Your Highness, it is because this subordinate knows the truth behind His Majesty's assassination." The answer did not satisfy him. He roared, "The truth? What damn truth? Ji Weiyang incited the daughter of the Su family to assassinate my imperial father. That is the truth. Are you doubting me, the prince? Believe it or not, I could kill you right now." Long Cheng remained very calm and replied, "If your Highness wants to kill this subordinate, then go ahead. But you should not have tried to bribe my men." He continued, "The dragon cavalry is an army that directly directly takes orders from the emperor. If traitors were to appear, it would disgrace the late emperor's prestige. Hearing this made him even more furious. Are you blaming me, the prince? Guards, execute this insubordinate, treacherous rebel on the spot for me. The servant on the right spoke up to calm him. Second prince, please calm your anger. The dragon cavalry does not listen to us. If we really fight them, we might not. His face twisted, not bothering to assess the situation. Trash, trash. It's all because of you useless lot that I, the prince, have suffered such a great humiliation. He was dreaming of a distant future. After I ascend the throne, I must slaughter all of you. Slaughter them all. In another place with a clear blue lake, she was searching for something. According to what System Meow said, the map projected by the Imperial Jade Ring can only be seen by me, and those red dots are the locations to trigger missions. The ring on her hand clearly displayed the map. However, she was also facing a few problems. I can finally trigger missions according to my own will. If I hadn't beaten System Meow to a pulp, I wouldn't have known this feature existed. Minghan still hadn't given up and suggested, why don't you come back with us? Before he could finish, she had already turned to Wei Yong and asked, Your Highness, where are we going next? Deeply hurting someone, her face turned quite sinister. I'll be blunt. To complete the missions, I have to wander around a lot, and His Highness's status is basically a protective umbrella. Following His Highness means I'll have meat to eat. He then replied to her, Jiangzhou, the Su residence. These locations were carefully calculated by me. The places we've been to all have the plague. It seems the plague situation is more severe than I imagined. We must find the antidote. This place looks familiar, she asked. Isn't that my home? Tian Lu had become the captain of this couple's ship. Your Highness, are you planning to go to Fairy Sister's residence to propose? Those words were like a knife straight to someone's heart. Minghan was now petrified. Propose? He thought it was hopeless, but it turned out not to be entirely so. She turned and suggested, Minghan, take Mianer back to Ma Bei. She went to coax Mianer. It's not safe for him to follow us. After what happened before, I don't want to leave him alone again either. Hearing this, Mianer couldn't bear to leave her. But, big sister, Mianer doesn't want to be away from you and brother-in-law. At first, he was embarrassed to hear it, but now he was quite pleased. After I've handled everything, I will send someone to Ma Bei to bring you back. Mianer reluctantly followed Minghan. Then, brother-in-law, we have a deal. You must send someone to bring me back. Minghan was also reluctant. Wait for me to settle the matters of my clan. At that time, I will ask you again. Will you agree to go back to Ma Bei with me? She just looked at him without replying, but the answer was already in her eyes. At this moment, Tian Lu noticed something. Fairy sister, where did you conjure these horses from? She didn't answer Tian Lu, but of course, she had her own secret. There's a stable in the secret spatial realm. I conveniently put all the horses from Chuizhu City in there. There's still many more. At this point, Mianer asked innocently, Second brother-in-law, you said you would come back. When will that be? Mianer's question made this young man blush, but he also felt happy. Say second brother-in-law. Suddenly, a messenger hawk arrived. Everyone recognized it as the Grand Tutor's messenger hawk. He looked up at the bird. It landed gently on his shoulder. He opened the letter and read it. Whatever was written inside made his face turn pale. His gentle eyes that looked at her now became strangely cold and sharp. She felt something was wrong and asked, Your Highness, what's wrong? The way you're looking at me is a bit scary, as if you want to eat me alive. He didn't reply, only drew his sword, looking at her fiercely, to the point that Tian Lu had to intervene. Your Highness, that's Fairy's sister. Seeing this, she was somewhat surprised and stepped back. He pointed his sword at her and shouted, You're not allowed to follow me anymore. She remained very calm and asked him, Your Highness, no matter what is written on that paper, didn't you say you would trust me? He seemed to lose control and roared, Trust? How do you want me to trust you? He shouted with extreme disappointment. Right now, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. My mind is in ashes. She looked at his reaction and said nothing. Meanwhile, he had mounted his horse and warned her, If I see you again, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he immediately galloped away on his horse. The soldiers hurriedly chased after him. Your Highness, wait for us. Her eyes, somewhat sad, watched him. Is it because you don't want to kill me that you're in such a hurry? She walked over and picked up the piece of paper. After reading the letter, she was also stunned. The one who killed His Majesty is the daughter of Imperial Physician Su Fianjue. All the Imperial guards witnessed it with their own eyes. She looked off into the distance. There were no words to describe it. Your Highness, you're such a fool. Although you left in a hurry, so you wouldn't kill me, That very action has made me lose the chance to explain. She seemed to see a part of his character. However, even if I explained, it would just be words without proof. Facing your father's killer, it would naturally be very difficult for you to believe, right? In the imperial palace, Ching-Chung was surprised by the news she had just received. Prince Luo, what on earth do you mean? You know very well that Yuxian is no match for the crown prince and that bitch. So why do you still support him? Prince Luo calmly replied, the body of my daughter, Princess Chongning, was found in an underground cave. He also felt uneasy, but the imperial seal was not found. He walked over and touched the throne. Currently, Ji Weiyong and Su Jianyue are our common enemies. She was arrogant. Currently? What about later? She added, Prince Luo, restrain your grief, but don't do anything out of line because of excessive sorrow. She slapped Prince Luo's hand away. There are things that did not belong to you from the beginning, so you will never be able to take them. She warned, Prince Luo, you'd better not have any ideas about overstepping your bounds. Prince Luo said nothing, but his thoughts were different. Back with her, she had also brought out her warhorse. Suddenly, there was a call, Fairy Sister. She turned around to see Tian Lu running towards her. Seeing him, she asked, didn't you go with your highness? She felt something was off. The direction isn't quite right. Tian Lu happily explained, I've already coordinated with the soldiers beside his highness. We must always maintain contact via carrier pigeon. As long as I'm by Fairy Sister's side, whenever you want to find his highness, you can go find him, he said confidently. So, am I a great genius or what? She replied curtly, get on. She heard him and thought to herself, I'm afraid you don't know what great genius means in my world. Looking at the map, she considered, his highness is furious right now. Even if I catch up, there's no way to explain it to him. On top of that, she remembered that unruly cat. On the contrary, it's this sinister System Meow. It directly assigned me a side quest. She also had her own difficulties. It made me use the Imperial Jade Ring to open the mission map, only to discover later. It turns out my main mission is to fulfill the original owner of this body's wish. Her brows were practically knitted together. Find the antidote and end this mutated zombie battle. Dusk was falling at the foot of Kongming Mountain. She speculated, based on the original owner's memories. A few months ago, when the plague was rampant, her mother had also been infected, and her father had gone up Kongming Mountain to find medicinal herbs. As she walked, she thought that although her mother still died after he returned, her own blood had antibodies. She pushed the warhorse vehicle as fast as it could go. Perhaps Kongming Mountain had the raw materials to create an antidote. Her eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. The houses at the foot of the mountain were all empty, but the furnishings inside had little dust on them. This proved that someone was still staying behind to clean. Suddenly, she realized something. Where on earth had those residents gone? Finally, the two of them stopped. Before them was a crowded scene. A little gentler. Everyone, be gentle. Don't damage the bodies of the deceased. The villagers were continuously transporting things. Move them all back, then perform a salvation ritual for them before giving them a proper burial. She approached and asked, what are you all doing here? The man turned back to explain to her. For some reason, small boats containing corpses are always floating down from upstream. The Grand Master is compassionate and told us that if we encounter any bodies, we must collect them. She looked at the corpse before her and speculated. The corpse's attire was new, and there were no signs of it being soaked in river water. These bodies did not come from upstream. At this rate, the only thing she was missing was a pair of glasses. Was a hole in the corpse's forehead left behind after its secret crystal was removed? The brother added, Miss, you must also be here to find the Grand Master for an antidote to the plague, right? Come up the mountain with us. I'll inform the Grand Master for you. Arriving at the Kongming Grand Hall, the man led her and Tian Lu to a place. He bowed. Grandmaster, we have visitors. They are here to ask for medicine. Both she and Tian Lu seemed to sniff something out at this moment. Only now did I realize, Fairy Sister, you smell so good. She immediately corrected him. No, the fragrance is coming from their Grandmaster. She now turned to the person called the Grandmaster. Moreover, it's a mixed scent of beeswax, pine resin, and tar. He walked over and called out repeatedly, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Seeing no response, he turned and said to them, I'm sorry, Perhaps the Grandmaster has fallen asleep. You've traveled a long way to get here. You must be very tired, right? Our Kongming Mountain's hot springs are the best. I'll take you for a soak in the hot springs first to relax a bit. In another area, she was enjoying the hot spring. This is so comfortable. Kasha halls hold the mountain range. Orchid waters gush naturally. Up above, Tian Lu was even showing off his poetry skills. Cold cliffs hide beautiful colors. The warm valley reveals a round spring. Hearing this, she quipped lightly, "Since when did you understand elegance and know how to compose poetry?" She seemed to have figured something out. He took the bait with just a little lure. "Let me see how long you can keep up this act." He leaned down and asked, "Compared to this, Fairy's sister inviting me to bathe with her, aren't you afraid His Highness will find out?" She reached out her hand, pulling him a little closer. "You've followed me for so long. Don't you know whether I'm afraid or not?" At this moment, she was startled to realize, damn it, he didn't even budge when I pulled him. This fake Tian Lu still forced a smile. "Or maybe not. I'm scared. I'm very scared." It was her turn for a rapid-fire questioning. "Are you afraid of His Highness? Or are you afraid I'll eat you up?" Her gaze seemed to pierce right through him. "Or perhaps you're afraid of getting wet?" Hearing this Tian Lu could only play along with her. "I am afraid. Your body won't be able to take it." She shot him a glare. Why is he taking off his clothes? This is not good. The trap failed, and instead, I've trapped myself. Even though he's taking off his shirt, he still has to be artistic, folks. He continued to recite poetry. The still spring slowly steams into the cold mist. The waterhall's wind brings a full, lingering fragrance. The fine gauze robe fell onto her. "Fairy sister, the mountains and rivers are windy at night. Don't soak for too long. If you catch a cold, your body won't be able to take it." Her eyes shot out sparks. Is this a play on words? A provocation? Suddenly, someone approached, interrupting her thoughts. "Miss, the Grandmaster is awake. He has ordered me to lead you over to get the antidote for the plague." She thought to herself, he's awake. In the Kongming Grand Hall, 2 rows of people stood in neat lines. "Miss, the Grandmaster invites you to come forward and speak." She felt that something was very wrong. Maybe I shouldn't. She had already seen through these people's scheme. If you wanted to get down to earth, fine. But if you wanted to go down to the underworld, count me out. Those people still feigned ignorance. "Miss, what do you mean by that?" At this point, she reasoned like that little detective. "Earlier, someone was afraid I wouldn't notice the scent on your Grandmaster's body and deliberately reminded me. If I still didn't figure out, wouldn't that make me a fool?" She continued, "You used pine resin, beeswax, and tar on your Grandmaster's body. These things are all used to prevent a corpse from decomposing." Then she delivered a fatal line. "How can a dead person talk to me?" In another, quieter place, he stood before a person and asked, "Is she in there?" This young lady pointed very enthusiastically. "It's only been a short while, and Big Brother is already here looking for her. The affection between you and that sister is truly enviable. Unfortunately, I have already become a cultivator. I didn't get to meet Big Brother sooner." Not wanting to hear anymore, he said coldly, "Get lost." The other party's attitude changed instantly. "I must find a way to stop him. I can't let him ruin our plan." However, she still tried to be manipulative. "I'm just heartbroken for you, Big Brother. There's only one portion of the plague antidote left. She told me not to tell you." As she finished speaking, her face turned pale. With just one sword strike, he cut the opponent down. It turned out to be Long Chung in disguise. He was annoyed. "You're the first person to dare block my path." On her side, she asked, "You arranged so many people and deliberately separated me from him. What, are you afraid you can't beat me?" At this point, she had also drawn her sword. "Congratulations. You're right to think so. Don't dawdle. Come at me all at once." This brother still tried to act. "Miss, what are you talking about? Hurry up and get the antidote." She had to expose the truth again. "Antidote? I think it's more like a poison that turns people into living corpses. Those bodies at the dock earlier were actually people who came seeking medicine. The residents from the foot of the mountain, right?" From what she had gathered, she had discovered something was wrong. You use a fake antidote, turn them into living corpses, then take the secret crystals from their heads for your own cultivation. At that time, you were actually trying to send off the useless bodies by boat, but you were caught by us, so you deliberately put on such a show, didn't you? As if exposed, the other party changes attitude. Obediently come here and take the antidote and turn directly into a living corpse. Not knowing anything, just dying like that without any more suffering, wouldn't that be better? He showed his true face. Why did you have to act so smart and expose us? Do you really think you can escape? He didn't forget to remind her, by the way, was the hot spring so comfortable? Suddenly, her body went completely limp. He then explained, my apologies, we soaked some muscle softening powder in the hot spring for you. He looked rather horrifying now. Since you refused to obediently fall in line, then let me take care of you and teach you a little lesson. As he finished speaking, the door was kicked open. I'm here now. He immediately went to her side to support her. Fairy sister, you see? I told you if you caught a cold, your body wouldn't be able to take it. Her face was pale. This guy knew long ago that there was a problem with the hot spring, and he deliberately didn't say anything. Is he playing me? If you're going to act to the end. He reassured her, the wind is too strong. We can't let Fairy sister's condition get worse. Let me go close the door. After speaking, he went and closed the door. He turned to look at the group of people pointing their swords at him. The man scoffed incessantly. Look at this idiot. He's even helping us close the door, letting us trap a turtle in a jar. He replied, it might just be closing the door to beat the dog. He sat down and borrowed her sword. Fairy sister, let me borrow your sword for a moment. After that, he told her, you should rest for a bit. It turned out this was Long Cheng's way of repaying a favor by giving someone a kick. She fell, and he immediately caught her gently. When he saw she was sound asleep, it was his time to shine. With just one feint, the whole group was sent flying. He fought so fiercely that the sword broke. He looked at the sword, too disgusted to speak. The other man burst out laughing. I thought you were so strong. Turns out you're just a clown. You don't even have a weapon anymore. How are you going to fight all of us? Long Cheng looked at him threateningly. Why do you assume the sword's endurance wasn't enough, and not that it couldn't handle my power? Suddenly, the hand of a capitalist screamed in despair. Give me back my sword. It cost 100 reward points. That's not a small amount. He looked at her, speechless. She was still trying to pull it back with all her might. It hurt so much. Long Cheng didn't think she would be so persistent. You're not unconscious yet? She gripped his shoulder tightly. To make up for it, she jumped up and continued, quickly, carry me to the Grandmaster. Although he didn't understand what was happening, this ancestor still complied. While actively throwing himself in her arms, he said, me carrying you in front of another man, that doesn't seem very appropriate. She replied curtly, less nonsense. As she finished speaking, he gathered his strength and leaped high over the crowd, his mouth still running. It's hard to say with your mouth, but isn't your body more honest? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Kongming mission unlocked. Destroy the Kongming lair to receive 1,000 reward points. Each time a hypocritical Kongming cultivator is killed, an additional 10 reward points will be awarded. She was quite surprised. The activation trigger for this shabby mission is the Grandmaster. Long Cheng stood beside her and reminded her, an 18-year-old bride for an 80-year-old groom. Graying white hair faces a red bridal gown. A twisted fate. She turned to wipe her hands on his clothes. Touching a corpse is bad luck. Let me wipe it off a bit. It was like a silent reminder. Who asked you to recite poetry all over the place? I thought it was something special, but it turned out to be just a trap. Only then did he realize, and after taking off his shirt to look, he was also stunned. She, seeing this, also wondered, is his misophobia that serious? That group of people finally swarmed over like the Mongol army. Damn it, are you humiliating us? That group of people saw their public display of affection as an insult. Flirting wasn't enough. You even want to do shameless things in front of everyone. Do you really think we don't exist? I'm showing my true colors now. So what if I humiliate you? I can take on all of you by myself. You're just a bunch of ants who can't even stand steady. She didn't have time to react, only managing to cover her skirt. At this moment, instead of a smile, a line of poetry bloomed in my mind. Her light steps follow the wind, revealing her jade-like form. Her imperial bones, condensed from frost, stand gracefully. She looked at him and said, you idiot, I'm wearing safety shorts. What are you staring at? He was no pushover either. She truly is an unusual woman. She puffed her chest out confidently, of course. Who do you think I am? He didn't even look at her. Does His Highness know you're this unromantic? She retorted irritably, you're the one playing the rogue, and you blame me for being unromantic? The two were so busy arguing, they completely forgot the others were even there. Do you think you can defeat us with just a bit of brute force? Ridiculous. We are Taoist immortals. Witness our immortal arts. As the words fell, The immortal arch shot straight at Long Chung. He took the hit, but remained as calm as if nothing had happened. The man sneered as if he had struck gold, a disguise. This fellow is even wearing a disguise. Are you afraid we'll see your real face and hunt you down? His hair was all wet, so he couldn't maintain the disguise anymore and pulled it off. The other side was stunned, speechless. Rest assured, you won't escape. The moment he finished his sentence, he was met with a punch. Long Chung looked majestically at those small fries. You reptiles dare to ruin my plan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, none of you should expect to leave here alive. One of them stood up and took her hostage. You think you're very strong, don't you? He tied her up. Then I'll kill this weak woman first, and then we'll surround and attack you together. Yet Long Chung remained very calm. Don't blame me for not warning you. A woman's wrath is not to be underestimated. Who are you trying to scare? How strong can a woman be, let alone her wrath? It's the fire of lust that's burning this young master. If you've got the guts, tell her to burn me with her wrath. She shook his hand off and said irritably, You think you're very handsome, don't you? You are indeed very handsome. As she finished speaking, flames burned away the ropes around her. The man was terrified, not knowing she possessed such power. Long Chung looked at the remaining people. Next, it's your turn. Seeing his provocation, the impulsive group charged forward. Let's go together. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly handle so many people at once. I'll take you all on by myself and crush a bunch of ants. At worst, it's just a few more stomps. Suddenly, a loud explosion caught his attention. Fortunately, he skillfully dodged the attack. Looking closely, it turned out a bullet had flown past him. He turned back and asked her irritably, Were you trying to kill me just now? She replied nonchalantly, Nonsense. You're so strong. I knew you would definitely be able to dodge it. However, she still held a grudge in her heart. I'm still deep in debt right now. If I let you kill them all, how am I supposed to accumulate reward points? Although he was well aware of her intentions, he decided to turn a blind eye. This woman, though alluring, is also a deadly poison. Something fell from the charred corpse, and she went to pick it up. She opened it to see what it was. Her body was gradually recovering its strength. The medicine box fell from the cultivator. It was indeed the antidote for the soft tendon powder. She was startled to recognize the secret art of wood sorcery. Just as she realized it, the gun in her hand was knocked away. She looked up to see a cage falling straight down on her. He shouted loudly, You wretched woman, you're full of tricks. The man thought he had caught her. This iron cage is made from the special profound iron of Kongming Mountain. No matter who it is, they can't possibly break it. You just stay obediently inside. She looked at him mockingly. Why do you old men keep targeting me? If I can't get out, so be it. She added, However, I feel that dying in my hands might actually be a kind of blessing for you, because there is a much more terrifying monster over there. If you die by his hands, you probably won't even have a complete corpse left. This time, his face turned pale with fear. Is this fellow really human? With such a vicious heart, he must be the mortal incarnation of the king of hell. Long Chung walking towards him made him panic even more. Not good. He's coming over. I'll die if this continues. I'm dead for sure. I have to think of a way quickly. At this point, just staying alive would be a feat. He knelt and begged. Gee, great hero, spare my life. Behind our mountain, there is a gold mine. As long as you're willing to spare my life, all of that gold will be yours. But this plea came a little too late. I, Long Chung, have fought my whole life and have never accepted peace negotiations. Those who offend me. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. He finished off the opponent in one strike. Dead. After saying that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, she called out after him. Wait, aren't you going to get me out? Inside the cage, she cursed inwardly. This guy has absolutely no intention of getting me out. The effects of the soft tendon powder haven't completely worn off yet. Right now, I don't have enough strength to get out on my own. I have to quickly think of a way to keep him here. Hearing her call, Long Chung stopped, only to reply with a line of poetry. When did the bright moon first appear? I raised my cup and asked the blue sky. She countered in kind, I do not know what year it is tonight in the celestial palaces and halls. Not to be outdone, he continued to reply, I wish to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the crystal towers and jade palaces. It is too cold on high. I rise to dance with my clear shadow. How can it compare to the mortal world? He replied, while savoring the moment. The artistic conception was both grand and graceful, the sentiment meaningful and beautiful, the realm magnificent yet as fresh as a painting. She walked to the side and proposed, General, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Would you be willing to drink and chat merrily with me?" His face was as cold as stone, and he said nothing. At this moment, the system also displayed a notification. Beep, secret crystal absorbed, secret art upgraded to bronze 2-star. Upgrading to silver can unlock a new skill. Calming Mountain mission completed. Host has obtained 1020 reward points. Deducting 200 negative points, 820 points remain. He carried her out. She looked truly helpless. The Grandmaster is dead. The clue from Kongming Mountain has been severed. It seems I can only go to Jiangzhou. I'll check to see if father left any medical journals at home. Thinking this, she turned to speak to Long Chung. The general is truly leisurely and carefree, isn't he? To take advantage of me, you didn't hesitate to disguise yourself as Yun Tianlu. However, you're better off dressing like this. It's much easier on the eyes. Only then did he speak. His Majesty's death is full of suspicious points. I was following you to uncover the truth more quickly. Satisfied, she got to the main point. Fine, say whatever you want. But the effects of the soft tendon powder should have worn off by now. General, you can put me down. Hearing this, he retorted, if you had the skill to throw yourself into my arms, then you should rely on your own skill to get out of them. She struggled in protest, and you say you're not taking advantage of me? This was all part of your plan. Her strength is beneath mine. How could she not break free? Earlier when she fought with me, that sudden burst of power was indeed problematic. At this time, behind Kongming Mountain, Longqing looked at her judgmentally. Truly a bottomless pit of greed, killing all the cultivators of the Kongming sect to seize their secret crystals. And now you even want to clean out their gold mine. She was a little surprised. He knows about secret crystals? Could he be a secret art master too? However, she retorted, do you have amnesia? I only killed a total of 2 people. You killed all the rest. Longqing leaned in close and brought up a rather unrelated topic. Cherry blossoms are beautiful, but she continued his sentence, not as beautiful as me. She also guessed Longqing's intention. General, you're very direct, but you won't be able to sway me. At this moment, he continued the sentence he had left unfinished. But the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. For them to bloom so beautifully proves they have absorbed a lot of nutrients. He reached out and plucked a petal that was stuck in her hair. She looked at the petal and pondered for a moment. Why aren't you reciting poetry as usual? Suddenly, Longqing turned back to ask her, in these deep mountains, what do you think could provide them with enough nutrients? She cut in corpses. Other than that, there's no other possibility. Suddenly, she sneezed in the middle of this romantic scene. Only then did he look around. The fragrance of the flowers was growing stronger and stronger. He also wondered, is the scent of cherry blossoms this strong? His eyes were filled with contemplation. Such a strong fragrance indeed seemed as if it was intentionally trying to intoxicate people. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes. She asked in surprise, Your Highness, why are you here? He didn't turn around, but instead asked her back, why? Why did you have to do this? I originally thought you were different from other women, that you didn't approach me for personal gain, nor for power and position. His eyes were just like that other time, looking at her coldly. But you are my father's killer. Why did you have to deceive me? She then spoke up to explain, It's not like that, Your Highness. Please listen to my explanation. Hearing this, he replied, Things have already come to this. What is there left to explain? He then walked over and gently touched her face. I only hate myself. Even though I knew the truth, I still held back and couldn't bring myself to take revenge. In another dark place, hopeless screams echoed. Why? Why must you kill us? Strange things rushed forward to attack the opponent. It's too painful. We're in so much pain. We are clearly all innocent people. Why must you destroy our homes? The real Longqing, who was here, smirked. Innocent? He found it ridiculous. Your soldiers invaded the lands of my great Zhou. I was under the emperor's command to annihilate your country. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being weak, yet daring to challenge the passionate soldiers of my great Zhou. That thing kept screaming. Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Give us back our homes. Give us back our lives. He raised his hand, grabbed them, and said, If you are in pain, then rest in peace obediently. They gradually faded away. He continued, The world calls me the living king of hell. Would the king of hell be afraid of going to hell? Another scene, she was tightly bound by vines to a tree, her eyes lifeless as tears fell. Her mouth called out to him, Your Highness. Elsewhere, Longqing was fighting fiercely. Mere plants and trees dare to create illusions to mess with people's minds. After finishing, he caught her as she fell. He touched her face and said softly, "A beauty like you shouldn't be shedding tears." She jolted awake. "Where am I?" At this point, Long Chung explained. "Those cultivators probably buried quite a few bodies infected with disease here. The cherry blossom trees were thus infected and mutated, gaining the ability to bewitch people's minds and devour the vital essence of the living." She looked at him in astonishment and asked, "How come nothing happened to you?" Long Chung confidently introduced himself. "I'm the living king of hell who kills without batting an eye, with a heart of stone. How could I have any weaknesses?" Suddenly, she leaned against Long Chung, making him blush. "What are you doing?" She was weak, so she conveniently used the honey trap stratagem. "Just a little tired. Do you think everyone is as freakishly strong as you?" Someone's heart was pounding relentlessly. She looked up and teased, "Didn't you say you have a heart of stone? Why is your heartbeat getting faster and faster?" Long Chung quickly changed the subject. "Let's go. This place is a trap. That cultivator from before announced he would set a trap to harm us. There might be something else waiting for us up ahead." Hearing this, she jumped up to stop him. "No way. The gold mine is right in front of us. How can we give up?" He was helpless against her. "Are you a Pichio? Secret crystals, gold mines, you want everything. It's not that I want to. I'm a victim too." Even so, she was determined not to leave. "Say whatever you want. In short, I'm not going anywhere until I get this gold mine." Long Chung didn't argue and replied, "Fine, fine." He forcefully lifted her up, carrying her in his arms. "You don't have to walk." Annoyed, she had to pull out her weapon. "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? I must get that gold mine." With that thought, she shot at the nearest rock, pressing to pull herself there. There was an attempt, there was effort, but she didn't budge at all. She shouted, "Are you a demon? Even my grappling hook gun can't move you one bit." Hearing this, Long Chung replied, "This is what they call strength to uproot mountains, spirit to conquer the world." She was frustrated, but could do nothing. She struggled, but then had to give in. "I don't care, I just want it. I want it more, I must have it." The skies suddenly turned stormy with rain and thunder. Both she and Long Chung rode off on horseback. She looked at the map and the current situation, then suggested, "The rain is too heavy. Let's take shelter in the village." She calculated carefully. The road back to Jiangzhou was still very long. Just then, the map also showed a side quest activation point here. They rode past two farmers. Her striking hair attracted the two men. One of them spoke up, "What beautiful platinum hair. It would be a pity if it got wet." Hearing this, she turned her head, and the other party immediately apologized. Saw the Imitsubo." The other one suggested, "Are you two travelers? It's getting dark, and the rain is pouring. Why not stay a night in the village?" Both she and Long Chung stopped with wary eyes, but since she was looking for shelter, she didn't refuse. "Then we'll trouble you." So the two led her and Long Chung to the front of a house. They said, "Please wait while we go in and inform our master. Our master is very enthusiastic and hospitable. She will surely be delighted to know their guests." Once inside, the two of them gave a very warm reception. "You two must be very tired from your long journey. No need to be formal. Please enjoy the fine wine and delicious food." The woman sitting behind a screen caught her attention. She then spoke up and asked, "Pardon my asking, but why must your master sit behind screen?" The servant explained, "Please forgive us, guest. Our master, Lady Ching Mo, is the head of the clan and is not yet married. According to etiquette, outsiders should not see her face." She went on high alert. "Didn't the ancients say that one's body, hair, and skin are a gift from one's parents and should not be harmed? Why does everyone in this village have short hair?" Meanwhile, Long Chung was thinking about something else. Back then, behind Kongming Mountain, she touched the gold mine, and the entire gold mine disappeared. His scrutinizing gaze rested on her. This woman indeed hides quite a few secrets. She knew he was staring and interrupted. "Hey, have you had enough of a look?" Playing along, he replied playfully, "Almost enough. I've finally met someone who can keep you in check. General, please have some self-respect." It was the first time she'd heard someone speak so bluntly. "Aren't you ashamed?" But she didn't pay it much mind. She looked down at the chicken dish below. "Forget it. I'll just ignore him. I need to get something to eat." Before she could even pick up a piece, she saw something miraculous here. The woman behind the screen saw her expression and then asked, "Why has our guest stopped eating? Is the food not to your liking?" She turned to Long Chung and whispered, "There's hair." Long Chung wasn't surprised and even reminded her, "It's not just in the food. Look carefully around you. There's hair everywhere." At this, she was startled and looked around. She looked up in amazement. So you were looking at all this hair? He chuckled lightly and replied, what else is there to look at? At this moment, the woman behind the screen stood up and her hair grew longer as she did. Guest, you can't do that. Beautiful hair requires a lot of nutrients. She ordered, why aren't you serving the guest their meal? The servant pulled out a knife, still giving a final reminder. Guest, let me cut the meat for you. She saw right through his intention. You clearly want to cut my flesh. Fighting with hands and sword is common, but now they're even fighting with chopsticks. But those chopsticks were Long Cheng's, protecting her. Forcing guests is not the way of hospitality. With his strength, one strike was enough. The other guy was obliterated and the chopstick in his hand shattered along with him. Long Cheng looked at the woman. Who gave you permission to interfere? She shouted loudly while launching an attack. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Suddenly, Long Cheng lifted her up. Facing this person, she was scared. She was astonished. So high up, the fan she wielded released strands of hair, binding her and Long Cheng together. It felt like they were on a pilgrimage, encountering 7,749 tribulations. General Long Cheng and Su Jian, you were tightly bound by locks of hair like chains of life, cold and eerie. The suffocating feeling made her frown, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. The hair is tightening, she thought to herself. Her shoulders trembled slightly, but she remained calm. Then, suddenly, the locks of hair stopped moving, stopping as if controlled by an invisible force. Su Jian slowly turned her head, her lips curling into a provocative smile. General, if you move your lower body a little, I can feel yours. Her voice, a mix of teasing and coldness, made the tense atmosphere suffocating. A henchman stepped out, a gleaming dagger in his hand. He sneered, his voice full of threat. I advise you not to struggle. Once you're entangled in Lady Ching Mo's hair, the more you struggle, the tighter it gets. But at that very moment, Lady Ching Mo's cold voice rang out, drowning out all other sounds. Stop your nonsense and cut off that beautiful hair for me. Su Jianyu's speed was like a flash of lightning. She instantly drew her gun, the dark muzzle pressed directly against the henchman's forehead. He panicked and screamed, veins popping on his forehead. You idiot, what are you doing pointing that piece of scrap metal in my forehead? Are you trying to blow me to death with it? A cold gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing his forehead and cutting his sentence short. The smell of gunpowder and blood mingled, creating a brutally chilling scene. Su Jianyu smirked, her eyes gleaming with arrogance. Stinky little brother, the times have changed. She then noticed General Long Cheng holding her waist tightly. It was a bit uncomfortable. General, stop moving, it hurts. It's too tight. But the general reassured her, don't worry, the pain will be gone soon. He gripped the lock of hair tightly and pulled hard, snapping it in two. Suddenly, Lady Ching Mo's sinister laugh echoed. Compared to the others before you, you two actually have some skill. However, don't waste your energy. This entire room is now covered in my hair. If you dare to take a single step, you'll be entangled by my hair. You can't even get close to me. Why not obediently let me cut off that rare platinum hair of yours as a gift for myself? Su Jianyu stood proudly and retorted, you are truly too arrogant. Haven't you realized it yet? She replied confidently, I'm a close quarters and long-range fighter. She used her ultimate move, Yellow Point, launching it towards Lady Ching Mo, causing the long mass of hair to burst into flames. Lady Ching Mo shrieked, how dare you burn the hair I spent so long collecting? Having no other choice, Lady Ching Mo fled, prompting Su Jianyu to give chase. Trying to run? Don't even think about it. She chased her outside, where thunder was crashing. The person was nowhere to be seen, only strands of hair scattered on the path. She slowly approached, sensing something, and thought to herself, this hair on the ground emits a special, very familiar scent. Her thoughts deepened, causing her face to pale slightly. What's happening? Could it be that everything I saw before was just an illusion? The farmers they met upon arrival, the servants at the banquet, they had all been dead for a long time. Suddenly, Lady Ching Mo glared down from the rooftop. I originally didn't want to start a bloodbath. You forced my hand. Now that you're outside in this downpour, let's see how you use your secret fire arts. From behind, the general's voice rang out, startling her. Oh, is that what you think? His deep voice made her somewhat fearful. Only the weak take advantage of favorable timing and location. Facing me, no matter where you are, your outcome will be the same. Lady Ching Mo stepped back, glared, and shouted, insolent. Thunder rumbled as His Majesty's figure appeared, causing Long Cheng's eyes to widen as he softly called out, "Your Majesty." His Majesty materialized and reproached him. "Long Cheng, are you trying to commit insubordination? You know full well that woman killed me. Why haven't you avenged me?" Su Jianyu, standing below, looked up at the two confronting each other, her eyes wide with curiosity and confusion as she mumbled, "What are they doing? Why are these two still talking to each other?" Up above, His Majesty confronted the general. "Long Cheng, I am very disappointed in you." Feeling she could wait no longer, Su Jianyu flew up and thrust her sword through Lady Qing Mo's chest, catching her completely off guard. Su Jianyu glanced at Long Cheng and smirked. "General, what's this about? Didn't you say you have no weaknesses?" Long Cheng just slowly replied, "It's you." Su Jianyu pushed Lady Qing Mo aside and stood proudly, retorting, "Of course it's me. If not me, who else could it be?" He replied quickly, "Fool, I was talking about the weakness." Su Jianyu stood there stunned, seemingly not quite understanding his words. He immediately asked, "Where did you get this sword?" She smiled and held up the sword. "You mean this? It's from that iron cage from Kongming Mountain. Didn't those cultivators say it was made of some incredibly sturdy, mysterious iron?" Then she offered the sword to him under the rumbling thunder. "I just couldn't bear to let it go to waste, so I used it to forge a sword. I have another one. Does the general need it?" Su Jianyu thought to herself, "To melt down the iron cage, to forge this sword, I had to spend 20 reward points on the forge in the secret spatial realm." Long Cheng took the sword, his eyes examining it before he asked, "What do you consider this? A love-pledging murder weapon?" Su Jianyu looked helpless, silently mocking the phrase love-pledging murder weapon in her head. But just then, Long Cheng glanced down and didn't see Lady Qing Mo's body. He frowned and muttered, "The body is gone." But immediately, another Su Jianyu's voice rose from below. "General, be careful not to be deceived by her. That's not me. I never went up there at all. Everything that just happened was her acting on her own." So who was the Su Jianyu who had been talking to him all this time? She suddenly called out, "General." Without hesitation, he swung the sword towards her, forcing her to retreat while desperately trying to explain. "Wait, I'm the real one." He swung the sword, pointing it straight at the Su Jianyu standing with him on the roof, and recited a command. "Mirror flower, water moon. Who is real and who is fake? One test will tell. The woman who can become my weakness is absolutely not a weakling." Suddenly, the sword shattered, signaling something ominous. Witnessing this, Su Jianyu couldn't help but curse in her heart. "Damn it, the sword I gave you really became a love-pledging murder weapon." She tried to swing her sword but frowned, thinking the sword chi is too strong. "The shock is making my wrist ache." Her footing became unsteady, and at the same moment, Long Cheng moved to catch her just in time. "Be careful not to fall." Su Jianyu looked up, wondering to herself, "So fast. When did he get behind me?" He spoke gently. "Does it hurt? You've worked hard. I have my own judgment. You've already taken a sore blow." Then his voice became a powerful growl. "Now it's your turn." He threw the sword straight from the rooftop, piercing through Qing Mo, causing her to shatter into pieces. Long Cheng stared and spoke up. "She impersonated you, so I cut her down to vent your anger. But you don't need to be that moved." Tears streamed down Su Jianyu's face internally as she screamed in her heart, "Thank you so much, my ass. You call this being moved? I'm heartbroken that my 20 reward points have been washed down the drain under the dim light of the candles." The whispers of the maids spread through the palace room like thin wisps of smoke. They whispered among themselves, their gazes probing, their words laced with implications and malice. "She's pretending to comb her hair again. She's clearly naturally bald, yet she insists on making that gesture every day. Why on earth do we have to serve a monster like this?" The maid beside her gestured a warning, her voice stern but hushed so no one would hear. "Shoo, quiet down. Don't let her hear you." Qing Mo smiled, her gaze sweeping over the flowers on the table, her mind weaving a web of schemes. "With these flowers from Kongming Mountain, I too can have beautiful hair." Suddenly, she screamed, her bewitching voice startling the entire room, her taunts spilling out like knives. "You wretched sluts, don't think I can't hear what you say about me on a daily basis. Your hair, all of your hair, now belongs to me." Returning to the conversation from not long ago, when Qing Mo was captivated by Su Jianyu's platinum hair. She reached for Su Jianyu's hair with a covetous voice. "So beautiful, such beautiful platinum hair." Su Jianyu glanced back slightly. In that instant, an invisible notification panel seemed to light up in her mind. Meow. Successful contact with target character, side quest unlocked. She thought to herself, I finally got someone to make contact with me so I could activate a side quest. She was secretly thrilled to have waited for this moment to activate the mission. But the next information on the panel made her frown. Dark route. Kill Qing MO. Receive 1,000 reward points. Light route. Reform Qing MO. Receive 2,000 reward points if successful. Sujan Yue frowned in confusion. But Qing Mo's feral roar caught her attention. She growled out each word. On what grounds? On what grounds? On what grounds do you get to have such beautiful hair? I want you to die knowing the truth. On what grounds do ugly and lowly commoners like you get to have such long, beautiful hair? You're simply not worthy. Her arrogant, foolish smile was hazy. I was born a noble. Whatever I want, I get. Your hair, all of it, must belong to me. Not letting her ramble on, Su Jianyu slapped her to her senses and said, It's not that you lack for nothing. What you fear most is giving birth to jealousy. Jealousy is the affirmation of your own failure. Qing Mo angrily turned her face back and retorted, Cut the crap, as if I'd be jealous of you. You damn commoner, how dare you touch my lovely face with your filthy hands? I'll tear you limb from limb. She cast a spell, causing her long hair to lash out, intending to bind Su Jianyu. But she was one step ahead, leaping high to dodge, which made her scream in anger. You dare to dodge? Who gave you permission to dodge? Unexpectedly, Ji Weiing appeared and struck her with a palm attack. He asked coldly, Did you forget that I'm still here? He moved forward and grabbed her head, but she quickly transformed and laughed mockingly. You think you can kill me? Qing Mo flew up, glaring down with a sinister smile. I have long since become one with this hair. As long as my hair still exists, I am immortal, and you will never guess from which direction I will launch my attack. Unwilling to submit, Su Jianyu immediately used her magic. Oh, so that's how it is. Instantly, a weapon appeared in her hand. She looked at her and said confidently, I just don't understand why villains like you always like to reveal your own fatal flaw. At this critical moment, the notification panel appeared again. Host, are you giving up the 2,000-point side quest? Suhian Jue quickly replied, I'm not trying to become a Buddha, saving everyone regardless of good or evil. My principle has always been, if someone offends me, they must be killed. A loud explosion was followed by thick smoke. Su Jianyu stood proudly and arrogantly, turning slightly to look at Ji Weiing and speaking up. General, the land below is in turmoil. Why not ride the wind with me and soar straight up for 90,000 miles? Then she asked, as I thought, You used the mutated cherry blossoms from Kongming Mountain to create an illusion and kill everyone around. You deliberately used the illusion to let me see that memory of yours, wanting me to sympathize with you? General Long Chung grabbed the glider and threw it out. This action made Su Jianyu question him angrily. The ground is exploding and you throw the glider out like that? How are we supposed to get out now? He didn't answer right away, instead slipping his arm around her waist and pulling her close, whispering, I didn't know you'd suddenly pull out a toy like this. Without a wasted motion, the general hugged her waist tightly, bent his knees, and jumped onto the glider, his mouth ceaselessly chanting. I only know that with a beauty in my arms, all dangers can be trampled under my feet. At this moment, the system panel displayed a notification. Meow. Congratulations, host, on completing the dark route. 1,000 reward points awarded. Exchange for 4 high-explosive grenades, 1 glider frame. 1,000 reward points deducted. Current balance, 800 reward points. Hearing this, Su Jianyu frowned and calculated in her head. Aren't these 800 points just what I had left over? Did I do this side quest for nothing? Oh no, that's not right. I had 820 points at the start. I used 20 points to forge 2 mysterious iron swords, and he ended up breaking both of them and even did some foolish things with me. On the contrary, I'm at a loss of 20 points. She glared at him, leaving him confused. Su Jianyu crossed her arms and asked, General, do you like to fly kites? Before she could hear his answer, she had already walked to the nose of the glider. Before acting, she glanced back at him and thought to herself, You broke 3 of my swords and cost me 120 points. I can't let you off without playing a trick on you. She immediately jumped off, not forgetting to fire a grappling gun to attach a line to the glider. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a motorcycle suddenly appeared. She nimbly tied the rope to the bike and revved the engine, a wide grin on her face. faced the storm. The glider was pulled along faster, causing the general standing on it to laugh out loud with delight. A little faster now, trample the green mountains and turn them into misty clouds. Soaring to the ninth heaven. How exhilarating, how exhilarating. Su Jianyu, you truly are no ordinary woman. Su Jianyu frowned slightly and sighed. I concede defeat. You're the one who is truly not an ordinary person. She thought to herself, I originally intended to play a prank and scare him, but instead, it made him even more exhilarated. After walking for a while, the two finally stopped in Jiangzhou. Su Jianyu stood before a large door, knocking on it repeatedly and loudly, the sound echoing throughout the area. At that moment, a maidservant gently opened the door. Seeing Su Jianyu, the uncle's maidservant cheerfully greeted her. Young miss, you've returned. Su Jianyu said nothing, remaining silent and lost in thought. In the original owner's memory, she had followed her father into the palace since she was a child and had never returned. For this girl to recognize her upon sight, unless she already knew she would be coming back and immediately concluded that any unfamiliar girl arriving was her. Walking inside, as they passed an object hanging on the wall, General Long Chung asked curiously, who hung that bronze mirror there? A mirror facing the main door is a major taboo in feng shui. Su Jianyu walked closer and reached out to touch it, murmuring to herself, this secret star. It seems His Highness has been here. She examined the secret star in her hand, her eyes tinged with sadness. He knew I would return and intentionally left this here. Is he trying to tell me that I shouldn't stay here for long? She quickly looked up at the uncle's maidservant and asked, where's my uncle now? I have something I need to see him about. The maidservant quickly replied to her. Recently, many people in Jiangzhou have been infected with a strange plague. The second master has been traveling everywhere to treat people these past few days and is extremely tired. He has probably gone to rest by now. In disbelief, she asked again, the plague has already spread to Jiangzhou? The maidservant recounted the details of the incident. Not long ago, someone discovered many boats on the river filled with corpses. After the authorities had people bury them, the plague began to appear. Su Jianyu frowned, murmuring tochtho, buried. She asked urgently, where were they buried? The maidservant's expression suddenly changed, and she replied in a cold and eerie tone, right beneath your feet. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if suffocated by a gloomy mist, and the light gradually dimmed. The maidservant's voice trailed off, her sunken eyes looking as if she had lost her soul. The second master is there too. The second prince said that these dead people, upon smelling the breath of the living, would crawl out from the ground. It seems it's all true. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath Su Jianyu's feet suddenly cracked open, and a withered hand reached out. Cold fingers wrapped tightly around her ankle, a chilling sensation shooting up her spine, making the air feel as if it had frozen. The maidservant looked at the scene and laughed loudly, a distorted, demonic smile that seemed not of a human, but of another soul inhabiting this body. Weren't you looking for the second master? Immediately, the person from the ground crawled up, causing her to scream in terror. Uncle, he's down there. Go find him yourself. Su Jianyu remained calm, her eyes sharp as blades as she glanced at the ground. She asked softly, her voice carrying a deadly composure, tell me, why did you do this? The maidservant pretended to cover her mouth and giggled, the sound as sharp as a blade to the ears. Young miss, you could have clearly married the second prince and become an imperial consort, but you insisted on colluding with the crown prince to kill the king. The Su family's fate is all your fault. Fortunately, the second prince values me. He said that as long as I help him deal with you, he will marry me as his consort. Her laughter spread through the space like a snake slithering across the room, but Su Jianyu just stared silently at the traitor. Her eyes glinted with an icy look as she replied softly, each word as sharp as a knife. So you did it for your life. To curry favor with Ji Yuxuan. You helped Ji Yuxuan kill my entire Su family and even buried their plague-infected bodies here. The maidservant burst out laughing, her mocking voice grating. No, no, no. Only after you die will it count as the entire Su family. And I already belong to the second prince. Immediately after, the ground began to shake. Corpses emerged one after another. The cracking of bones and the thick stench of death filled the air. Su Jianyu dodged an attack. But as rage flared within her, her eyes turned crimson. She lunged towards the maidservant, frowning as she yelled, You call yourself a human?" With one hand, she grabbed the maidservant's neck, lifting her into the air, her voice as cold as ice. "Since you've narrowed your own path, there's no longer a path for you to live in the human world. Go to the underworld and be a ghost and wait for your second prince." The maidservant struggled desperately before her body went limp. Suddenly, countless corpses rose from the ground. They all advanced towards Su Jianyu, but surprisingly, her expression and voice were incredibly calm as she turned to look at General Long Chung. She smiled gently and began to speak. "Because I was too angry, I lost control and got us surrounded by the living dead. General, you must think I'm very capricious, like a madwoman, right?" Hearing this, the general replied gently, "No, a woman's vulnerability is what makes her lovely. Otherwise, what would men be needed for?" Quick as a flash, he moved to stand in front of her, his voice full of indulgence. "If you want to be mad, then be as mad as you wish. A true man must be strong enough to calmly handle his partner's wildness." Su Jianyu's eyes widened in astonishment, somewhat moved by the general's words and actions. As he took a fighting stance, he didn't forget to finish what he was saying to her. "Leave all the consequences for me to handle for you." Su Jianyu was stunned, her heart trembling slightly. In that moment, his battle aura flared intensely. As fast as a thunderclap, he wiped out the horde of living dead in an instant. When everything settled down, she walked closer and gently adjusted his collar, her voice soft and full of emotion. "You've worked hard, General." But an idea to tease him suddenly popped in her head. She turned and bolted away as fast as she could, not forgetting to toss back a sentence. "Then I'll leave this place to you." General Long Chung could only watch her go, speechless and helpless. In the study, Su Jianyu was rummaging for a certain book, her expression serious as she thought to herself, "What happened? Everything has been turned upside down. Could it be that I can't find Father's medical journal? Is it possible that His Highness has already taken the medical journal?" Suddenly, the general walked in with the secret star in his hand. He held it out to her gently. "Take it." Su Jianyu's eyes widened in surprise at the item as she exclaimed, "The secret star?" She looked at the secret star in his hand, her mind racing. Did he intentionally retrieve this for me after killing the living dead? She stared at him and asked softly, "General, don't you need it yourself?" He stepped forward and placed the secret star in her hand, along with his answer, "I don't need to rely on this item to gain power." Her heart filled with gratitude. "He's actually quite nice." Su Jianyu was delighted, her round eyes sparkling and her mouth curved in a cat-like smile as she replied, "General, in the future, if you have any cool items like this that you don't need, just toss them all to me. I need them. I'll take them all." The notification panel displayed a line of text again. "Congratulations on completing the mission. Congratulations to the host. Your secret fire art has been upgraded to 3-star bronze. Reaching the silver level can unlock a new skill." Su Jianyu turned and stared intently at the large bookshelf in the study. She thought to herself, the room in the spatial secret realm is spacious anyway. I'll just collect all the books in this study into it first. What if the undiscovered medical journal is among them? General Long Chung stood behind her with his arms crossed, witnessing her actions, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a Pishio. You even steal from your own home." A Pishio, the #1 feng shui spiritual creature. The Pishio has a mouth, but no anus. Its shape is similar to a qilin, and it is said to have the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, the tail of a lion, and wings. This is the strongest spiritual beast of all species, specializing in eating wealth, gold, silver, and jewels from all directions, bringing them to its owner without excreting them. It is used by placing it in the home, office, or wearing it to bring good luck, wealth, and ward off evil spirits. Su Jianyu turned back to look at him, a slight smirk on her lips as she replied, "Isn't a Pishio good? It's lucky." But her joy was short-lived. A terrifying whooshing sound suddenly came from outside. A volley of flaming arrows shot through the air, lighting up the entire sky. The commander's voice rang out, as cold as a blade cutting through the wind. "Keep firing. Don't stop. The second prince has ordered that the entire Su residence, not even a single tile, is to be spared." Just then, a volley of flaming arrows screamed straight towards them, making the air scorchingly hot. A man with a solemn expression watched and said in a deep voice, "It seems that maidservant was just a pawn from the very beginning. The second prince never intended to let anyone live." Then, a soft voice was heard asking, "General, if you were to go out alone, would they dare to stop you?" The man turned around, his eyes resolute as he answered decisively, "No matter how much we fall out, I'm sure they wouldn't have the guts." But then he turned, his gaze suddenly dark as he said, "But I will not leave you behind." Jianyu immediately appeared, hastily wrapped in a blanket. "Then, General, here I come." And without waiting for the man to react, she immediately lunged towards him, causing him to only have time to exclaim, "You!" Meanwhile, outside, another man was ordering the soldiers to draw their bows and continue firing. He roared, "What are you dawdling for? Keep firing. If you can't burn the Sioux residents to the ground, I will bury you alive on behalf of the second prince." The main door was kicked open with great force. The leader stared in stunned disbelief at General Long, his confusion unconcealable. He directly asked again, "General, why are you here? And that blanket you're wearing is?" The general just coldly threw out one word, "Cold." At that moment, the leader raised his hand, signaling for General Long to stop for an inspection. He said, "Wait, I am also acting under orders. I asked the general to remove the blanket so I can inspect it." General Long glanced at him coldly, an invisible killing intent radiating from him, and said in a deep voice, "Acting under orders? Besides the late emperor, no one in this world dares to stop me." With that, he turned to leave decisively. "Get out, or I will take your life." A soldier hurried over as if to remind him, "Leader, are we really letting him go just like that? How are we going to answer to the second prince?" At this moment, the leader's face was extremely dark with anger. He suddenly swung his sword, slashing the soldier, who collapsed without a chance to react. The leader, holding the blood-dripping sword, stared down at the corpse at his feet. Then he spun around and shouted at the stunned soldiers, "What are you standing there gawking for? Dragon Cavalry Commander Long Chung has murdered his own countrymen and is plotting a rebellion. Hurry up and report this to the second prince." He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing incessantly. "Long Chung, you're just a petty general. Do you really think you're some kind of heavenly king?" When he saw that no one was around, General Long said softly, "Get down now." He then removed the blanket, revealing Jianyu clinging tightly to his back. He couldn't help but grumble. Only you could think of such a shameless method. But she continued to hug him tightly from behind, her face full of triumphant smiles. A great man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. As long as it solves the problem, it's a good method. Jianyu wrapped her arms around his neck and shoulders, giggling as she said, "General, why be so hung up on formalities?" Looking at the mischievous girl on his back, General Long could only say wearily, "First, it was killing the agile beasts, collecting the secret star, taking the gold from the treasury, and robbing your own home. Now this trick. I've really boarded a pirate ship." Hearing this, she pointed at his face smugly. "Not just anyone can board this pirate ship of mine." Just then, his gaze turned grim as he looked at her. "You're very bold today, aren't you?" If there were no consequences, before he could finish, he suddenly grabbed her foot. Jinyu instantly lost her balance and fell backward. The man, holding one of her legs and lifting it up, said mockingly, "Then by all means continue." Jianyu was hung upside down, staring blankly at the man before her. She asked in confusion, "Upside down? Capybara? General, can't you act normally?" Suddenly, an arm reached out from a hole in a nearby wall. And then Tian Lu squeezed through. He turned as if looking for someone, Fairy's sister. The moment he saw Jianyu in that strange position, Tian Lu immediately recoiled in fear back towards the hole, muttering, "Oh no, she's been caught." Seeing this, she quickly grabbed his nose and pulled him back. "Where are you going? Get back here." Only then did Tian Lu scramble out and hastily explain. His Highness said that Fairy's sister must not find out. Hearing him, Jianyu looked surprised. His Highness? Tian Lu then dared to stand up straight, dusting the mud off his clothes. The young man explained, "His Highness was worried that you would fall into the second prince's trap upon your return, so he ordered me to come here often to check on things." He continued, "But His Highness also said he didn't want to see you, so he told me not to let you find out." Suddenly, a scene appeared showing Jianyu holding a blood-stained sword, with a large pool of dark red blood at her feet. Tian Lu said with a look of worried shock, "We've heard everything. After His Highness left Fairy's sister, you went mad with love, wiped out the entire Kong Mi sect, and became a demonic woman who kills without batting an eye. Jianyu looked momentarily surprised by the information Tian Lu brought and thought, the news spread that fast? Then she suddenly got angry and loudly defended herself. That's not right. Who did you hear that from? That's not what happened. Jianyu immediately urged Tian Lu, quick, take me to see His Highness. I have something to ask him. At this moment, she thought to herself, I must find my father's medical journal, otherwise I really don't know how to investigate the source of the plague. With that thought, Jianyu turned to call General Long, General Wei, but when she turned back, he was nowhere to be seen. She asked in surprise, Huh? Where'd he go? He just vanished? Jianyu was standing in front of the gate, but Tian Lu suddenly stepped back. His furtive action surprised her. Puzzled by his behavior, Jianyu asked him, What are you doing? Before she could react, Tian Lu quickly took Jianyu's hand and placed it on his own neck, his voice pleading urgently. Fairy sister, quickly grab my neck. When we see His Highness later, say that you threatened me to bring you here. Otherwise, His Highness will know that I brought you here, and he will definitely beat my butt until it blossoms. She listened with exasperation, pushed Tian Lu aside, and said, You have too many tricks. What are you afraid of? Your Highness will have to listen to me sooner or later. As soon as she finished speaking, Jianyu wasted no more words, charged forward, and kicked the door, forcing it to fly open. She was immediately stunned by the bloody scene before her. The ground was littered with the bodies of soldiers, lying in disarray, covering the entire floor. Jianyu cried out in alarm, His Highness! She rushed over to a soldier who seemed to be barely breathing and asked in a hurried tone, What happened? Where is His Highness? The soldier struggled to turn and look at her, replying in a dying voice, Our hiding place was discovered by the second prince. The crown prince, His Highness, has been taken away. Seeing this, Tian Lu panicked. What do we do? What do we do? We have to go save His Highness now. But at this moment, Jianyu was deep in thought. She realized his breathing is steady. This soldier isn't injured at all. Besides, he doesn't dare to look me in the eye. His gaze keeps shifting to the upper right. He's clearly lying. If that's the case, General Long didn't just disappear for no reason. He must have received an urgent message and was lured away by a trick to draw the tiger out of the mountain. As she calmly analyzed the situation, she drew a hidden dagger and said coldly, Did you know that I'm a special agent and that the Su family is a family of medical experts? Seeing this, the soldier continued to act, looking at her and whispering weakly, Hurry, save His Highness. Without waiting for the soldier to finish, Jianyu plunged the dagger down, growling, still acting. The dagger came down, accompanied by a piercing scream from the soldier. Then you can act until you're dead. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Tian Lu collapsed to the ground and said in shock, The rumors are actually true. Fairy Sister has really become a demonic woman who kills without batting an eye. She turned to him with a look of disgust. I kill without batting an eye. But since when did I become a demonic woman? Unable to handle the shock, Tian Lu immediately started crawling away, trying to escape. Don't come over here. Don't kill me. Don't. On a deserted, cold road, he ran for his life, crying out in fear. Damn it, why has even Fairy Sister become a bad person? But then he tried to comfort himself. Don't be scared. I can't be scared. Right now, I'm the only one who can save His Highness. Meanwhile, in another place, a squad of spear-wielding soldiers stood menacingly in formation. The leader of the soldiers, Second Prince Yuxian, was sitting leisurely with his subordinate. A subordinate stepped forward and asked, Second Prince, the crown prince has escaped. Do you think that daughter of the Su family will fall for the trap? Yuxian sat on his chair with an extremely smug expression, saying gleefully, Of course she'll fall for it. This prince, am peerlessly elegant, unmatched in this world, knowledgeable in the ways of gods and ghosts, and my actions defy the heavens. This brilliant chain of schemes of mine, no one can possibly see through it. He turned with a grim expression and said, this prince, dare to say this. If she manages to expose my scheme, I will drink 10 barrels of dung in front of you all. Victorious, Yuxian looked towards the gate again, just in time to see Tian Lu rushing in. He said arrogantly, See, isn't she here already? Seeing this, the soldiers immediately began to cheer. The second prince is brilliant, so brilliant. He panted heavily, desperately trying to look inside. But at this moment, 2 soldiers stepped forward to block Tian Lu. Halt! He ignored them and tried to rush forward, shouting a warning. Your Highness, "Your Highness, I'm here to save you." The subordinate beside him now looked confused and awkward, saying, "Second prince, the person who came doesn't seem to be the Su family's daughter." Yu Xian immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up. This prince isn't blind." In his mind, he roared in frustration. "In front of so many people, who the hell do you think you're reminding? Do you really want this prince to drink dung?" Immediately, Yu Xian slammed the table and ordered, "Bring everyone out." Yu Xian shouted amidst the chaotic crowd, his eyes darting around. Then he jutted out his chin and said, "Su Jianyu, I know you're nearby." He growled threateningly once more. "Do you know these people?" Standing on a high platform, he arrogantly called out with mocking words, "Although everyone from the Su family in Jiangzhou is dead, your mother's family is still alive. So I sent people to capture them. If you still don't show yourself, all your relatives will die." At that very moment, the roar of an engine filled the sky. An aircraft swooped down, and Jianyu suddenly appeared on it. She looked down coldly and ordered, "Let them go." She recalled past events. The soldiers who had died in the courtyard suddenly rose as zombies. Dealing with them took quite a bit of my time. Jianyu leaped for the aircraft. But because of that, I also obtained a secret star. I successfully upgraded my secret transformation art to white silver and unlocked a new skill. She landed firmly and declared forcefully, "If you have a problem, aim it at me." Yu Xian looked down smugly and sneered, "Bitch, you're finally here." He waved his hand and signaled, "Do it, kill them." The soldiers raised their swords in unison and slashed. One by one, people began to fall, and Jian could only watch with wide, staring eyes. Seeing this, Yu Xian was extremely pleased. He laughed out loud and snarled every word at her. "A family should naturally be together. I've helped you send them to the underworld to be reunited. Don't be too grateful to me now." Yu Xian shot her a contemptuous look and said in a sharp voice, "Did you think you could save them? No, you can't save anyone. You're just a piece of trash. I'm killing them right in front of you, making you watch helplessly, unable to do a thing." Jianyu stood tall, bowed her head in silence, and began to count. 79. He looked at her and sneered. "Have you been scared, stupid? What numbers are you counting for me now?" Jianyu glared at him intently. She immediately drew a sword. A scorching flame enveloped the blade. Su Jianyu's voice was steely as she shouted, 79 lives. I must give you 79 stabs, not a single one less." Yu Xian pouted his lips contemptuously and replied smugly, "Fine, just come at me. Hurry up and kill me, come on. I'm getting impatient. Do you think you alone can fight so many of us? If you're so great, then come kill me. What a trivial trick." At this moment, the flames surrounding her sword had begun to incinerate Yu Xian's soldiers and subordinates. "Your men are all turning to ash." Seeing the unfavorable situation, he immediately bowed and clasped his hands, begging Jianyu, "Wait, I was just joking with you earlier. I really came to Jiangsu specifically to bring you back to the palace, to attend my enthronement ceremony. If I'm about to become the new emperor, how could I not make you the empress?" As she finished speaking, she raised her sword, her voice filled with indignation. "You are not worthy." Suddenly, the door behind Yu Xian burst open. At the same time, something flew straight towards Jianyu. Unable to react in time, she took a fatal blow to the abdomen. Seeing this, he laughed arrogantly without stopping. "Unexpected, isn't it? I still have a backup plan." Trivial trick. Behind him was a sturdy suit of armor, ready to fight at any moment. Yu Xian then introduced admiringly, "General Thorn Ghost is a secret art master of metal techniques. His entire body is covered in a layer of secret art armor. Even your bullets can't penetrate it." Seeing Jianyu injured, he gleefully began to insult her. "You originally came to save Ji Weiyang, right? As expected of a despicable bitch. He has already abandoned you, yet you still came to save him. Bitch, truly a bitch." She clutched her bleeding wound, but did not forget to curse back at Yu Xian. "Are you an idiot? You don't even know if you've captured the crown prince yourself. You didn't capture him. Why would I come to save him? I came to kill you." Hearing this, his blood boiled with anger as he screamed, "You damned bitch! Are you cursing? You clearly knew Ji Weiyang wasn't here, yet you still dare to come. Your stupidity is going to make me die of laughter." At the same time, Yu Xian ordered the suit of armor behind him. "Thorn Ghost, mince this lowly bitch for me." As he finished speaking, the armor's eyes shifted into a combat-ready state. "Yes." General Thorn Ghost gathered momentum, shattering the ground. He leaped up, spun around, and took a stance, preparing to kick Jianyu directly. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed forward, blocking General Thorn Ghost. At this critical moment, Ji Weiyang appeared on horseback. He casually looked at her, still sitting there stunned, and asked, "Lying there playing dead, who are you waiting for?" The moment Tian Lu saw him, he stammered joyfully, Your Highness, this is great, you're all right. It's really great that you're all right." Meanwhile, Jianyu looked at the person before her with suspicion. "Your Highness, why are you?" Noticing her scrutinizing gaze, he immediately replied, "Don't misunderstand. I came to save Yin Tianlu." At the same time, the scene abruptly shifted to a peaceful evening. General Long was facing his daughter and said, "Ninger, what's the matter that you sent a carrier pigeon to summon me here so urgently?" Wu Ning immediately stepped forward, leaned in, and whispered to her father, "It's Prince Luo. He is waiting for you on the boat. He said he wants to discuss a matter concerning his majesty with his adoptive father." Hearing these two words, he frowned and asked quizzically, "His majesty?" Just then, a subordinate stepped down from the boat and reported, "Since General Long has arrived, please board the boat quickly. Don't keep the fourth prince waiting." The man continued, "That's right, the fourth prince has given an order. This is a confidential matter. Only the general alone is permitted to board the boat." Immediately, his figure moved slightly, and, in a flash, he was standing tall before the subordinate. He asked in a low voice, "Where's Prince Luo?" The subordinate pointed to a door and respectfully made an inviting gesture to General Long. "This way, General." The man didn't forget to add a meaningful remark. "It seems the general is truly loyal to his majesty." Then his voice gradually lowered. "But the fourth prince is very busy. He doesn't have time to see you yet. Perhaps the general should have a direct audience with his majesty." Looking at the figure inside with his back turned, he asked probingly, "Your majesty?" But when he looked closer, he was horrified to discover that the head of the person called his majesty was now detached from his body, resting on a tray. Suddenly, from behind him, a group of people with blood-red eyes appeared. They growled and abruptly charged to attack General Long, returning to Jianyu's side. A stream of water art power was currently restraining General Iron Ghost's movements, causing him to think in frustration. This secret water art may not have much power, but it's extremely obstructive, preventing me from using my strength. Seeing this, Jianyu praised him. "I didn't expect your highness to be a secret art master too." While continuing to channel his power, Ji Weiyang said coldly, "It just so happens that water and fire are incompatible just like us." After maintaining the secret art for a while, the armored man's weapon was frozen solid. Seeing this, she said with a look of amusement, "Perhaps it's just right to melt a 1,000-year-old iceberg like your highness." But in her heart, she thought, "It seems his highness still holds a grudge against me. But even so, didn't he still come to save me?" Teased by her, Wei Yong turned his face away and scolded, "Shameless." Next, he turned to Tian Lu and said, "Yin Tian Lu, let's go leave her." The armored man then spoke, his voice hoarse and full of mockery. "The crown prince also knows heterodox secret arts, which has quite surprised General Ling Mo. But you managed to escape with great difficulty. Yet you stubbornly came back for a woman and a guard, risking your life to save them." As he finished speaking, he let out a roar, shattering the ice that imprisoned his weapon and firmly gripped the heavy weapon. The Iron Ghost continued, "This action has truly disappointed General Ling Mo." He then picked up his next weapon, his voice sharp as he continued, "To be an emperor, one must be high and mighty, cold and ruthless. If you're not arrogant enough, if your methods are not vicious enough, how can you manipulate this world? You can't even bear to kill 2 pawns. So what talk is there of purging and governing the world? In this regard, you are not even a match for the second prince." As he finished, the Iron Ghost immediately charged with his weapon, intending to attack the crown prince. But on the side, Yu Xian heard the comparison and roared in anger. "Not even a match? Iron Ghost, you dare to insult this prince." At this moment, an arrow filled with the power of fire suddenly whistled through the air, embedding itself straight into the Iron Ghost, blocking his attack. Jianyu was now holding a bow, standing heroically in front. She said sonorously, "What the hell do you know? I'm not just some stubborn woman. I'm the one who said I would give his highness a proper status." The Iron Ghost immediately spun his weapon, clang, blocking the whistling arrow coming towards him. Hearing her words, he didn't hesitate to sneer back. Big words. "Do you know why I'm called the Iron Ghost? It's because I'm undying in 100 battles, a demon who has crawled back from piles of corpses countless times." After speaking, he gathered his strength, his joints cracked, preparing to charge. As he rushed forward, the Iron Ghost said aggressively, "You ants have never experienced a brutal battlefield. This general can deal with you as easily as flipping my hand." Just then, a powerful hand suddenly shot out to block the fatal attack. Jianyu was still wondering. A demon, when General Long suddenly appeared, as majestic as a mountain. He coldly declared, "When the King of Hell is standing before you, everything else is trivial." With that, he immediately walked straight to Wei Yong and reported, "Your Highness, I have personally examined the remains of the late Emperor's head." Hearing this, he couldn't help but look surprised. "What did you say?" General Long then calmly explained. The cut on the late Emperor's neck was clearly made after he had turned into a living corpse. In other words, when the Imperial Guard saw Jianyu slay the late Emperor, he had already become a living corpse. After explaining, he turned to look directly at Wei Yong and asked a question. Faced with the late Emperor, who had become a living corpse, what could your Highness have done? His eyes were still on the Iron Ghost, but his words were for the Crown Prince. To some extent, Jianyu merely helped you handle a matter that you could not handle yourself. At that moment, he turned to Jianyu, stunned, and asked, "Is all of this true? Why didn't you tell me?" She just gave a faint smile and replied, "Your Highness never gave me a chance to explain." Hearing this, he turned, his eyes complex as he stammered an explanation. "At that time, it was me. I was afraid I couldn't stop myself from killing you, so I had to leave quickly." The Iron Ghost heard this and burst out laughing, his laughter full of mockery. "Ha ha ha! The legendary living Yama of the battlefield, whose name alone makes enemies' guts burst with fear. If I can kill you today, I will become famous in one battle." General Long just glanced at him with a look of contempt. "Just you?" But the man looked at him with a confident expression and said, "Of course, I wouldn't be foolish enough to fight you one-on-one." As he finished speaking, a squad of soldiers armed to the teeth immediately appeared and surrounded them. The Iron Ghost then spoke triumphantly, "All's fair in war. This general has long prepared an elite iron armor army for you." At this moment, Wu Ning rode at the head of an army, galloping over. She said resolutely, "Adoptive father, we come to help you." Behind her, a formidable army was indeed thundering towards this place. But General Long just waved his hand, signaling that it wasn't necessary. He said decisively, "No, to deal with these ants, I alone am enough." Then he lowered his voice and gave an order to his daughter and the soldiers. "Dragon Cavalry, hear my command. From now on, you will follow His Highness, the Crown Prince." Wu Ning stared at her father, stunned, for a moment only managing to stammer out two words, "Adoptive father." All the soldiers under his command now shouted in unison, a thunderous cry, "General!" But he did not turn back, only turning to look at Wei Yong and instructing, "Your Highness will one day become the monarch. Your vision is for the world, for all living beings. I entrust the Dragon Cavalry to you. I believe they can help you." Then, General Long turned to look at Jianyu, his gaze suddenly softening as he revealed his thoughts. "But the world in my, Long Cheng's, eyes has always been very small, only big enough for one person." He looked up at the sky as if shedding all his burdens and said, "The late Emperor recognized my worth, and I have always lived for him. Now that I am no longer bound by anything, I want to live for myself." Immediately, he turned to ask her, his voice full of affection, "Was someone giving you trouble just now?" Jianyu did not smile, tilting her chin towards them. "You already know, yet you still ask. Aren't they right before our eyes?" Decisively, he strode forward, each step heroic, his resolute voice ringing out, "Very well, then. I will kill them all for you." At this moment, Ji Weiyang also stepped forward. He slowly drew his sword, his eyes never leaving her as he said, "The world, all living beings. She is one of them, but I prioritize her above all else." General Long glanced at him with a provocative look. "Very well, then. Let's see who is more capable, your Highness or I." The moment he finished speaking, he let out a roar and charged straight at the enemy. Seeing this, Jianyu, not to be outdone, immediately drew her bow and shot a blazing fire arrow forward, her tone full of confidence. She said, "Hey, what are you two talking to yourselves about? I'm not some prize for you to fight over. You should be the ones kneeling before me." The episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.